safe at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Elenos to grand price and possession.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4-for-4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The D-backs are off today as we sit 1 week from the trade deadline. Will the team be sellers? Make sure to stay tuned at 7:45 as we ask President and CEO Derek Hall this and more on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the new look Suns, go to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night, 90-79, in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Murata,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on a Thursday, getting closer to Friday. Man, it has been a week, Vinny. It has been a week.
That's you're coming back. You're day 4 post-vacation.
Yeah.
I get it. I went through it a week ago.
Uh-huh.
It's it seems like the hill gets a little steeper, doesn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Might have something to do with age. I don't know.
Something like
At least
that.
it is in my case. I know that.
Yeah, I know. It's been a week. I'll tell you what, there's a story going around the East Coast that is hysterical. Did you hear about the 12-year-old little leaguer who was suspended before a state championship game for a bat flip?
I did not hear this.
Okay, so there's this kid on a New Jersey team, and this New Jersey team is really good, and they've got one more game to win to get to the Little League World Series, and their best player crushed a mammoth home run, flipped his bat to the sky, and they have suspended him. And all hell is breaking loose.
Wow. I can only imagine the reaction of the pro bat flippers out there.
Uh-huh. His dad is trying to get his son reinstated and is saying, he's just watching what everyone's doing. Don't blame him.
Well, let me tell you.
Who suspended him? That's the question.
The New Jersey Little League State Tournament, I don't know, whatever governing body governs
the very powerful body in New Jersey.
Oh,
some might say the most powerful organization in New Jersey.
And they actually cited a word I hadn't heard in a while because they have a rule that says no horseplay.
Oh, that's a good
horseplay.
All right, can I share a similar
Stop
story?
horsing around.
I don't think made headlines, but it did show up in my algorithm on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
It was a video of very small children in Florida playing football, full padded tackle football. And it just starts the video. You see this kid running down the sideline. He doesn't move like a 5-year-old. He's running like a well-tuned athlete. And you could tell how little they are because their helmets
are gigantic.
They're gigantic.
Right.
But he's streaking down the sidelines, and it says, 5 and under football in Florida just hits different. So this kid just streaks down the sidelines 80 yards for a touchdown. When he gets to the end zone,
what'd he do?
He gets up kind of like in a push-up position.
Yeah.
And let's just say there was a thrusting action going on as part of his celebration.
Oh, come on.
Not only was he not reprimanded, the coaches from his team joined him in the celebration.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Kids are very impressionable. I don't know if you knew that, Bill.
I did know that. Yeah, I did know that. The bat flip, by the way, it is pretty egregious. I actually went down that rabbit hole and checked out the video. He flung it to the sky. But still, horseplay.
But who,
define horseplay.
Who's tattled on him? Like, who squealed to the commission?
The other team?
No, I think the umpire threw him out, and then the sanctioning body banned him. Stupid.
Unless there's honestly, you know how I feel about the over-the-top celebrations, especially for kids, and I know they're just doing what they see. But unless there's a rule in the place, no bat flipping.
There isn't. It's just
that's
no
why
horseplay.
that's why it's horseplay.
Right. But that's my whole point. You can call anything horseplay, right?
You could.
I often have.
All right. Something stupid, but it is all the rage in New Jersey. Let the kid play.
Kid's name is Marco Rocco.
Because of course it is.
You know, you have to have a lot of discipline to ride a horse.
Fantastic. Marco Rocco. Wait, what's that? You have
to have a lot of discipline to ride a horse. You can't just be willy-nilly. I don't understand the saying.
All right, here I'm. No, that's not it.
We're trying to find the video.
I was trying to find the bat flip. I got the article, but I can't find the clip.
His father's name is Joe Rocco.
Well.
Joe!
Joe Rocco.
Find it, you're going to like it. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The D-backs came out of the All-Star break with a 3-game sweep of the St. Louis Cardinals. They followed it up by getting swept in 3 games by the Houston Astros. The visitors closed it out Wednesday afternoon with a 4-3 win at Chase Field. Christian Walker's RBI single with 1 out in the top of the 9th. Scored Zach Short. Josh Hader closed it out in the 9th. He struck out Ketel Marte, looking on a pitch clearly out of the strike zone, but called a strike by home plate umpire Brian Walsh. D-backs fall to 50-53 after getting the broom treatment from Houston, whom they are 1-8 against over the last 3 years. So here we go. We're updating our Diamondbacks terminology now at this point of the season, because this came up earlier. Sweep, swept,
swoop,
swap.
Oh, there you go.
Because that's what's coming up next.
Yeah, I like that.
Day off today for the Diamondbacks. They will start a 3-game series, which kicks off a 9-game road trip in Pittsburgh against the Pirates on Friday. Not exactly what anyone wanted to hear on the first day of training camp, but the Arizona Cardinals starting that camp with some injuries on the defensive side of the ball. Rookie first-round pick Walter Nolan III, defensive tackle Bilal Nichols, and edge rusher B.J. Ojulari all starting camp on the physically unable to perform list. Nolan has a calf injury. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was not sure of the severity of the injury or if it could linger into the beginning of the regular season. Nichols, whom the Cardinals signed as a free agent before last year, missed 11 games with a stinger. He's on the list, as is Ojulari, who missed all of last year after suffering a torn ACL early in camp. There was that feeling of newness yesterday, and then you get that report, and you're like, ugh, here we go again.
Well, and let's hope it doesn't, for Walter Nolan, let's hope it doesn't linger into the season. Let's hope it's not something really serious.
It's not Darius Robinson Part 2.
Exactly.
Cardinals' first of 9 practices open to fans this afternoon at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. A reminder, entry and parking are free for fans attending, but you do need to get your digital tickets. Get them from azcardinals.com/camptix. Today's session gets started at 1:25. Turns out the Phoenix Suns are bringing a former member of the team back. It's not Chris Paul. It's not Cam Payne. But reportedly claimed guard
Mikal Bridges?
Jordan Goodwin off of waivers from the Los Angeles Lakers. Goodwin saw action in 40 games with the Suns after they acquired him in 2023. He was part of that deal that brought Bradley Beal to town from Washington. He was traded at the deadline in 24. In the trade that brought Royce O'Neal to the Suns, Goodwin played in 29 games for the Lakers last season. Suns also reportedly signing Philadelphia 76ers point guard Jared Butler to the roster on a one-year deal. That was reported by ESPN's Shams Charania. Butler played in 28 games for the Sixers last year. He averaged 11.5 points, nearly 5 assists. Also has NBA experience with Utah, Oklahoma City, and Washington. Butler also led Baylor to the NCAA championship in 2021 when he was the most outstanding player of the tournament. Scored 22 points in the championship game against Gonzaga. And I guess there was a lot of European teams that were kind of waiting for Jared Butler to see what he was going to do. But reportedly coming to Phoenix. And Mercury's first game after the WNBA All-Star break. And with a full roster, they hosted Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Griner in a return to Phoenix, where she played 11 seasons, 17 points, 8 rebounds. And Alicia Gray pumped in 28 as the Dream beat the Mercury 90-79. Phoenix will start a crucial 5-game road trip Friday in Brooklyn against the New York Liberty. But quite the welcome back to Brittany Griner last night.
Diana Taurasi there,
Yep.
Penny Taylor there, yeah.
Saw
Good deal.
the post-game comments from Brittany saying, I was going to wait to cry, but they got me.
They got me.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, July 24th. Coming up, the Cardinals added a lot of depth to their defense this offseason, and after one day of training camp, it's being tested already. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-Backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-Backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies? Don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture-day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to Science Project Partner Days, Snack Stash Days, Decorate Your Locker Days, and Paint Outside the Line Days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
Good to be back. We're ready to get after it. Exciting time for everybody in the NFL right now. A lot of work to be done, and started yesterday and continue here and as we get going.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Red Reckoning getting underway. Excited to be back for year 3 of his head coaching tenure. Then the excitement turned into a news update.
Couple injury notes for you guys. Bilal won't be out there, coming back from the neck still. BJ won't be out there, coming back from the knee. And a new one that popped up was Walter hurt his calf training, so he's going to miss some time. And all 3 of them are doing everything they can to get back on the field.
Yeah, so 3 members of that revamped defense, 2 members of last year's defense that did not contribute much or at all due to injury. So the follow-up question to Gannon there, Bick, was how, could this linger on a little bit? Could it cause these players to miss time in the regular season?
I don't know that. You know what I mean? I really don't. We'll see how it goes. Each one's a little bit different. Each injury is a little bit different. Each guy's a little bit different. So we'll get rolling, and other guys will get ready to go, and they'll get ready to go. They want to be out there with their teammates in practice, and we need all 3. But when they're healthy, they'll play.
Well, the Ojulari and Nichols injuries coming back from serious stuff last year, obviously.
So that's nothing new. Those are just guys who have not gotten back yet.
Exactly. The Walter Nolan III, this is a new injury. It's a calf injury. And Jonathan Gannon saying, look, every injury is different, every player is different. That is true. But, man, does this not remind Cardinal fans of what they went through last year with Darius Robinson, who got hurt with a calf injury in the preseason. Didn't get on the field until week 13, Beck.
Yeah,
and then was never got in a groove.
And it seems like an extension of the Diamondback season is what it felt like to me when I heard this news. Again, I think that clearly as any NFL team, Jonathan Gannon has got a better idea of what this injury is than he's letting on. Ian Rappaport reported that this is probably going to likely go throughout most of training camp, if not all of training camp. And so you're talking about what sounds like a fairly serious injury?
Yeah, I mean, Gannon was asked that question too. How serious is the injury?
They're all different, but he's going to miss some time.
I mean,
right.
The very little information. That's the way. That's the way Gannon operates. That's the way all
NFL
teams operate.
It's the way all teams operate.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a shame because Walter Nolan, being a young player, it's the rooks who really need the training camp. Everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. The longer you play the game, the less you need training camp. If you're in shape, you pretty much already know what the plays are. You know what the philosophy is. You know what the deal. You know where to park. You know where the bathrooms are. You know all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And so that's the downside to me. The idea that Walter Nolan was going to be an impact player as a rookie might have been a long shot to begin with any young player coming into the league. But the way people had talked about Walter Nolan and about what he might be in terms of a boom or bust kind of player, it's a shame that he's going to miss this time.
Yeah, I mean, and about the severity of it, and I get it. You want to hold that close to the vest, but I didn't learn until recently, Bick, about How severe? I mean, you could tell it was severe with Darius Robinson because of the timetable, but I remember in real time last year, because of the lack of information about it, is he having a setback? Did he have more than one setback? What's actually going on? But to hear people that were present when Darius Robinson suffered that injury last year in preseason, they knew it was severe. So it just gives you pause because it did derail completely Darius Robinson's season. And this is almost like rookie season part 2 for him. And you hope for more or a better situation for Walter Nolan III. Now, as Jarrett said, kind of typed up in the tease, the most beefed up position on this team is the defensive line. So even Bilal Nichols starting on PUP and Walter Nolan III starting on the physically unable to perform list, they're still in good shape. It's just not ideal.
Well, no, of course. Yeah, no, it's we don't need to treat this like the end of the world. It's because it's certainly not. And you're not, at least I wouldn't be counting or budgeting Walter Nolan to be an impact player in week 1. Even if he remained healthy, he would have had to prove that he was worthy of that. So, it's just a shame that this is a time that a lot of young players really need to kind of get their feet on the ground. And so he's going to have to make up that time at some point in time. Let's hope it's just not a serious that this is something that's going to cost him months and months.
Gannon said it's different from what Darius Robinson had, but didn't elaborate on that. On the B.J. Ojulari front, another guy that he got wiped out real early in camp last year with the ACL, did not play, coming back from that. Gannon was asked, hey, BJ can't practice. Is this going to set him back in your mind?
Obviously reps are learning experiences, so he missed a year of reps, of game reps, and I really liked where he was trending. But when he gets back, he'll pick up where he left off, and then, every day will be a learning experience for him.
And over the years, we've heard tons of players who are out with season-ending injuries talk about, yes, it's different, but it's also a valuable experience to be around the team and to see it from a different lens. There's not a whole lot of a track record for B.J. Ojulari, a guy who's counted on in that edge rusher rotation to contribute. But we'll see how valuable that experience was for him and how he can use a difficult year to his advantage.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So other than that, this is the first practice open to the public, so I'll be curious to see what kind of turnout they get, what kind of vibe, what kind of excitement they generate. It's always interesting because, it's the diehards who show up because, like I say all the time, watching football practice is hard. You don't really know what to pay attention to until they do the scrimmages or the 7-on-7 or 11-on-11, that kind of stuff. It'll be curious because this is this is supposed to be the payoff year after 2 years of rebuilding, painstaking years of rebuilding.
Yeah, and we've talked so much about, even in recent days, the difference between local and maybe internal expectations for this team and what the national perspective is on expectations. Jonathan Gannon kind of set the tone on expectations yesterday and how he defines them.
I mean, define it by the definition, I guess, Darren. But, that's it. To me, it's an external factor. We're working hard every day, doing our best that we can. Becoming a better football team.
Yeah, I mean, every coach has their personal level of expectation for himself, for his individual players, and for the team as a collective. And I mean, maybe they won't say it, but year 3, this is the NFL in 2025.
Yep.
You're not designed. It's not designed for long rebuilds. Once you tear things down, 3 years is about the requisite time frame. So
especially if you
there's
have
a little pressure on these expectations, sure.
Especially if you have a quarterback.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is that the Cardinals have, when this new regime got here, this is obviously by design, this slow build that they did. And Cardinal fans have been very, very patient. And as I've said repeatedly, the team has sort of recaptured the trust of football fans in the Valley the last couple of years with general competency and competitive spirit. But 3 years is the maximum amount of time it should be taking you, especially if you've got your quarterback piece already in place, and the Cardinals do. So, yeah, no excuses. This is the year where they got to produce.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Gannon also was asked about, hey, they went through an offseason. Hasn't really been too much in terms of off-field distractions with this team.
When I first got here, I had to talk to Buddha, so that was off the top of my head. I want you here, buddy. No, that was a phenomenal dinner. Yeah, I say this, it's a business, so I understand why those things happen. Monty has done a really good job, and Michael have done a really good job to eliminate a lot of those for us. And when you can eliminate a lot of those, now you can concentrate on football and getting better, and you're not really worried about distractions. Now, distractions are only distractions if you let them be that, but you're talking about people's lives too, so I understand that. I'm very grateful the spot that we're in as we sit here today, and that's because Michael and Monty have done a really good job with our players, and the business side of that. You see a lot of distractions come up with the business side, which the players should do that. But I feel really good about where the team is at, what our focus is on right now, which is getting better. And every day we got to maximize every day.
It's interesting how he framed that to me, because he focused on distractions from the business side of things, which the Cardinals have avoided. Mm-hmm. They have been proactive, generally speaking, on locking up their players, rewarding the ones that are deserving with new contracts, because you look at what's happening in the NFL right now as camps are all open around the league. If that's a distraction, as Jonathan Gannon describes it, there's a lot of distraction with a lot of NFL teams right now. Dallas, Cincinnati, Washington, it's all over the place.
A lot of noise in a lot of places, and there has been very little noise here the last couple of years. And there's a couple of factors for that. The Cardinals do not have a lot of marquee players who are up for contract extensions. The only thing I guess that would even qualify would be Kaiser White, right? A player that was part of the initial install here, handpicked to come with the coaching staff from Philly, a player that surely they want, but they're not going to pay for whatever reason. And it's... You're absolutely right when you look across what's happened in Cincinnati and Dallas, and there have been and will be more of this. It's been very quiet here the last couple of years.
Yeah, since the Buda Baker thing that Jonathan Gannon mentioned.
Yep.
Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up, sweep, swept, swap. We'll talk about the D-backs loss yesterday and all the fallout in D-backs Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hater ready. The payoff. Strike three called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and most people who have lived in Arizona have experienced the nightmare of waking up in the summertime and feeling, wow, it's really hot in this house. You crank up your air conditioning and that thermostat never moves, and you're looking at it and it's 86 degrees and 87 degrees, and then you have that awful realization, my air conditioner is broken. That is a summertime nightmare in Arizona. It's another reason why you call Parker & Sons. They can give you an air conditioning tune-up right now in the middle of summer that can do a lot of great things. It can prolong the life of your system. It can help you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent future breakdowns. But more than anything, it gives you that peace of mind, what I was just talking about, because the last thing you want is to deal with that summer summer nightmare where you're spending a couple nights in a hotel hoping and waiting for your air conditioning to get fixed. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all of their technicians are trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. Means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They pass drug tests. They have passed background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost their final home game at Chase Field before the trade deadline 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The D-backs are off today as we sit 1 week from the trade deadline. Will the team be sellers? Make sure to stay tuned at 7:45 as we ask President and CEO Derek Hall this and much more on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Cardinals began training camp with some bad news on the defensive side of the ball, as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the new-look Suns, go to ArizonaSports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night, 90-79, in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to avoid the 3-game sweep against the Houston Astros. They would send Brandon Vogt to the mound to take on Houston lefty Brandon Walter. Battle of the Brandons. Walter. D-backs got off to a great start. In fact, the best start a team can get off to Ketel Marte leading things off in the bottom of the first against Walter.
And Walter's first pitch is swung on and is hit well out to deep left field. Just like that, it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Chris Garagiola on the call. First pitch of the game, hammered 420 feet by Marte. D-backs lead 1-0. Things would stay stuck on that score for a while, but the D-backs definitely had chances. In the second, after back-to-back two-out singles by Blaze Alexander and Geraldo Perdomo to put runners on the corners, Walter got Marte to pop out in foul territory to first base to end the inning. Fought scattered hits, but kept posting zeros until the top of the sixth, that is. Christian Walker led off with a double. Yainer Diaz doubled, but Walker did not score due to some shoddy base running, which was defined. Wow. Was all over the place in this game.
Yes.
Runners on second and third, nobody out for Bryce Matthews.
And now the 0-1. Swung on, grounded to short. That'll score. Walker as Perdomo lost it. He came up too soon. And Perdomo, who made the base running mistake in the previous half inning, boots a routine grounder here, which will set up first and second, nobody out.
Yeah, so the run was going to score anyway. They don't get the out either. Yeah. Game tied. Fott would get Mauricio Dubon to line out to center. But that would end his day. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank would get the call from the Arizona bullpen. Astros would grab the lead just 3 pitches into his stint as Saalfrank faced Cooper Hummel.
There's the 1-1 pitch. And that's through the legs of McCann. And that's going to allow Diaz to score. It's the second straight game in which the Diamondbacks have given up a run on a wild pitch. Yeah, that's how Houston takes the lead. It's now 2-1.
Yeah, Astros with the lead. Saalfrank would get out of the inning without further damage, even though he threw a second wild pitch that allowed Matthews to take third base. Top of the 7th, Saalfrank got Shea Whitcomb to ground out, then walk Taylor Trammell. Torey Lovello called on right-hander Trevor Richards, who allowed a single to Caratini, then struck out Walker. Yainer Diaz at the plate, and the Astros tried to steal a run, literally.
And now the 0-1. Is too high. Runner goes. The double steal is on. Marte's throw to the plate, and out of the baseline is the call. Trammell is out, and the defense comes through. The Astros fail to score, and they run themselves right out of the 7th.
A little trickery by the Astros, foiled. Good throw by Marte. Things remain 2-1. Houston would tack on a run in the 8th. Diaz led off with a double, then got moved to third on a Matthews sac bunt. That brought up Mauricio Dubon.
The infield is in. You got to come home. First pitch, line drive, base hit, left field. Diaz scores. It's cut off by Gurriel. His throw to second holds Stubon at first with an RBI single. And the Astros extend their lead. It's now 3-1.
Yeah, D-backs bats would awaken in the bottom of the 8th against Houston's Bennett Souza. Geraldo Perdomo led off with a double to left. Ketel Marte singled. Runners on the corners for Corbin Carroll.
First and third for Carroll. And the pitch here from Souza. Swung on. That's ripped to right, and that's down. All the way to the corner it goes. Perdomo scores. Ketel going to be held at third. And the Diamondbacks pull it to within 1. It's now 3-2 with runners at second and third and nobody out.
You didn't hear Chris Garagiola talk about it, but you could tell from the sound effects from the crowd. When Ketel Marte got held at third, the crowd again went, oh. Should have been 3-3. Third base coach Sean Loughran held up Marte at third. He would have easily scored. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. followed by grounding out to third. Gino Suarez drew a walk to load the bases for Josh Naylor.
Here's the first pitch. Naylor swings, hits a shallow pop-up into right center. It's falling fast. That's down. Ketel's going to score. Everybody moves up 90 feet, and we are tied at 3.
Yep, might have been 4-3 at that point. With the bases still loaded, Randall Grichuk.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, grounder right to the shortstop short. He goes to Matthews for 1, and the throw to first for 2 is a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play.
Yeah, a big double play there to end that inning. To the 9th inning, Ginkel on for Arizona. Zach Short reached based on a bunt single to the pitcher. Taylor Trammell did the same thing, as strangely, Josh Naylor pulled his foot off the bag at first base. More sloppiness from the Diamondbacks. Ginkel would get Caratini to pop out to short. That brought up Christian Walker.
And now another 2-2. Is grounded up the middle. That is going to get through for a base hit. Short rounding third, he will score. Trammell gets to third, and the Astros take the lead 4-3.
Walker delivers, and once again, Houston 4-3 lead, as you heard Chris say. Josh Hader comes in to close things out for the Astros. Strikes out McCann, got Blaze Alexander to ground out. Perdomo single to left with 2 outs. Things all up to Ketel Marte.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
Yeah, you see it every game. Pitches out of the strike zone called strikes. It hits a little different when it's the last strike call of the game.
Indeed.
It was just a helpless feeling, and really a helpless feeling the entire series for the Diamondbacks.
Kind of was.
And people will focus on this loss and what it does to their mindset, and I think they're absolutely 100% sellers at this point. Not across the board, but they're going to make some trades for some popular players who are on their way out of town. What stuck out to me again yesterday in game 103 of the season was just, again, the top to bottom sloppiness. Base running.
Geraldo Perdomo running into an out, then in the top of the next inning, booting what is just a routine ground ball. And the Josh Naylor play, it got even weirder after the game when I heard him talk about it. And he said, I was pulling off the bag to tell him don't throw the ball because it's too late. And that wasn't the case at all.
No.
Had he stayed on the bag, the runner was going to be out. And so I didn't get that explanation one bit. Either way, like I said, it's more of that the lack of details, the little things that keep cropping up in these bad performances by the Diamondbacks.
Base coaching again.
Yeah.
That play we mentioned where the Diamondbacks should have come out of that inning with the lead. They didn't. They came out with the tie. Torey Lovullo was asked afterwards, did he agree with the situation and holding up Ketel Marte at third?
You know, once again, here I am watching it from a dugout spot, and I don't know the answer, the official answer. I just know we have to be very careful with Ketel. You know, he's a very strong body, and at times he's not 100%, but he was moving. I mean, I could see him coming pretty hard. But, you know, we've talked about it pregame and talked about that a lot, about who we got to guard and take care of, and Ketel's on that list. But I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet officially.
I mean, expected answer. He would have scored. And Torey Lovullo is right about one thing. He was moving well on that. And you also would have had Corbin Carroll at third base because, you know, Corbin Carroll is running with his hair on fire, trying to get his 15th triple of the year at that point.
Right.
It just seems like as the importance of the games later in the season is increasing, the aggressiveness on the base paths from a coaching and running standpoint has decreased.
Well, it's pretty clear that all of this is in Sean Larkin's head, right? Because earlier in the year, the issue was exactly the opposite. It was guys getting thrown out at home, and we're like, wait a minute, what is going on here? Do we need a different gatekeeper at third base? And now it just seems to be just the exact opposite. And I understand Torey always defending his guys. It's just the way he's built. It's the way he rolls. But before the game yesterday, he continued to claim that holding up Josh Naylor was the right move from the previous night.
It wasn't.
It wasn't. And the Astros told you that by throwing the ball to third base. Right? They're basically conceding the run for you.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of these little things that seem to be, that just keep flaring up, what they're doing, and I guess maybe the Diamondbacks should be grateful. This team is making their decisions very easy for them at the trade deadline. And we're going to get into the case of Geno Suarez as the show begins. There's a lot of people who are clamoring and asking the Diamondbacks to keep him, that Geno is exactly the kind of guy that you should have around here forever. You've got to realize the unique opportunity you have right now in the midst of a failed season to trade an aging player for a really good haul of young players.
Yeah.
And you cannot pass that up.
We'll have a lot more on the D-backs on today's show, as Bick said. Coming up next, the Suns reportedly bring in 2 guards yesterday. Where do these guards fit in the rotation? And are the Suns done with roster construction this summer? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Durant on the left side, guarded by Dort. Gives to an open Okogie. Right corner, Goodwin. A three on the way, and good again for Jordan Goodwin, as he's got 8 points on 2 for 3 from downtown on the night.
Oh, going back in the time machine to November of 2023 for the Jordan Goodwin 3 as a member of the Suns. He is once again a member of the Phoenix Suns. Waived by the Los Angeles Lakers. Suns reportedly picking up Jordan Goodwin, claiming him on waivers. Also reportedly adding guard Jared Butler.
Shut up, Jared.
Shut up, Jared.
He's my butler.
He's in the fold as well, which means if these reports are correct, and there's no reason to believe that they're not correct, Bick, that's 15 standard contracts,
and you've
3
got a
two-way
basketball
contracts,
team.
and there's your basketball team.
Okay, so here's the thought that occurred to me yesterday. And I thought, okay, how interesting that the Suns would use their last 2 roster spots on a pair of point guards who are both similar and both are just kind of okay, right?
Yeah, and I would even go as far as to describe both of them as more combo guys than true point guards. I think Jared Butler's got more point guard skills than Goodwin does, but yeah.
Okay. It occurred to me that what happens, is there a chance that for all the talk about how much we love Devin Booker, how committed we are to Devin Booker, how Devin Booker is the straw that stirs our drink, do you think that there's a contingency plan or maybe even a thought in the back of their minds that if this goes really bad out of the gates, we might be looking at an in-season trade of Devin Booker?
I get where you're going. I've seen others suggest as much.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the people, not necessarily including you, the other people that I've read articles from.
Okay.
Kind of portending really, really terrible play from the Phoenix Suns this year.
Right.
I will say this. It would be a departure for this organization because we know contingency plans have not been a strength of this organization in the last 3 years.
That is true.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But it just occurred to me because this also came on a day when Gambo proclaimed that Devin Booker is going to be the team's starting point guard. Now, it's something that we kind of all knew, but it was never anything that had been formalized.
It's also something repeatedly been expressed by Kellen and others that is not the best way to use Devin Booker.
No, it's not. But it's the function of having Jalen Green as part of the Kevin Durant trade, right? So if you have committed to starting Devin Booker and Jalen Green, well, then Devin Booker's got to be your point guard because it can't be Jalen Green.
Yeah, which, I mean, it puts both of those players in weird positions.
Yes.
Because it puts Booker in the position of, like, doing this again, which he shows he can do.
Mm-hmm.
He had some really good assist games last year, but obviously we're looking at a 36-win team. It puts Jalen Green in a spot where he's looking for a fresh start. He had his goodbye to Houston yesterday published in the Players Tribune. Said he's looking forward to rolling with Book, but everybody knows it's not an ideal fit. And Suns fans know it's not an ideal fit. And remember, go back to when that trade was announced. The first thought from a lot of people was, oh, they'll just spin Jalen Green off somewhere else.
Yeah.
And very quickly after that feeling was out there, the Suns were like, nope, we're keeping him. So he's kind of, I'm not going to say he's going to be a target of Suns fans, but the fit is just too reminiscent of what this team just went through.
Yes.
And I hope they're able to work through it. And I hope, this belief of addition by subtraction or new blood or different vibes, those are going to have to be strong to overcome the positional overlap and the lack of a true point guard once again.
It's implying that the Suns higher-ups think that the only reason that it didn't work with Booker and Beal is because Beal was injured, not because of the positional problem.
Yeah, but again, that's assuming that they wanted Jalen Green, and I agree with Vinny that that what they got in return for Kevin Durant is not the package they wanted. They did not want to deal with this positional overlap stuff again, an imbalanced backcourt, if you will. I believe that.
Well, going back to your point, say this again. The
So
Suns
it's
organization's belief that it didn't work only because Beal was hurt?
Yeah, because otherwise they're putting together the same thing where Booker's going to be the point guard. There's positional overlap. Like the big piece they acquired and the starting lineup that they're building around is 2 guards again.
Yeah, I mean,
or else why would you do it again?
But because it wasn't their choice.
That's the point.
They acquiesced to the wishes of Kevin Durant in all of this.
That's it. KD won the day, ended up orchestrating a trade where he wanted to go, and they could not get Houston to budge in terms of what they were giving Phoenix in return.
Okay, but
now they're stuck with playing Jalen Green and Devin Booker together. I don't think it's what they wanted to do.
And if the Suns,
but like you said though, they could have flipped Green and they instantly weren't interested in that.
They tried, and nobody wanted him. Well, he just signed a big deal. He got paid. If Jalen Green didn't have that contract, the Suns could have spun him.
And if Jalen Green didn't have the playoff performance that he had, he might not have been included in the first place.
That's right.
And if Jalen Green didn't have that contract, he couldn't have been included in the Durant trade anyway. Because he needed the.
Yeah. So what I'm getting to here is if all of this is sort of patchwork, making the best out of a bad situation, are they actually planning for what might be if the ship hits the iceberg early? Now,
I thought you were going to say the fan.
Well, right. Well, and again, it's interesting because Devin Booker. We all know Devin Booker. Devin Booker's not the kind of guy to make a lot of noise. Devin Booker has got a high tolerance level for pain and for shame and for losing. He's proven that very early in his career. So the idea that at some point in time, Devin Booker is just going to go, you know what? Enough of this. I have a hard time seeing him do it. But
not halfway into a season after he just signed his big contract.
Yes, but there are people who are wondering what if this does happen, and what if the Detroit Pistons? There's been a lot of Detroit Pistons chatter with Devin Booker in the last couple of months.
He owns several Detroit Tigers hats, so there must be something there. He wears Red Wing stuff on the bench when he's hurt.
Yes. So my point is what if they're actually contingency planning and looking at a guy like Jared Butler and going, okay, maybe we can pop him in as point guard if we have to trade Devin Booker.
I hope that's not what they're thinking.
Look, it's an interesting food for thought nugget. I don't think it's a possibility during this season.
I don't either, but I couldn't get the thought out of my head yesterday.
Jordan Goodwin is back. And I will say this, for the Suns to say in the offseason, hey, there's certain types of players that we want, one thing you can say about Jordan Goodwin is he plays really hard.
He does play hard. These guys both have some grit to them, so they check the grit box.
Did you ever think grit would be a key word in Arizona sports ever again?
After Kirk Gibson?
No,
I thought it was going to be dead forever.
It's back. Coming up next, did the Astros just clear up all doubt about whether the D-backs should be buyers or sellers at the deadline? We'll get into that subject straight ahead here on this Thursday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you'll find more than big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you're in the mood for a big screen television, they can take your sports fandom to the very next level, talking about a huge selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. If you've ever wondered what a television that big looks like, head on down to Waltz. You can find it in their theater room. It is pretty spectacular. All the major name brands, you are looking for all the audio components. You put the right audio component with the right television, built for live action sports, you will have magic. At Waltz TV and Appliance, you're going to get the best selection, great prices. You're going to get red carpet service. They'll match any price you bring to them. They'll get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. Remember, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their expertise is unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Looking for premium golf without the premium price? Verado Golf Club is your premier 36-hole destination, offering stunning mountain views, 2 award-winning courses, and top-tier hospitality, all at an unbeatable price. Whether you're here for the challenge or the scenery, Verado delivers the ultimate desert golf experience. So grab your clubs and book your tee time today. Verado Golf Club, where championship golf meets everyday value. Visit VeradoGolfClub.com to reserve your round now.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The D-backs are off today as we sit 1 week from the trade deadline. Will the team be sellers? Make sure to stay tuned at 7:45 as we ask President and CEO Derek Hall this and more on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Cardinals began training camp with some bad news yesterday on the defensive side, as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the new look Suns, go to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night 90-79 in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. That is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Rick. When will the Diamondbacks start making trades ahead of the deadline? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
This is a very frustrating time, and I watched it for a couple of days where I feel like we didn't play our game and link up those at-bats and drive starting pitchers out of the game and get into a portion of their bullpen maybe that they weren't comfortable using, whether it's not their positive role guys or because they couldn't use certain guys because their bullpen was taxed from their series in Seattle. So it's just it's a grinding time right now. And we got to find a way to figure this out quickly.
Torey Lovullo, after yesterday's loss to the Astros, they get swept 3 games by Houston, including the last 2 games where their starting pitchers combined to give up 2 earned runs in 11 2/3 innings combined. But just couldn't string together at bats, as you heard. Sloppiness on the base pass, sloppiness in the field. Those have been constants for this team this year. And with all due respect to Torey Lovullo, I get it. He says that, got to figure it out. We're going to keep fighting. There's not anything really to figure out anymore. This is figured out. Mm-hmm. They did figure it out for you. It's time to sell.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this series has provided all the evidence, anecdotal, statistical, whatever you're kind of looking for. I think it's all been in this past series. And mainly just the overarching feeling of a team that can look so great over the weekend in sweeping the Cardinals, then coming and getting swept. It's become a stupid joke on this show. Sweep, swept, swooped. But you've got it sweep, swept, swapped.
Yeah.
Which is a lot more apropos. So, look, I think I understand the sentiment of Arizona sports fans in watching Gino Suarez and seeing how spectacular he has been since last July and how great he has been this season. I read the other day a thing in the LA Times about Shohei Ohtani hit a home run tying Gino Suarez for the league lead. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Ohtani is the National League leader again, but it took him hitting home runs in 5 straight games to do it.
Yeah, but so when there's a time when Shohei Ohtani is chasing your guy for the home run lead, your guy is having a really good season.
Well, there was a picture yesterday that kind of went viral, semi-viral, we'll say, on social media, and it was after the game. It was the last home game for the Diamondbacks before the trade deadline, and Gino Suarez is the only person in the picture, and he's just kind of leaning up against the dugout railing, and he's looking out. And we've seen that look before. It's usually at the end of something, usually at the end of a series, but he knows this could be it. And he was asked about that after the game, why he lingered on the field after the game.
I was a little bit pissed because I think we got it. We should have won that game, but it is what it is. I think we got to take our day off tomorrow and have a good series in Pittsburgh. It's a lot of things right now. It's going on in my mind. I don't know what's going to happen next week, but my heart is still here. I'm still here. I'm part of this team, and I care about my off day tomorrow, and then do my best in Pittsburgh Friday, starting Friday, and try to win games.
Look, Eugenio Suarez is going to be the most coveted bat in this trade market. So there's going to be a bidding war.
Oh, yeah.
The Yankees are in on him. The Cubs are in on him. The Mariners want him. There was reports last night that there's mutual interest between the D-backs in sending Suarez back to Cincinnati. There's only 3 games ahead of the Diamondbacks in the standings, which is interesting. It sucks. Everybody here loves Gino Suarez. Everybody in that building and clubhouse loves Gino Suarez, what he's brought. He's been fun to watch, but that's the byproduct of disappointment, and this team just didn't have it this year. But the list of candidates is a lot longer than Gino Suarez. We've been talking about Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller's coming back from the injured list. I think there's going to be interest in him. Jalen Beeks. Gambo mentioned he's hearing reports of interest. The Diamondbacks are getting contacted on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. So they could be even more active than we thought.
Yeah.
Now, there's others. I mean, Jeff Passan is very dialed in from ESPN. He's kind of bracing for I forget what the phrase was, but a predictably boring trade deadline. It may be boring in a lot of other places, but it shouldn't be boring in Arizona.
Well, yeah, no, it shouldn't be. And again, let's get back to the Gino Suarez thing here, because I've seen from some media and from some fans begging the team to not trade him. And again, I think sometimes this market, you get attached to players, and I understand you don't ever want to trade anybody. We had these discussions as they involved Devin Booker not that long ago. What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. I think when you do the calculus on Gino, you've got to get a little cold-hearted with this, and you've got to realize that for whatever reason, the stars have aligned where at age 35, Gino Suarez is just has morphed into a very dynamic hitter and a guy that contending teams would love to plop in the middle of their lineup, especially if you've got championship hopes in baseball. You know the quality of pitching you're going to encounter on the way to the World Series. Mm-hmm. And to throw a bat like Gino into the middle of your lineup, that's a powerful add. So this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks to kind of mitigate some of the damage that has been done this year. And I'm not talking about damage in the standings. I'm talking about damage to players and pitchers that are not going to be around next year, primarily Corbin Burns. So if you can identify a couple of prospects that might be real kind of boom type prospects, it's a great opportunity. And I think as a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Yep. Gino, and this is a little bit long, but he was also asked about the deadline, and he said he really didn't want to think about it.
It is a lot. I mean, I don't want to talk to that about that right now because nothing happened yet, and obviously this thing had a part of my heart right here, and like I say, I feel like I'm at home. This team is being a lot to me, and all the last 2 years being in my career changed everything here in Arizona. You know, I am who I am right now because last 2 years being great, and this is it's a lot about this team. You know what I mean? And like I say, I don't want to think about that now because it's nothing happened yet. I just want to wait the time, and like I say, we got to fly today to Pittsburgh. I'm gonna enjoy my off day tomorrow and see what happens Friday. So I go day by day, and if something happens, let's wait for it. Like I say, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to make anything change. It is what it is, and I just want to think about Friday.
Yeah, I mean, that's the attitude. But when you hear, my career changed here. This team has a part of my heart. That's the stuff that gets the fan base emotional because he's such an easy guy to root for. But I wonder too, like, and I'm not going to back off what I said. He's going to be the most coveted bat in this entire process in Major League Baseball. But he's also a streaky player. And we've seen that even in his year and a half in Arizona. Mm-hmm. The first half of last year, not good. Since then, he's been on fire. Even to a lesser degree, 5 home runs over the course of 3 games. Struck out 4 times in a row. I mean, he's an up and down player, and I wonder what a change of scenery would do to a guy like that who is, he is a little bit emotional about playing in Arizona, and he wants to stay here, and he's made it clear that he wants to stay here. So I wonder if that affects anything. My guess tells me no.
Yeah, but you have to factor in the age of the player. At 35 years of age,
he's not the third baseman of the future.
No, that's it. And if you've got to repair this pitching rotation on the fly for next season, this is just an opportunity you can't pass up.
Yeah, and
that's the way I view it. And I love Gino as much as anybody.
And I think even if not even looking at Martinez and Puck, but if Corbin Burns was going to be healthy and you could count on that health at the start of next year, the stance might be completely different. He's not healthy. He's not coming back for a while.
That's exactly right.
Now, his attitude and his involvement while he's away from the team is encouraging because he's fighting to get back, but it doesn't beat science. That is going to be a big factor. And we talked to Derek Hall about it last week, about not just this year, but how much next year and the reality of the injury situation. affects things. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the Cardinals' passing offense will revolve around two key players this season, Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., and we'll hear from both of them on day one of camp next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know better than anyone. Winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court and having the ability to win in court becomes essential. One of many reasons you pick up the phone and call Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. All of them disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their experience, their passion, their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, which means they have great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they don't only win 98% of their cases, big and small. They win big, consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state, and it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to not only win, but win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, this is the heavy-hitting firm you need in your corner, and remember, you will pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
I would say a lot more relaxed, not as nervous and fidgety, but just a lot more relaxed, calm. It's allowed me to go out there and just be free a little bit.
Yeah, I feel every year's the year, right? You start the season 0-0. Everybody starts with a clean slate, and I fully expect us to, be a very good team this year, to win a lot of football games, and I expect that every single year, man. I come in here wanting to win, want to be a great offense, great team, and everything, and I fully expect us to be a good team. But ultimately, it starts today, starts tomorrow, and you just got to improve every single day to get to that ultimate goal.
Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, both speaking to the media yesterday as the Cardinals had their first training camp practice. That one was closed to the fans. Today, open to the fans. First appearance of fans this year in the 2025 season. Today out at State Farm Stadium. But two very important players, obviously the two key members along with Kyler Murray in this passing offense. McBride elevated to one of the top players at his position last year. If Marvin Harrison Jr. can have a similar type ascension in year two to what Trey McBride had in his third year, now we're talking.
No doubt about it. The Cardinals offense, I believe they finished 11th in offense last year, which means they're producing at a good enough level. If their defense can crack the top 10, then you're talking about a team that should compete for a division title. But I do agree with you that we're all going to expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to kind of do what Trey McBride did. Shake off a real shaky first season and then kind of morph into something spectacular. It's amazing. Darren Urban wrote about this yesterday, that for a guy that just was named number 65 on the NFL's top 100 list, that's a great accomplishment for a third-year player. It was only a couple of years ago when the future seemed very uncertain for Trey McBride. And that really needs to be a guiding light for Marvin Harrison Jr., that there is a light at the end of this tunnel, and it's pretty bright if you can get out of it. And a lot of the speculation with Marvin Harrison Jr. has been on what he has done to his body in the offseason. His arms, as most people know now, look fantastic. And it points to a guy who has put serious commitment into the weight room during the offseason. And yet I find it striking how dismissive Marvin Harrison Jr. is about this. When he was first asked about it, it was like, oh, I didn't really do much different. Yeah, and then yesterday he's talking about, I've just been eating really big breakfasts.
Yeah, he was asked about, and there was a lot of questions about his weight, the number on the scale, his workout routine, philosophy change, all of those things. Here was Marvin Harrison Jr. when asked, was it difficult eating more?
I would say, like anything, the first couple weeks, it kind of takes you getting used to it. I'm not even a big breakfast guy, but I got to eat my breakfast now, have a big breakfast. So that's probably the biggest challenge, waking up and not hungry, but still kind of making sure you fuel yourself anyway. So that's probably the biggest challenge.
See, I just had a flashback a few weeks ago during Father's Day. We had the Mock My World dad sayings.
Yeah.
Another one my dad always said. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day,
son.
It means breaking your fast.
Right. So that's not how you develop great muscular gains. That you don't get it just by eating big breakfast. So there's something about this that Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't want to fess up to or explain, right? Because and I'm not suggesting there's any PED use or anything like that. I'm just saying that generally somebody who puts in the time in the gym to get the gains that Marvin Harrison Jr. does, very proud of it. You want to talk about it. You want to show it off. And he's being very coy, if you will, about it.
I think that is just more personality driven than anything else. He seems like a humble guy who doesn't necessarily look. He's been under the spotlight for a long time in his life. I don't know if it's necessarily comfortable for him. The first soundbite we played when he talked about how he's different this year, much more relaxed. He used the word less fidgety.
That's it. So I think the two are tied together.
Yeah.
I really believe that Marvin Harrison Jr., when he got a taste of the speed and the violence of the NFL, it was far more than he even anticipated, and it caused him a lot of emotional distress. And I think you saw it in his play very early on. But I think it's very commendable of him to go and attack that the way that he did. And so for him to look the way he does and then admit that he's more relaxed and less fidgety, that would tell you he's just much more comfortable with the idea of being a professional football player. That's my read on it.
He also talked about, the weight gain and the bulking up. Is that just a growth of philosophy or a change in philosophy?
Probably a mixture of both. If anything, everybody tells you always the eating too. That's probably the biggest thing, just being able to eat more. In college, I didn't eat as probably as much as I should have. Not that we didn't have it available, just, I don't know, wasn't a big eater then. Now I kind of eat a lot more.
Look, this is quite likely, Bick, nothing more than, and we brought this up before, life in the NFL is different.
Yeah.
I got an experience of 17 games, and it didn't come as easy as everything else had come to me, and I have to make changes to be successful.
That's it.
That's what that's what the great pros do.
Right. And I think that he doesn't want to speak on it too much because it hasn't been put back into action yet.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, listen, I find it very commendable. In being around him a bit last year and listening to him talk, he's a wonderful kid, and so he's exactly the kind of kid you want to cheer for. But he needed to get a little more. He needs to get a little more hardcore on a football field, and that is the start. That's how he's attacking that.
And the pressure is on him. The pressure has been placed on him by the organization, who chose not to make any moves in the wide receiver room. Essentially telling everyone that he is going to ascend to a true wide receiver one this season.
Yeah, on Trey McBride, you mentioned it, Bick, number 65 on the top 100 list for the NFL this year. He talked about cracking the top 100 for the first time in his career.
Yeah, obviously that's a huge honor. It's something I've grown up watching and always dreamed about being on that. And, to finally make my way on there, 65 this year, it's really cool to finally get on that. And hopefully I can stay on there for a long time.
Yeah, and I think he's going to, with the way he attacks his job.
I don't see how he doesn't.
Yeah.
The comfort level that he already has with Kyler Murray, the amount of receptions, he's always open and he never drops the football. It's a good combination. It's a real good combination.
Speaking of the Cardinals, we were just kind of brainstorming things, and with all these quarter-century lists that are coming out, me and you are going to have an exercise tomorrow, which I think is going to be fun, and it's going to be both a current and a trip down memory lane for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We're going to draft our all-time Arizona Cardinals teams. And we're not even limiting it to the last 25 years.
No.
We're going 88 to now.
I can't wait.
Can't wait to call the name Larry Centers. So we'll do that tomorrow, offense, defense, special teams. Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through the big stories of this Rush Hour reboot. Oh, is it Jesse? I didn't see your note.
I heard him call himself Rick.
It's the worst nickname that Wolf has ever given someone, don't you think? It's
Greg Brady's pretty
somehow
bad.
Greg Brady's pretty bad.
But at least Greg Brady, it makes you think of, the show, the Brady Bunch, and there was the reasoning behind it. Rick is an even less exciting name than Jesse. But I get, the connection.
Yes.
Jesse's girl, Rick Springfield.
There's a perfect other nickname that could have been used, though. Isn't that right, Springfield?
Yeah, that's it.
Better, right? Well, anyway.
Or even Rick Springfield's character on General Hospital. Dr. Noah Drake.
Wow. That's a pull. Wow.
Hey, I'm a huge Rick Springfield
Was
fan.
that back in the Luke and Laura era, Vinny?
I think so. Rush Hour Reboot with Rick is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having already done business with Advanced Window Products, I can tell you one of the coolest things about them is their vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're a family-owned, locally operated company, and that is exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big corporation or a big company, and not surprisingly, they are the highest-rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in Arizona, and I can say that confidently because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They've got their own factory in the valley where they'll build your windows specifically for our climate, then they'll install them, then they guarantee them for life. If you think you need new windows, you probably do, folks. I realize that after living here 15 years, that's about the lifespan for your windows, and the Arizona sun is terrible on windows. If you need windows, highly recommend you call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great summertime special. You'll get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. $2,500 off. Pretty great deal. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab-grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The D-backs are off today as we sit 1 week from the trade deadline. Will the team be sellers? Make sure to stay tuned at 7:45 as we speak to President and CEO Derek Hall on Bickley and Murata mornings. The Cardinals begin training camp with some bad news on the defensive side as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the new look Suns, go to ArizonaSports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night 90-79 in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Pinch hitting for Saboka to deliver the reboot. Rick.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Number 2.
I can't really see Dan in this seat.
Yeah, this is
right. It's kind of odd, huh?
The studio setup is not ideal for
No, not really.
several things.
No, not really. All right, guys. I'll start with the D-backs. The D-backs lost 4-3 yesterday to the Houston Astros as the Astros completed the sweep and all but ended any chance of the D-backs being buyers at the deadline. So I ask you guys, what was the biggest flaw with this season's D-backs team? Injuries, management/coaching, Zach Gallen's disappointing year, or defensive miscues and not creating chaos on the bases?
Whew, that's a nuanced question. I think it's a combo of things. Every team has injuries, and yes, the D-backs got hit hard. They just never responded to them to a degree. I mean, look at the team that just swept them. That was a B team they had out there yesterday.
I know.
They didn't play Jose Altuve, and they still won that game. To me, can I go off the list of choices?
Yes.
I think the vibes were off all year. I was having a discussion with a buddy of mine yesterday, and he said the weirdness started right away when there was a poll of 32 different people to determine who the starting day pitcher was going to be.
Yes.
And we thought it was weird in real time. It never seemed the same to me.
It seemed to me like they just slow rolled their way into the season. They began the season unprepared, and they've been sort of chasing their tail ever since. I would vote, even though I'm not always sympathetic to injuries because it's often an excuse. If I had to rank them, that's reason number one.
Mhm.
But
You can't dismiss it.
Yeah, but it's much more complicated than that. And I agree with Vinny. The vibes have just been off all year long.
Bad vibes. That's the choice. That
Even
I'll
with
add
Gino
that.
Suarez in the clubhouse.
Yeah, and Geraldo Perdomo, who's ultimate good vibes.
Yeah.
The frog.
The first day of open practice for the Arizona Cardinals is today. What will you guys be watching during this year's training camp?
Hopefully nothing. I don't like watching football practice.
Yeah, football practice. Football practice not my favorite thing to watch either. What I do want
You're not talking to Ron Wolfley here.
Yeah,
let me put it that way.
right. What I do want to say, well, it's hard watching football practice. You know, the people who do it, it's a refined art. Beat writers who cover football teams, they have the unenviable task of having to take roll in their head every day they take the field.
That is true. And I will go out to camp a couple days. But I'm guilty of it. I admit it. And I know there's probably a lot of people that are trying to get work done while I'm there. I just start up conversations with people and I just talk their ear off. But in terms of what I want to see, obviously monitoring what Marvin Harrison Jr. will become, or what step he'll take. It starts right now. Unfortunately, we have to keep an eye on the defensive line position already because there's 3 guys not out there on day 2 of training camp. We're even out there on day 1, and
Listen,
Will Johnson is another player that I'm very interested in watching.
There's a lot of Cody Simon. There's a lot of individuals that I'm very interested in watching. But if you're talking about developments, it's Kyler Murray's connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. I want that to kind of pop in practice. And then I'm curious if this revamped defense, sometimes you see this on football teams when teams are lopsided or teams have a really great defense. Early in camp, the offense can't get anything done, and it really creates interesting scenes, right? Mm-hmm. Some fights, a lot of chirping. Well, I wonder if the Cardinal defense is going to be that good.
And there's been advertised increased friction is the word they're using. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Gannon made reference to it yesterday, too. A little bit more friction in training camp, so that's something to watch.
Yeah.
And I'd like to actually literally look and see, how does Marvin Harrison Jr. move around and look with this bigger, bulkier body? Is he still as, smooth, faster, not as fast, not as fluid?
That's certainly something to look for.
I like watching football practice, actually, hitting the sled, 11 on 11, 7 on 7. I think it's kind of fun. It's a lot more better than watching like fungos in baseball,
Well, I think it's my bias on practice is not, or watching practice is not really just relegated to football. It's across the board.
No, look, it's when you're talking about 7 on 7s or 11 on 11s, full team scrimmages. Of course, that's interesting. Yeah. It's when all the position groups are off doing their things. Right? What do I want to watch today? Do I want to watch guys hitting blocking sleds? It's hard. It's not the most compelling of things. But that's how football teams have to prepare.
Rick, I'm glad I'm not alone in this.
No,
we got each other's back.
That's right.
Strong opponents of football practice watching. The Phoenix Suns continue to bring in former Washington Wizards for some reason. Report
Said the Wizards fan.
Said the Wizards fan. Yeah.
A roster full of Wizards and Hornets.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. What could go wrong?
Yeah. Reportedly signing guard Jared Butler and reportedly bringing back guard Jordan Goodwin because that worked out really well the first time. What do you guys make of these moves by the Suns?
I've seen Jordan Goodwin, and he's okay. He's not a guy that's going to get me excited. So it's just a backcourt depth, I guess.
They had 2 roster spots open, and they added those players to fill those spots because they possess ingredients that this team is looking for. Grit, play hard. Jordan Goodwin's, I was excited about the acquisition of Jordan Goodwin when they got him and his attitude. And look, it was 40 games of, it was okay.
Yeah.
He plays hard. He's a really good defensive player. They had open roster spots, and they added play. And they needed guards and ball handling ability, so that's what they added. I don't think there's too much to read into it.
Next time they'll add Gilbert Arenas.
I think I heard his son just got injured, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, too bad for him.
It's been a bad run for his son. He had the car accident.
Now he's injured.
He's out 6 to 8 months with a knee injury. Are there any good Wizards they could go after?
Not really.
Well, not in the
Bub
last 10 years.
Carrington's pretty good. Alex Sarr is not great, and he was a big-time draft pick last
They're
year.
not going to give up on those guys yet.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, they love to trade guys that are trending in the positive direction.
That is true. All right, we're all rebooted. Thanks, Rick. Coming up next, did the Astros sweep at Chase Field clear things up in terms of path for the Diamondbacks? We will talk to Derek Hall, president and CEO of the club, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know the summer sales event is going on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And what does that mean for you? It means a lot of zeros. That's right. My buddy John Nissen, he's the GM at Earnhardt Ford, his entire team They've kicked off some amazing deals that you got to hear about. And yes, talking about a lot of zeros. With approved credit, you can get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And these offers are available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 2025 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even the 2025 all-electric Lightning truck, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on and on. Plus, buy now, get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Yep, another 0. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end September 30th, 2025. Stop in person. Earnhardt Ford, I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. If you do, tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for. You can always shop online, complete your entire buying process online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com. And that ain't no bull.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
That baby is Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President. He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Hail to the chief. Derek Hall. The President. On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, D-backs with an off day today before they start a 9-game road trip in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. We are 1 week away from the trade deadline. All things in the air for this ball club. We're joined by Derek Hall, the president and CEO, for his weekly visit right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, guys. You know, we've had some fun interviews in the past, and this one's going to take the cake, isn't it?
It is.
It's been
but
quite a week,
It's always
Derek.
good to be on with you, Bick, and you, Vinny, Boom Boom, Murata.
Oh, that one might catch on. Maybe.
The Vinny Boom Boom, that goes back. Hey, who was it? Was that one of the
Sweat Hogs?
Was that Yeah, welcome back, Cotter. Was it Vinny
That's
Boom Boom
it?
Washington?
No, it was Freddie Boom Boom Washington and Vinny
Okay.
Barbarino.
Yeah.
Combined
All right,
sweat
but now we're
hogs.
going to
Come
go
on.
Vinny Boom Boom.
I like it. Vinny Boom Boom Murata.
We've been hearing for a long time, or for a bit now, Derek, about from Torey Lovello, from players on this roster. We want to make the decision difficult. We want to make things difficult for Mike Hazen at the deadline, meaning we want to give reason for those guys to stick around. As we stand a week from the trade deadline, how difficult is the organizational decision on whether to buy or sell at this point, Derek?
Well, I think, Vince, it definitely was after the St. Louis series.
Yeah.
And things were looking up, and we're back to 500. The way we played against Houston and the way we've played against Houston the last couple of years, you scratch your head. But I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic. And you don't just make that decision on the final day of the deadline. You don't say that day, okay, well, or, we're still 3 under, or we're 5 below, or we're 500, and we're going to sell. No, because a lot of preparation goes into it. You have to talk to 29 teams, or in this case, 20 to 25 teams, because so many teams are still in it. You look at where you are in the standings. You look at where, not only in the NL West, but you look where you are in the wild card. 5.5 doesn't sound like too big an uphill battle, yet you have a number of teams in front of you. So when you have the assets that you do and you can improve your team, that's your responsibility. I don't want to part ways with any of our players either, yet it is our responsibility to the fans, those same fans that don't want to move any of our players, and that says a lot about the character we have on this team and how they engage with our fans. But we owe it to them to better prepare ourselves for the next couple of years. And who knows, we could still be very competitive for the rest of the year. That's our intention.
Mm-hmm. I've been guilty of wishful thinking a few times with the baseball team. Over the weekend, I really thought the desperation and the urgency was there. What's happened the past 3 games, and what is it about the Astros in that other dugout that seems to bring out the worst in you guys?
Oh, they really do, Bick. And I would have said, maybe it was the pressure, maybe it was the worrisome built around the trade deadline. I don't believe really any of that. I think we just played sloppy baseball, and it's been inconsistent and sloppy all season. And I think our players would tell you that too. But when you don't pick up the ball on routine plays, when you don't catch the ball, and when you make base running errors, you're not going to win games against a good team. And the Astros have arguably one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, and they showed that. They lined up all the left-handers against us. I mean, we've had difficulty at times against lefties, and they have all those lefties coming out of the bullpen too. We just had trouble, and I don't think they put extra pressure on themselves. I really don't. I don't think they were worried about the trade deadline in those games, or they would have been worried during the St. Louis series too, and they certainly weren't. I just think, the Astros are a very good team. They came in here with a swagger, and they know the track record against us. They're very comfortable in our home, and we got beat. We didn't play good baseball, and that's been a problem all year.
Derek Hall, the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You said it. It's been, fits of sloppiness all year long. And when you look at Torey Lovello's recent history as manager, one of the hallmarks of Torey teams has been they do play baseball the right way. They do the little things. And we were just talking about it in the Rush Hour reboot, Derek. Maybe you heard it about, what has plagued this team this year. When you sit here and talk to us this morning about, and you've used the word disappointed and frustrated a lot with us this season, but where does that rank on your list of disappointment and frustration that this team hasn't played Diamondback baseball consistently for now 103 games?
Well, first off, I did hear it, and I listen all the time, Vince. I'm, from start to finish of every one of your shows I listen to, because I'm always entertained, and I love your content.
Thank you, Derek.
And I'm not just saying that. You guys know that. So I think, like you guys said, it's a combination. I think first and foremost, you can't ignore the injuries, but I've never wanted to use those as an excuse. And we all laughed about it a couple of weeks ago. We say, well, we're not going to use injuries as an excuse, but we've had a lot, so you are using it. So I think in addition to that, it's just been, we thought we had depth, and we did, but that depth went away quickly because of those injuries. So I'm not really pointing to the injuries. I'm pointing to the lack of depth, and then just not playing clean baseball, being very sloppy. It seemed like inconsistently every other game we've made mistakes that we don't ordinarily make. And so I'm looking for a second half where we play the game the right way, play it like we always have. Pick up the ball, throw the ball, catch the ball, And, let's get back to some exciting baseball. The beauty of this team, you guys have touched on it the last couple of days, is Mike has built it so that we already have a core. We've got guys that are under control for many years. It's not a rebuild. Vic, I thought you said it perfectly yesterday. It's a reset. We're not rebuilding here because we already have our young, talented core there in place. Now we're just going to try and acquire other pieces, I believe, to enhance that and to set us up for more future success. But we have a very good team. We have a very good core. Let's look at going into this trade deadline. If we are indeed selling, and I believe we should at this point, that's me, and fans could be mad at me, but I think it's time for us to be responsible enough to improve our team with what we have. And with that, let's enhance our future. Let's bring in, more assets for us. Let's rebuild that farm system that has gotten better and better over the years.
That's a great point to make because, I've been saying this. The one thing that has been plaguing this organization is you have a great year and you haven't been able to stack successive postseason playoff appearances in successive seasons, and that's how you really build something special. And you kind of felt a couple of years ago that you had something that was going to kind of make multiple playoff appearances. Now this trade deadline gives you guys an opportunity to kind of fill in some holes that came up this year and maybe hit reset for next year. So I guess what I'm asking is talk about that opportunity in alignment with the fact that you guys were at least prescient enough to go and lock up some of these guys so this isn't going to be a one-hit wonder kind of deal.
Yeah, bingo. I agree, Bick. I do think we have to temper our expectations a little bit because when you're talking about rentals and that's how the other teams are going to see these players, they're not willing to give up their best prospects. So we're going to, try and cash in as best we can. There's going to be a bidding war for our guys. You know that. These are very talented players, and there may not be deals to be had. That's a reality too. But I do believe in the core that we have. I love the fact that we signed Corbin Carroll to a long-term deal, Geraldo Perdomo, Brandon Pfaadt. We've got guys on this team that you can build around, and you have excitement for the future. But we did put all chips in. We really did. And unfortunately, a lot of things happened, and it hasn't worked so far. You're 3 games under 500. In a normal season, you might be saying, we're having a pretty good season, right? We can get back to 500. We still have a chance to compete here. Yet our expectations were so high. Mine were certainly. I thought we were going to return back to the postseason, and who knows, we still could. But we're not playing like we should. We don't have the record that we should. So let's take advantage of this situation and use the trade deadline to the best of our ability. We have not been sellers in a long time. And again, I've always said, and Mike would say it too, he's got an unbelievable track record of selling and buying. So he doesn't just look 3 years from now. We do have a lot of injuries like we've talked about even going into next year, yet we can still build this team with guys that are major league ready or maybe already in the major leagues who can help our team this year, next year, and the year after.
In terms of the return on some of these players, when and if these deals go down, Derek, and you talked about, we all know it, the rental feel for a lot of the Diamondbacks that could be talked about and coveted by teams, but is it safe to assume that the return would be mid-level prospects that are either beginning their major league careers or just ready to make that jump to the majors?
I think that's probably ideal, Vince. It's whether they're willing to give those guys up. So I think we're going to ask for all things. We're going to, you go into these discussions with teams and you've got a long list of players. Some are already on the major league roster that are under control. Some are just about to make their leap. Some are, recently signed that you were hoping to get in the draft. So it's really all across the board for us. But I think, and I've said it before with you guys, this is an exciting time. Rather than fans getting upset if we sell, they should get excited about the players that we can bring into this organization. And I get it, and you guys talked about, how popular Gino is, and I love him. I mean, I texted him and congratulated him a couple weeks back and told him, you're my favorite player right now. I know I sound like Merrill Kelly, but he is, he's a wonderful person. He is. I love him. My mother texted me the other day and said, and she lives in Vegas, all my friends are worried you're going to trade this guy. I get it, right? I get emails from people saying, please don't trade. I would write myself and say, don't trade Gino Suarez. But, again, back to responsibility and what we could get in return. I don't know yet, but we've got to get, in my opinion, we have to get a little aggressive now because teams have been waiting. They've been watching our team, and quite honestly, they've been hoping we lose so that they can take advantage of it and try and acquire some of these players. So we know that there's a demand out there for our guys. We have the supply, and hopefully we cash in, and it's fun for our fans. They see us acquiring assets that are going to help us in the future.
Yep. Derek, thanks so much as always. Always appreciate the conversation. We will talk to you again next week.
You got it, Boom Boom. Thanks, Dick. Talk to you next week.
Thank you, Derek.
Derek Boom Boom Hall, the general manager and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Thursday edition continues with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Empire of the Suns. The podcast all about your Phoenix Suns. Hosted by Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Any legit Suns fan needs some Empire of the Suns in their playlist. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4. Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept there, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where the players fit on the new-look Suns, go to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night, 90-79, in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. That is what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
When it comes to money, every NFL team wins the Super Bowl every single year. It's the reason why bad owners have very little incentive to change. It's why they rarely feel the sting of failure, certainly not like their fans do, which brings us to the Arizona Cardinals. They received a staggering $432.6 million as their annual revenue-sharing payout, which was up from $402 million the year before. That's $834 million earned over 2 seasons in which they lost 22 football games. Pretty good deal for them, I'd say. Well, now it is time for our payoff. As in a football team that defies the odds makers and the experts, navigates expectations with the force of a James Conner stiff arm, and wins the NFC West. At the very least, this team needs to make the playoffs. That is the baseline for success and failure, and that should be the mandate for Kyler Murray, a quarterback who is out of learning curve and alibis. It has been nearly 3 years since the Cardinals have dealt with expectations, which ended shortly after Murray's legendary scramble for a touchdown against the Raiders in Vegas, and their fan base has been incredibly patient, especially for a group that has dealt with a lot of dog breath football since the team arrived in 1988. Today, the Cardinals open their doors for a new season, and this one demands a happy ending. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't know, man. Process today. I'm worried about today, truthfully. I talked about it with our psych docs this morning. It's like, how there's psychology with, where your attention goes to. And to perform at your best, what you need to be thinking about and what you need to be focused on. A successful season looks like you evaluate that in the off season. I am not there right now, and that's the truth, it really is. So I understand that's out there, just like for every team, every player, every coach. If you want to do the best job that you can, you're not focused on that.
It's Jonathan Gannon yesterday as training camp gets underway at State Farm Stadium for the Cardinals, asked what a successful season looks like. And being honest, process, don't know what that looks like.
Right.
There's one of 2 ways you can attack this as a head coach going into a season, and that is the path that Jonathan Gannon is on right now, that most head coaches, I think, take in preparation for a season, Bick, and that is one day at a time.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard it over and over again, going all the way back. I mean, that was the mantra of Bruce Snyder when he was the head coach of ASU.
Yep.
One day at a time, we're focused on the process more than the result. The other school of thinking is, and I think it's interesting, is to have that carrot. to say this is the standard. This is the expectation of this team. To have that, widespread in belief throughout the team from day one of training camp through the end of the season, so you know what you're chasing.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that it's still obviously he's not altering his coaching philosophies, but year 3 there is expectation again because of the way the NFL is set up and the investments they've made on the defensive side of the football. To me, I'm not saying he's wrong. The expectation should be playoffs.
They have to be. This team has had 3 years to build themselves out of the mess they were in, and that's more than enough time to complete a turnaround in the NFL. We've talked about that ad nauseum. To their credit, they've put out a compelling brand of football that have kept fans optimistic and on the hook with this team. But here's what Jonathan Gannon doesn't know because he hasn't experienced this. The honeymoon, by definition, has expired. And what a weird term honeymoon is. You know what honeymoon, where that word came from?
No.
Way back in the day, way back in the day, after marriage, there generally was a month of drinking honey mead, which is made with honey.
Really?
And it was thought to help fertility. It was a celebration of the marriage. It was thought to help fertility. So as a result, the month after the marriage was called the honeymoon. The moon was the month, and the honey came from the mead.
Why didn't they just call it honey month?
They could have done that. They could have done that.
Never knew that.
Well, just a stupid bit of trivia. Because I've got an affinity for words.
You're a word nerd.
I am a word nerd.
I once drank a bottle of mead, an entire bottle, and threw up for 6 straight hours.
I've tried it once. I'm not a fan.
There's a lot of tap rooms that have mead.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't.
So back to the Cardinals. Here's what Jonathan Gannon doesn't know, because I do agree that he and the way he operates and the way his coaching staff has operated, it would seem like they're uniquely gifted to handle what is coming because they are so in the moment. They are so process driven. It's been his thing since day one. So there's nothing he's changing or has to change. But with expectations, what this town sounds like on social media. The anger that can erupt. It's very hard to not hear that. It's very hard to not see it. It's very hard to not feel it. And I think that so if you get off to a bad start, there's going to be inherent pressure that is around this football team that they cannot control. And they can do their best to ignore it or shut it out. But it's a very real thing. And we've seen it kind of take down a lot of our sports teams. You brought up something interesting. The idea of don't state your goals. Stay in the process. Stay in the day. Stay in the week. Stay in the moment. Don't state your goals. The famous example of that is Bruce Arians, who during the All or Nothing series infamously said to the team on day one, "We're not here to win a Super Bowl, baby. Super Bowl rings." And after that season was over, a lot of people criticized him for putting that out there instead of shielding that and taking it day by day. Then you look at Kenny Dillingham, who's got no issue embracing the big picture. And that's his thing. So there's not a right way to do this, is my point. The only right way to do it is to win football games.
Yeah, I mean, if you remove expectations, goal setting, all of that from the world of sports, if you're an individual and you've got a goal that you want to achieve in your life, don't you focus on the end result in all of that? It's just a difference of philosophy and psychology, I guess.
It's what it is. It's a coach. Why they do that is they don't want distractions. That is the number one thing that drives football coaches nuts. Distractions. That how do I get all of them out of the room? And I think the coaches that don't want to talk about long-term goals or deal with what the expectations are, that's what they're trying to do it for. But I think those players in the room understand that it's time to win. I would hope Kyler Murray understands that it's time to win.
Yeah, and we're talking about the group that's been here for the first 2 years of the Gannon, which is the core of this team.
Right.
Because there's a lot of newcomers to this team as well.
Right.
Text Fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You can get into your favorite hosts leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, the Cardinals are in camp. Everybody's in camp. We'll go over some of the big stories in NFL training camp early on, including whether or not the New York Jets are indeed cursed. People are saying it today. We'll tell you why next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-Backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-Backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and for years, famous athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many, many others, they'd all go to Europe during their off seasons for regenerative treatments because they were not available in America. Well, they're here now. They're in our backyard. They're at QC Kinetics, and if you are dealing with joint pain of any kind, if you have been told you need surgery, go check out what QC Kinetics can do for you. What they do so well is they empower your body to heal itself. Their advanced regenerative treatments literally can restore and repair your damaged joint tissue, and I happen to be proof. In fact, there's great incentive for you right now to go and schedule a free consultation to go see what QC Kinetics can do for you. They are offering free laser treatments during your free consultation, which will help deal with the spots in your body that are bothering you, help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, increases the range of motion. Go get long-term relief for that pain in your knees and your hips and your shoulders and your back, and do it without surgery. At QC Kinetics, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
The Cardinals opened up camp yesterday out at State Farm Stadium, and camp began with Jonathan Gannon breaking the news on some injuries. 3 players, Walter Nolan III, also B.J. Ojulari and Bilal Nichols, all starting the season on the defensive side of the ball on the physically unable to perform list. Bummer, especially on the Nolan front, because that's a new injury. And the memory of the Darius Robinson situation, his rookie season a year ago, fresh in the minds of Cardinals fans. But they're not dealing with a quarterback injury. Knock on wood. The New York Jets are.
Yeah.
One of their first practices of camp, their starter, Justin Fields, today goes down with what is being called a toe injury, but he was carted off the field.
Oof.
Carted off the field for a toe injury. That's something I don't think I've seen before.
I'm not sure I've seen that either. Now, everybody always laughs at turf toe as an injury and doesn't understand how utterly awful it is and painful it is.
It's serious.
Yeah, it's serious. So there is that, but that's, I can see why Jets fans are feeling cursed. But then again, they might have felt cursed to have Justin Fields as a quarterback in the first place.
There is that. And they are Jets fans, so the feeling of being cursed is not a new phenomenon in 2025.
And again, if you're a Jets fan and if your team is functional and you've got a great quarterback, what are you vibing on? Right? You're going to be very confused of how to act if things are actually working out well for you.
In case you're wondering what the rest of the Jets quarterback room is, Tyrod Taylor, he is the backup. And then you've got Adrian Martinez and Brady Cook. So all due respect to those 3 individuals, if you are a Jets fan, you're hoping that it's not serious with Justin Fields.
Well, listen, I do think, look, there's quarterbacks out there to be had. I think a lot of people are wondering what exactly is going to happen with Kirk Cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of people in Minnesota keeping their fingers crossed that J.J. McCarthy isn't a total bust, because if he cannot play, they're gonna have big time egg on their face.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, and I don't think the Jets were doing much with Justin Fields, anyways.
True.
You're right. It's not what you want, and if you're a Jets fan, you're probably see, that's what happens to us.
The other team in New York, the Giants, some optimism there, and a lot of headlines about a rookie running back with the New York Giants early in camp, Cam Scatteraboo. Headlines. Scatteraboo? Cam Scatteraboo seemingly everywhere in first day at New York Giants training camp. Cam Scatteraboo making positive early impression at Giants training camp. Cam Scatteraboo brings physicality. Watched a couple of highlights on social media. Guess what? He looks like Cam Scatteraboo. Making people miss in the hole, catching balls out of the backfield. Yep. Very excited to see what he looks like at the pro level.
I really cannot wait. I am not a Giants fan. I'm kind of bummed out that he landed there. No, all due respect to Giants fans. But I am this year, and I'm very, very vested in that young man, and I can't wait to see him. I hope that this league isn't too physical for him, because I've thought about this long and hard, that what he did so great in college, you're going to struggle to be able to do that. The fight for every inch, the brush away tacklers, the physicality of his game that was so tremendous in college. I don't think by definition it can be the same, but it doesn't mean he can't be an excellent player. And I think what we saw yesterday with some of the clips is catching passes out of the backfield. I think that's going to be his bread and proverbial butter, if you will.
See, I'm not concerned about the physical part of it. I'm more concerned about the speed than I am the physicality for Cam Scadaboo, but he's also a guy with a gigantic chip on his shoulder.
And a gigantic head.
So
put that helmet into somebody's solar plexus.
You think he's going to be okay, and I think the situation that he's in, as a running back combo with Tracy and then the backfield for the Giants. I mean, I don't know if they're a playoff team. I don't think they are, but
no. But if he becomes an NFL star, that would be the most awesome thing possible.
That would be really cool.
And again, he also represents this new era of Arizona State football, and Sam Leavitt's going to be next.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of guys who, boom, there's a great pro, that kind of stuff.
More on Sam Leavitt coming up in the next segment.
Ooh.
We'll tell you more about that in a second. In Miami, the Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback of the Dolphins, was asked yesterday about relationship building and where it's all at with Tyreek Hill. And Tua Tagovailoa was very honest in his answer.
I would say we're still continuing to do that. But it's not just with me, it's with a lot of the guys. I'm not the only one that heard that. You guys aren't the only people that heard that. A lot of people that follow football, that follow the Miami Dolphins, that follow Tyreek, that are fans of his, everyone has seen that. So when you say something like that, you don't just come back from that with, hey, my bad. You got to work that relationship up. You got to build everything up again. And yeah, it's still a work in progress, not just for me, but for everybody. But like I said, he's working on himself. He's working on the things that he says he wants to get better with and do better on. So that's the first step to me, and so I commend him for doing that.
Kudos to Tua Tagovailoa. That's what leadership looks like.
Yeah.
That's what a quarterback looks like. And he's referring to when the season ended last year and Tyreek Hill, they lose to the Jets in the season finale. Tyreek Hill said, there's a lot of things I need to reassess about my career, just see what I need to do, continue to get better as a player so I can continue to reach that 1,000-yard mark. That's important.
Wow.
It stinks missing QB1. I've got to do what's best for me and my family, whether it's here or wherever the case may be. I'm opening the door. I'm out, bro. It was great playing here, but at the end of the day, I've got to do what's best for my career. I'm too much of a competitor to just be out there.
Yeah. So in South Florida, this has caused a lot of problems because the Tyreek Hill presence on that football team, you've got a guy that's a great player, but he's very volatile emotionally, as we have seen. He doesn't have the best track record. I was listening to Dan Lebitard, who is a South Florida guy, and he was going on and on about how this is a guy that can't control his temper. He is violent towards women, and you can't install him in a position of leadership. And yet the Dolphins, but he's just too good. We've got to have him. I thought that was very commendable of Tua to speak that candidly.
Yeah. You don't just say that and people gloss over it.
No.
I think in a lot of situations you would, and that's enabling. That's enabling a talented but difficult teammate.
That's right. That's exactly right. A teammate that left, that wanted to leave a great situation in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Because he wanted numbers and clout and power. And there's a lot of people who think the Dolphins are in for a hard fall this year, and Mike McDaniel is going to pay the price.
Yeah, I think I'm one of those people. I think the Dolphins are going to stink. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, more on ASU. More on Sam Leavitt as we talk college football with Stuart Mandel from The Athletic. He'll join us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot, and they are off today. The Cardinals began training camp with some bad news on the defensive side as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit in with the new-look Suns, go to ArizonaSports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night, 90-79 in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. That's what's trending now. Now stay tuned for Stuart Mandel as he talks ASU and the state of college football.
Hey, it's Gambo. Training camp has begun. Join us live from State Farm Stadium as we get you all the latest on the Arizona Cardinals. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports. Yep, NFL in the air, college football not far off. ASU planning a defense of their Big 12 championship. Here to talk all things college football with us from the Athletic, Stuart Mandel, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Stuart, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Let's start right there with Arizona State. One of the pleasant surprises, obviously locally and nationally in college football last year. When you size up the Big 12, the improvements made around the conference and what ASU did, how do you kind of look at their chances to defend that title?
Yeah, I mean, I think despite losing Cam Scadaboo, they have so much coming back from that team, which is frankly kind of rare in college football these days to have that kind of continuity. But, there's a lot of – the Big 12 is not like the Big 10 or SEC where you have a big separation between – the top 3 or 4 teams and everybody else. I don't know that there's much separation from 1 to 16 in the Big 12 in terms of talent level. So, they had a great season last year, and they could be a really good team this year, and still have a tough time repeating. But I certainly expect them to be in the mix.
I'm curious what you think, Stuart, because Kenny Dillingham has been very open and ambitious with his goals. He wants ASU football to be the team of this decade. He wants to make history and win back-to-back conference titles. He's not shying away from any of the expectations. I'm curious what you think overall of just the renovation he's been able to do so far in Tempe.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, you guys have been following that program for a long time, and they've had a lot of coaches come. Dennis Erickson, right? National championship coach comes in, high expectations, doesn't quite, pan out. Todd Graham could never quite seem to get over the hump. And obviously, we know what happened with Herm Edwards. So Kenny Dillingham comes in much younger than the typical head coach in college and has just fired people up. And, it's really cool to see some of the atmosphere there last year, the field stormings. You just hadn't seen that in a long time.
Yeah.
There's no reason why they can't keep the momentum from that going. Like I said, I think it's hard for any one program to be the Ohio State of the Big 12, if you will. I think realistically going forward, you hope to have a program that will be in the mix every year. And some years, you catch the breaks or you have a more favorable schedule, and you can win that conference.
Mm-hmm. Stuart Mandel, the Athletic, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned the retention and how rare the retention is at ASU in this day and age in college football, but Kenny Dillingham is quite aware of it and recently made the comments, recruiting is dead, the focus is on retention. Do you think that becomes more the strategy for other coaches around college football from this point on?
Yeah, I just think it depends on where you are. I mean, if you're Kirby Smart at Georgia, you can still field a pretty darn good team every year based on the kids you recruit. It's not necessarily as realistic elsewhere. I mean, frankly, most of the sport now it's not built entirely on transfer kids, but certainly, it's not unusual to see a team starting lineup and half the starting lineup is transfers. Now, I think where Kenny Dillingham has an advantage is that because he's a younger, new head coach, he's not stuck in the past. I think a lot of coaches just continue to not resist it, but they just don't like it. They don't like the way the sport is now. He's not that way. He's embraced it. And so when he first got there, right, it was kind of unusual at that time. Other than Deion Sanders, I don't know that any coach flipped a roster so dramatically in 1 year. Mm-hmm. Now, once you get the program established, you can have the kind of continuity he has this year. Yes, he's right. Retention is huge. With all the changes going on right now with the house settlement and revenue sharing, I don't think we know yet what that's going to look like. In the last few years, it's basically been you get to the end of the season and all your players want a new deal, and if you don't give it to them, they're going to transfer. Theoretically, with this salary cap, maybe that calms down a little bit, though it remains to be seen whether that's actually going to work.
All right, I'm curious what you think about the broad-based health of college football. I know the Big Ten commissioner has been taking a lot of heat for being a champion of that 4-4-2-2-1 format. There's a lot of people who think that college football is at its best when it's a rich tapestry of inclusion and from schools of all over the country. What are your thoughts on where it's going and what's best to serve the sport as a whole?
Well, college football as a product has never been better. Saturdays are still amazing, exciting. You know, we see, frankly, the quality of play go up every year. College football leadership is a mess. And, you know, when I was at Big Ten Media Days the last couple of days, and when I heard Tony Petitti up there singing the praises of a system that, frankly, would be a lot more like the NFL than college football, that can't happen. Like, you can't, if that goes through, I think it would have extremely negative effects for college football. For two conferences to be, you know, written into stone, you get this many playoff berths and these other conferences don't get as many. You know, I think realignment has been, I don't think it's healthy for the sport to have no West Coast conference and to have schools traveling 3,000 miles for conference games. So these things that are going on behind the scenes are the threat to the future of college football. And we're going to see whether sanity prevails. Personally, I don't know why we're rushing to expand the playoff. It just got to 12 teams. But, you know, the Big Ten commissioner feels pretty strongly. I mean, the Big Ten commissioner is trying to keep 18 schools happy. And so he needs a bigger playoff because he needs to get more of his teams in.
Yeah.
And, you know, as I've always said about college football, nobody's in charge. The people who run college football are first and foremost going to prioritize their own conferences, obviously. And it makes it hard to get to to a middle ground.
You mentioned the Tony Petitti plan, which would guarantee 4 spots for the Big Ten, 4 spots for the SEC, and expanding to a 16-team playoff. And you asked the question, we'll see if sanity prevails. Do you think this thing has any legs at all, Stuart?
I think he's going to continue to fight for it. I think from what I've heard, he's got television partners that he's told that this is going to happen, right? Like, he's going to make this happen. The problem is, so the Big Ten and the SEC, and again, this is not healthy for college football, but in this new ESPN contract that starts next year, the Big Ten and SEC have basically the sole authority to change the format. It doesn't need to be unanimous anymore. But you do need to be, you know, if you're the Big Ten and the SEC, you need to be on the same page, and right now they're not. The SEC seems like they're leaning toward the more open system, where it's still the 5 highest ranked conference champions get an automatic bid. Everybody else isn't at large. I do think everybody wants to change the selection committee. They feel like it hasn't been honoring strength of schedule enough, and that's fine. I mean, they can rewrite that thing at any time.
Sure.
Whereas Tony Petitti is saying, I don't want a selection committee at all. I want it to be based on conference standings. And the moment in that press conference where everybody's jaw hit the floor was when he was defending, you know, his play-in games. You know, it'd be a 3 versus 6. Well, number 6 in his conference last year was Iowa, which went 8-4.
Mm-hmm.
And he was defending like, hey, that kind of team does deserve to be in the playoff. And you're just like, do you know anything about college football? Like, this is not the NFL where, you know, a 7-9 team can get into the playoffs, and that's normal in the NFL.
Right.
The whole history of college football, the reason people love it is the stakes are so high.
Yes.
And if you go to the system he's talking about, where basically the only thing that matters is your conference standing, why play the Ohio State-Texas game in week 1? It doesn't count. It's basically an NFL preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so many things wrong with that plan.
So many rumors around Nick Saban and whether he's plotting a return. There are people who think that he might be involved in the writing of these new NIL restrictions, which might empower and incentivize him to get back in the college game. There are people who think he might end up in the pros. What are your thoughts on Nick Saban? Do you think he's coming back at some point?
Never say never, but the guy's going to be 74 going to this next coaching cycle. I'm curious to see, you know, we know he's so close with Bill Belichick. And so Bill Belichick's about to basically do this. And I'm curious to see what effect that might have. Also, what jobs are going to be open. You know, we can speculate right now, but we don't know. I think he's going to go back to college football coaching at this point. It's going to be for one of a small handful of programs where he believes he can win the national championship. And are those kind of jobs going to be open? So it's a fun thing to discuss. I had my fun with it in my mailbag last week. But right now, it doesn't seem particularly realistic.
Stuart Mandel, our guest. Before we let you go, you mentioned Bill Belichick about to embark on his first season The timing of it is rich with all the changes in college athletics. What is your outlook for North Carolina football in year one of the Belichick era, Stuart?
My long-term outlook's not that great for him, but I don't really know how they're going to do this year. It's just, when a team changes coaches and obviously turns over half the roster, it's really hard to predict. I mean, we've seen coaches like Dion who come in and struggle the first year, and then there's a big leap in year two. Probably something like that. But if they did the work in the offseason and went out and found the right guys in the portal, they have a quarterback, Gio Lopez, coming in from South Alabama that most of us have never seen, but they seem pretty high on. It's not like they're playing in the SEC. It's a conference that, I'm going to say they're probably not going to be as good as Clemson. They're probably going to be not as good as Miami. There's nobody else where you're like, oh, yeah, they're definitely better than UNC.
Mm-hmm. Stuart, great stuff as always. Thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Stuart Mandel, great college football writer for The Athletic. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, why does Derek Hall think that the Diamondbacks need to be sellers? We'll let you hear what the team's president and CEO said on the subject next. Spickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Okay, if you're a homeowner in Arizona like I am, chances are very good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. It happens to everybody in the valley. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a green, beautiful, sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic. And if you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than practicing your short game in the privacy and comfort of your own backyard? Like I said, a one-stop shop that builds everything except for pools. But what sets them apart is their ethos. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not dealing with different workers. They believe in doing what they say they're going to do, and their finished products customers rave about their quality of work and their commitment to doing things the right way. Check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona. So I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Diamondbacks are trending more and more to being as sellers, when will the fire sale begin? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
The beauty of this team, you guys have touched on it the last couple of days, is Mike has built it so that we already have a core. We've got guys that are under control for many years. It's not a rebuild. Vic, I thought you said it perfectly yesterday. It's a reset. We're not rebuilding here because we already have our young, talented core there in place. Now we're just going to try and acquire other pieces, I believe, to enhance that and to set us up for more future success. But we have a very good team. We have a very good core. Let's look at going into this trade deadline. If we are indeed selling, and I believe we should at this point. That's me, and fans could be mad at me, but I think it's time for us to be responsible enough to improve our team with what we have, and with that, let's enhance our future. Let's bring in more assets for us. Let's rebuild that farm system that has gotten better and better over the years.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, on with us earlier today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, basically saying he believes they should be sellers. Guess what, Bick? They're going to be sellers.
Yes.
That's the reality of the situation. Mm-hmm. This year's been a disappointment on a number of different levels, and it would be less than responsible for the Diamondbacks to keep this core intact right now with so many pending free agents to try to pursue a wild card spot, even though once you get to the party, as we learned 2 years ago, anything can happen. Mm-hmm. This team doesn't look like it's ready to put its shoes on and go to the party.
No.
At no point in the season. No. At any point of being healthy or unhealthy, at no point did they put together a run that made you think it.
Yeah, again, the magnetic force field of 500, of mediocrity, this team just can't break free of it. And I think Jared's been saying this forever, that if the Diamondbacks keep telling you they're a mediocre team in the standings, believe them.
They haven't been 5 games under or over 500 since April.
No, but also now you have another thing to believe, and that's the president and CEO of the team saying, yes, we should be sellers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And so I think that, and I do like the way that he phrased it, that there is a responsibility to the fans who don't want to see Gino Suarez traded to trade him. Because you do need to piece together a team that's going to compete next season. Mm-hmm. You've got, like I said before, they had the prescience to kind of extend the guys that they really love. Corbin Carroll, a contract that has been widely applauded across Major League Baseball. Geraldo Perdomo, getting him locked up. Gabby Moreno. So there are young guys that the Diamondbacks have identified as their core, and they're very good players, and they got them at good rates, and they've got them locked up for years to come. So when you get an opportunity like this, you've got to seize it to kind of backfill and create something that hopefully will be a lot better next year.
Yep. On the subject of trading Gino Suarez, the possibility of it, here was Derek Hall with us earlier.
I get it, and you guys talked about, how popular Gino is, and I love him. I mean, I texted him and congratulated him a couple weeks back and told him, you're my favorite player right now. I know I sound like Merrill Kelly, but he is. He's just he's a wonderful person. He is. I love him. My mother texted me the other day and said, and she lives in Vegas. All my friends are worried you're going to trade this guy. I get it, right? I get emails from people saying, please don't trade. I would write myself and say, don't trade Geno Suarez. But, again, back to responsibility and what we could get in return. I don't know yet, but we've got to get, in my opinion, we have to get a little aggressive now because teams have been waiting. They've been watching our team, and quite honestly, they've been hoping we lose so that they can take advantage of it and try and acquire some of these players. So we know that there's a demand out there for our guys. We have the supply, and hopefully we cash in, and it's fun for our fans. They see us acquiring assets that are going to help us in the future.
Yeah, and he also said, look, it's possible. It doesn't have to be a teardown, as he told you in your response, more of a reset, the term that you used. You can be buyers for the future. And what makes sense in terms of what the Diamondbacks are going to get back. And you can't go very far on the internet if you're reading about baseball without seeing the Yankees connected to the Diamondbacks and what they're willing to give up. The Yankees have some very highly touted prospects. Don't expect to get your hands on one of those guys. I think it's by definition, it'll be the mid-tier prospects for certain organizations. And players that are likely just about ready to begin their major league careers, if they haven't already, but at the very early stages, because you're willing to go for younger prospects if they're top tier. So it just those two things align, and that's what makes the most sense in terms of return.
Yeah, and then you wonder too. Okay, once they do this, what kind of baseball team are we going to see moving forward, and can they be competitive? But more to the point, who else is going to be here next year? And you look at a guy like Alec Thomas, you look at a guy like Jake McCarthy.
Look, there's positional overlap there.
Yeah, yes, there is.
We've talked about it with the Suns. Yep. It's existed now for 3 years with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very well said. And Jake, when he came back, you remember he kind of told, what did he do? He told the critics that we don't know what we're talking about or whatever it was, and then he went promptly back into another epic slump. So these are the things that they've got to capitalize on this trade deadline. Even if they're not names you recognize, even if they're not decorated, bedazzled prospects, I trust Mike Hazen in that arena.
I do too, but I think there's a lot of people that don't feel the same faith that we do. Because if you look back at the last time that they did trade some players at the deadline, what those trades became, look, it's a crapshoot on every level. But the list of candidates is really long. I mean, we didn't even mention Randall Grichuk earlier. He's a player on a 1-year contract. Gambo said on his show yesterday afternoon that the Diamondbacks are getting calls on Lourdes Gurriel Jr., they could be blown away by somebody who wasn't on the candidate list, quite honestly. But I would be surprised if they trade both Gallen and Kelly. I think Geno Suarez is gone. I don't know what to think on Josh Naylor. His situation's a hard one to read.
Yeah.
Because of his age, because of the year that he's had. There's going to be demand because he is a power bat, although he hasn't hit with much power this year. But I would expect, 2, 3, 4 guys to be traded from this roster in the next week.
Yeah, and I think in the story of Josh Naylor, I thought it was interesting when he was asked about the trade deadline. He seemed indifferent to it all. Basically said, I don't care what happens.
I'm confident in this group. I love this group. I've gotten to know the guys well, and I believe in every single individual. We're losing games. Sometimes that happens during the year, and it's baseball.
Yep, and then he said this about the future.
To me, no. I wake up every day and want to win. Every day is like a kind of like a game 7. Like, let's just go out there and try to win the ball game. Worry about tomorrow. Forget about the past and worry about the present now.
Oh, he was focusing more on the result of the Astro series as opposed to the trade deadline, kind of deflecting a couple things there. But, yeah, he's a name that's been very, very prominently displayed in trade rumors, too. But
I heard one of the other shows, I forget now which, made the point that if you're going to trade Geno, you might as well just trade all 4, 5, 6 players because you're not going to compete really the rest of the year. That's your by far biggest bat, hottest player in the offense. Next year, you're going in already without, your number one pitcher and potentially a couple others. You might as well do a bigger reset than just trading one player.
But they do still have 50-plus games to play.
Right. And again...
And you have to have personnel to play those games.
Well, I understand that.
I know what you're saying, but I don't... And I know what the Diamondbacks have to say publicly, but I don't think that they believe they can just peel off one guy, take advantage of Geno Suarez, this epic season he's having, and then refit now and compete now. I think they're saying that, who knows, maybe we will. I think they're going into this... Shop's open.
Right.
Make us an offer. Who do you like?
Text Fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts leagues and battle for glory and the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. These spots will not last long, so text Fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Jarrett's going to take us through some social studies next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know better than anyone about game changers and how important they are, and that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing all over the valley for people who have loose or missing teeth, people with ill-fitting dentures, people with dental issues, or people who just hate the way their smiles look. They are giving those people hope. They're giving them their lives back, and that is because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you're going to find. The amazing quality comes from the fact that every new smile is digitally designed, so there's no guesswork, there's no human error. You heal faster with minimal bone removal. Your new smile is going to look fantastic, guaranteed. Great convenience, everything from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, all done in one location, under one roof, in real time. You're not bouncing all over the valley, and they're truly vibing on offering the best prices you are going to find in the entire industry at New Life Dental Implant Center. They want their implants available for everyone, even people of limited means and limited to no insurance. They've got great flexible financing options that make it all possible. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way, roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4, and Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but he also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot, and they are off today. The Cardinals began training camp with some bad news on the defensive side, as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. The Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the new-look Suns, go to ArizonaSports.com. And the Mercury fell to the Atlanta Dream last night, 90-79, in Brittany Griner's first game back in the Valley as an opposing player. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
We're into the 9 o'clock hour. Time to turn our focus to social media. Jarrett's here to take us through some social studies today.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Do you remember your glasses today?
Oh, no. It is becoming alarming, my lack of short-term memory. But we will focus on the positive, and that is that
Did you remember your glasses today, Jared?
I didn't.
My short-term memory very affected too.
You can follow us all across all of social media on X/Twitter, Bickley_Murata, on Facebook and Instagram, where we post videos from the show every day. You could follow us at Bickley and Murata. You can follow us on Blue Sky, where we post the same questions as Twitter, at Bickley and Murata. And you could watch us live on YouTube every single day during the show. Just search Arizona Sports 98.7, and you could do that now. We begin with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We've talked about all day. We heard from President and CEO Derek Hall. And I wanted your guys' opinion and the listeners' opinion. D-backs fans, fill in the blank. The Diamondbacks sweeping the Cardinals and then getting swept by the Astros is blank.
Par for the course. I said it tongue-in-cheek going into the Astros series. Wouldn't it be just par for the course if they got swept by the Astros?
Yeah.
And here we are.
Is right on brand.
Yep.
Everyone agrees with that same sentiment. Mr. B says it's quintessential Diamondbacks baseball. Nick says typical Arizona sports. What the freak is wrong with people? Says Arizona sports in a nutshell. Stephen Ruiz, fairly classic Diamondbacks. Justin Prestegard said your exact phrase, par for the course. Eddie V, consistent Willie T, exactly the reason that they are a 500 club. Space Ace, indicative of this entire season. No consistency from series to series. And
Anybody have anything else other than
Man Ken, I can't read this person's name, apologies. But somebody did reference the great MC Scat Cat by saying 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
It was 2 steps forward, 1 step back, wasn't it? If I remember my MC Scat Cat.
Well, 2 steps forward, 3 steps.
Just take 2 steps forward. 2 steps. It was 2 and 2.
Was it 2 and 2?
It was the Chuck Woolery.
Okay, fair enough. If you're listening, Paul
And
Abdul,
we're not playing that for the song of the day. Sorry.
Tweet us if you're listening, Paul Abdul. All right. Next question. Move over to the Arizona Cardinals, who already, as is the want in Phoenix, Arizona, they're already dealing with injuries to 3 defensive players, not 1 day into Cardinals training camp. But they have good depth there, and I asked Cardinals fans, what position group are you most confident in heading into the season and why? And what position group do you have the most concern with and why?
For me, I'm still, it sounds stupid to say today because 24 hours ago it was defensive line.
Yeah.
I'm still going to say that with hopes that the Walter Nolan situation isn't that bad.
Yeah.
And that Bilal Nichols is close to a return.
Mm-hmm.
The most concerned with, I'm sticking with what I've felt this entire offseason, and that's the off-ball linebacker spots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the wide receiver room as my biggest concern.
Okay.
Maybe even well, I won't say the quarterback room because I like their backup a lot. But I still think the defensive line is their strength with, all due respect to Walter Nolan, whom nobody knows if he would be good or not as a rookie. I still think the pieces they've added there make the defensive front fairly formidable.
Andy says he's most confident in the running back room. They have 2 studs in Benson and James Conner. He's least confident in linebacker. Brian, however, is most confident in linebackers. He says they have a solid core of players who know how to read plays and keep up with their assignments. Space Ace agrees, most confident in the running back group. James Conner is a beast, and Trey Benson is going to have a breakout year. I wonder if he's going to get enough reps to have a breakout year, but we'll see. I have the most concern with the wide receiver group. There's not enough talent besides Marvin Harrison Jr. to keep other defensive backs off of Marvin Harrison Jr. Solo Wing says tight ends he's most confident in. McBride is a godsend at the position and has a promising Tip Ryman behind him.
Not to mention, Elijah Higgins is pretty underrated. He makes plays.
Yeah, he is.
I like that. I do like that group, too.
Yep.
All right, finally, we began the show with Dan Bickley talking about a 12-year-old who was kicked out of his little league because he flipped a
For
bat.
the championship game.
Yeah.
In
Not
celebration.
just a bat flip. I did finally see it.
Yes. Explain it to the audience.
He launched that. He hit a dinger, and then he launched halfway down first base. He launched it. And there's not a rule against bat flips, specifically in the language of this little league, so they termed it horseplay.
Horseplay.
And the dad is fighting it, and they're fighting the suspension, which they should be, because that's a terrible interpretation of the rules. It's a teaching moment too. Don't do that.
Right.
Moving forward, or you're going to miss some time.
Right.
Yeah.
I asked, what is the best sports celebration of all time? And it can be a signature celebration. It could be a one-time thing. It could be purely reactionary. It could be pre-planned. What is your favorite sports celebration of all time?
As I've said all week, I've become very fond of the Geno Suarez binoculars routine. We've seen that quite a lot.
How's that going to look with pinstripes on it?
How about it? So I think that I think we had a Mock My World about this recently.
Yeah.
I was always a big fan of the Terrell Owens popcorn in the end zone. That was fantastic.
More of the one-offs than the planned stuff for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Terrell Owens grabbing the pom-poms.
The pom-poms is fantastic. Who put the phone in the stanchion?
Joe Horn.
Oh, boy.
Joe Horn, yeah.
It's not my favorite, but I think it's the best as I've thought about it. Because being on the receiving end of night from Steph Curry is
Oh, yeah.
It's demoralizing.
That's a great one.
Because he always times it perfectly, too. He doesn't do it too soon.
No.
He does it at the perfect moment. The man's a menace.
Yes, he is.
What did we get on this one, Jared?
And lots of ones that were all sort of interpreting it all different ways. Several people said the Icky Shuffle. People pointed out the Terrell Owens signing the football. Sam Cassell's Big Cojones dance, if you know what that one was. But then somebody said the celebration that happened when Team USA beat Russia and the pure joy on all the athletes and country. Anything is possible. The scream from Kevin Garnett after the Celtics won the championship.
That was cringy to me. I don't know how you feel about it.
The
fact that Jason Tatum basically ripped it off and has ripped off other famous quotes in his career is pretty cringy, too.
There is that.
And Seabucker 44. Just a still picture of a nearly upside down Bill Grammatica. Managing to tear his ACL while celebrating a kick. Now, that was a game winner?
No.
A record breaker, though. What was it, like a 60-yarder?
No. It was just a field goal on the road against the Giants. If memory serves, I have to look this up. I think it was in the second quarter.
It was. Yeah, it was. It was.
But there you go. Keep sending us all your answers to all our questions all across social media.
All right, Jared, thanks. That's Social Studies. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Point Book or Point Green? Which is it? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals base in Orleans? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, so building wealth is difficult to do if you are starting from scratch, if not impossible, but the best way to do it, the sharp people will tell you, is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first phone call should be to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You literally do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you are going to pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. If you're nearing retirement in your profession, it's a great idea. You don't want to go into retirement in fixed income years with a mortgage payment. If you're younger, paying off your home in years gives you decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which is a really big deal. You get the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. Now, there are caveats. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduce after 20 gigs.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The Suns decided to do this deal months ago. When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason. He was part of the interview process with Jordan Ott, who won a long, multi-candidate search to get that head coaching job. When they traded Kevin Durant, they consulted with Booker before taking the deal that they did with the Rockets. Booker has been in lockstep with the franchise. Now, if you want to say to me, should Devin Booker, in his prime, be locking himself up for the next 5 years with a franchise that is hamstrung by some flawed trades it's made over the last couple of years, particularly Durant and Bradley Beal? That's a different concept. But I would say to you, as I would say to anybody, if somebody offers you $145 million, the answer is probably yes.
That's Brian Windhorst on First Take back on July 10th after Devin Booker got his massive 2-year contract extension attached to the end of his contract. And the key phrase in all of that, Bick, is that Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns are in lockstep. We know this. Brian Gregory's comments since then have obviously fortified that. The footage that came out from draft night that the Suns released there behind the scenes is after Common Malawach was drafted at number 10. Brian Gregory's first phone call was to Devin Booker to get his reaction. And there's been some movement roster-wise, obviously, even since July 10th. Yesterday, a couple of guards now in the fold, and Jared Butler, Jordan Goodwin coming back to the Suns. And there's a real possibility that that's the roster moving forward. The 15 standard spots are taken. The 3 two-ways are filled. Probably will get some training camp invitees for the Suns, but this might be the team moving forward. So what do you do at the point guard spot? And it's been widely talked about. Devin Booker is going to be the point guard. Little adjustment here, and that adjustment coming from our very own John Gambadoro, who tweeted this out today. Adjustment here. Plan will likely be Green starting at point guard, not Booker, Gillespie as the backup. And Butler would be the third point guard. Goodwin and Butler battling for the third point guard. Gambo then pointed out Jalen Green's numbers when Fred VanVleet was out last season and he ran the point were actually decent. He averaged 19.1 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.1 assists in 22 games without VanVleet. During the season, had 8 games of 5 or more assists, had 10 assists versus Jazz, 8 against New Orleans and Orlando. First reaction to that was the numbers pointed out by Gambo in the point guard role, and Basketball Reference estimates that Jalen Green played 27% of his time on the court last year as the point guard for the Rockets. But those numbers are actually lower than what he averaged for the season. So it didn't necessarily pop off the page as, wow, he really excelled in this role.
Yeah, no, if there's anything Jalen Green is not, it's a point guard. We're talking about the worst assist percentage of anybody in the NBA who shot 17 or more field goals last year. I'm having a hard time understanding this, to be honest with you.
Well, odds are it's going to be probably more likely like it was last year with Booker, Durant, and Beal, where kind of just whoever's around the ball will bring it up and sort of set the offense in motion. But it does reek sort of like there's not a real plan if they're already sort of changing the messaging here.
Well, I like the idea of Devin Booker not playing point guard. I think the best version of himself, boy, I hate that phrase already. The best version of himself came with Chris Paul, came with the point god. And I think that should be the dynamic the Suns look to recreate. Now, again, I don't think that they went out and said, let's go get Jalen Green when we trade Kevin Durant. I think they were backed into a corner and they realized KD ain't going to let us trade him to any place else, and the Rockets aren't going to give us anybody else. And I think that's why Jalen Green's a member of the Phoenix Suns. Now, that's not to say he can't become a great player for the Suns. The guy's got a lot of potential and crazy athleticism. But trusting him to run the point, I don't approve of that.
Look, I don't think that's ideal. I don't think Devin Booker is ideal. If you have one path you've got to pick as the Phoenix Suns, I'm picking Book as the point guard over Jalen Green. But to Jarrett's point, the Suns pivoted in a big way last year. Didn't have a point guard, needed a point guard after year one of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant together. So they went out and they got Tyus Jones. They went out and they got Monte Morris. At one point, they had like 5 point guards on the roster last year toward the end of the year. So they pivoted the other way, but with Kevin Durant in the fold, it still was not a traditional point guards, by and large, don't exist anymore. I think we're still stuck in our ways of thinking about it. What's different about this is now it's going to fall on Booker. It's going to fall on Green. They're both going to play a ton of minutes, ideally. But you also don't have the Kevin Durant initiation of the offense. That's removed. So to see what we saw in the Summer League from a player like Ryan Dunn or Oso Ighodaro, those players are going to be a lot more involved in initiating offense, too. It's going to come from all areas.
All right.
So it's not, if we're stuck in our ways and thinking Chris Paul bringing the ball up every possession, getting the Suns into a good offensive set and ending up with a good shot, that's just not the reality for this team. It's not the reality for most teams in the NBA these days.
Yeah, and it's not the reality for the way the Suns promised to play next year.
No.
They promised to be an up-tempo team with a ton of cutting on offense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of work. You got to have a lot of buy-in to run that kind of offense and play defense at the level they're going to ask players to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe in theory it's a great idea because that, I think, up-tempo offense is the way to unlock the best Devin Booker we've ever seen.
Will an up-tempo offense flow without a point guard, though?
The last time the Suns had a true all-world point guard, they played at the slowest pace they've ever played in franchise history, really.
It's true, yeah.
But if we go back and think like the 7 seconds or less Suns, that worked a large reason because of Steve Nash.
Because of a great point guard.
And I have a news flash for you, Jarrett.
Ooh.
That was 21 years ago.
Wow.
So it's interesting. The estimates, those Basketball Reference estimates of where players play percentage-wise according to the position, I think there's going to be a lot of equality at that number next year for the Suns. Coming up next, we will roll out this week's edition of Mock My World. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s transformation goes beyond his 220-pound listing. Eugenio Suarez says, "My heart is still here," as D-backs trade rumors fly. And what will the D-backs look like when they return home after the trade deadline? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Head on down to Chapman BMW, home of the ultimate driving machine, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. Everything they do is elite, from Ted Chapman all the way down, and right now, a great time to roll off the lot in the ultimate driving machine. Great deals going on at Chapman BMW. For instance, no payments for 90 days. You can get 2.99% financing on the BMW X1 and X3. Those are the beautiful compact luxury SUVs. The BMW i4, beautiful electric vehicle, just $399 a month on a lease. And you can also get the brand new 2026 X3 for just $599 a month. Great deals going on right now at Chapman BMW. Great time to head on down. Pick a location. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And you also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So pick a spot, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal you are going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs lost their final game at Chase Field before the trade deadline, 4-3 to the Astros. Gerardo Perdomo went 4 for 4. Ketel Marte hit a leadoff home run, but also struck out looking on a questionable strike 3 to end the game. After getting swept, Arizona now sits at 50-53, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The Cardinals began training camp yesterday with some bad news on the defensive side of the ball, as head coach Jonathan Gannon said B.J. Ojulari, Bilal Nichols, and rookie Walter Nolan will all miss some time and be put on the PUP list. And the Suns reportedly made 2 roster moves yesterday, picking up guards Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin. To read more about where these players fit on the New Look Suns, go to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Quick look at today's Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Yes.
And it reads, which depth guard added by the Suns are you more excited about? Jared Butler or Jordan Goodwin?
Jared Butler, because I've seen Jordan Goodwin a lot.
Jared Butler is leading the voting right now. 59% of the vote, 41% on the Jordan Goodwin side of the argument. You could cast your vote, have your voice heard. Sanderson Ford poll question right now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Oh, Mock My World is back for another week. Bick, you weren't here last week. Last week, we went down the road of comedy movies. In a subject of best comedy movies in 2000. Why do you think we did it?
I guess.
Best comedy movies of the last 25 years. Tim Ring, who was sitting in your seat last week, ran away with the voting. He had the first pick. He went with The Hangover, Old School, Where the Millers, and Meet the Parents. 43.9% of the vote. I finished second with 23%. Sammy third, just under 22%. Jarrett bringing up the rear, 11.1%. And this week, Sammy's gone. So to fill the fourth seat, who better to bring back than the defending champion of Mock My World? You can hear him on Burns and Gambo later today. And I believe he's joining us via video. Tim Ring with us.
What is up?
The Ringer.
Are you there, Tim? Oh, he was just there. He dropped.
The Ringer. What do we do now?
Well, explain the topic for this week, and I'll get him reconnected.
The topic for this week, it's a little bit of a thinker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how we landed on this. Actually, I do know how we landed on this. We're taking combinations, athletes, and musicians by first name. So they have to share a first name, but the best combo athlete.
There you go.
Musician.
There you go.
My head hurts. All right, I explained it, Jared. Is he back?
Are you there, Tim?
I'm here.
Oh,
can you hear me?
We can hear
We got you, Tim.
Oh, you can hear me.
We can't
but you
see
can't
you.
see me.
That's all right.
This works. This works.
Our apologies to the female audience.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're really missing out on a lot.
All right, so you're all up to speed on the twisted concept this week, Tim?
I am. I've got it. Yep.
All right. So that being said, our draft order this week: Dan Bickley's got the first pick. Tim, you've got second. I will go third. Jarrett fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. Start us off.
My
Dan
first
Bickley.
pick, Vinny, Freddie Mercury and Freeman. Freddie Mercury and Freeman.
Mercury. This is going to be hard.
This is a good one.
Hey, there I am.
All right, there you are. You're here. Look at that blue
All
shirt.
right, let me get myself centered up in the box. There we go.
Right in time for your pick, too, Tim.
All right, I'm really surprised Pick didn't go with this one because to me the obvious first pick in the draft, which I'm gladly going to take, is Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan.
Yep.
There you go.
The name Michael Jackson and Jordan. I'm going to go my first pick. Based on one of my favorite musicians of all time, I'm going with Prince. Prince Fielder.
That's good.
And Prince Rogers Nelson.
That was on my list.
All right, I'm going to do a double football music combination here. We're going to start with Kurt Warner and Kurt Cobain.
Okay.
And then we're going to go to John Elway and John Lennon.
All right.
Elway and Lennon. All right, back to me. As we're doing best combos of musician athletes by first name. I'm gonna go with the name Tom. Brady and Petty. And I won't back down.
Oh, there you go.
Because I'm free falling.
That is outstanding, Vinny. I am going to go with Bo Jackson and Big's favorite guitarist, Bo Diddley. I don't know if he is or not.
I stashed that one for my last pick. I didn't think anybody was going to snag that.
Bo Diddley, the second round pick for the first time in the history of Mock My World.
They were actually in a commercial together back in the day, if you don't recall that.
Was Bo Derek in it also?
All right, Bick, back to you. Back-to-back picks.
All right, give me Jimmy Page Butler.
Page and Butler.
And give me Sammy Hagar and Sammy Sosa.
Sammy. Hagar and Sosa. All right. Somewhere Sabalka is smiling.
Yep.
Yeah. Although he's never heard of either one of those people.
Tim? Gentlemen, I'm gonna venture out to the female population and go with Diana Taurasi and Diana Ross.
Ooh, it's going to be my pick this round.
That's good. That's a good one.
Rossi and Ross. All right, back to me for my third round pick here in Mock My World. I'm going with the name Wayne, Gretzky, and Newton.
I thought you were going to say Lil.
I thought you were going to say, Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne, I could have done that too.
Wayne Coyne, the lead singer of Flaming Lips, your favorite band.
Yeah, shows up all the time in Mustache, Not a Mustache.
All right, I am going to go with Cheryl Miller and Sheryl Crow. And then I'm going to cross gender and go with Deion Sanders and Dionne Warwick.
That was actually on my list.
You got that one?
They spell it differently.
Yeah.
So
some of these are different spellings.
Yeah. This is such a twisted concept.
It's stupid.
My last pick, I'm going with the genesis of why we even came across this.
All right.
I'm going with Ozzy Osbourne, who was really John, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Ozzy Smith. So, with apologies to Ozzy Newsome and Ozzy Virgil.
All right.
Team
I
Ring.
am going to go for my final pick. Let's go with I don't want to go with this one because I don't think it's going to get the votes for obvious reasons. So I'm going to go with Lou Gehrig and Lou Reed.
Gehrig and Reed.
Well, I'd love to hear the one that you didn't go with because you didn't think it was hip enough.
I'll tell you
Uh-huh.
after the segment.
All right, Bick, you got the final say.
All right, give me the late, great Pantera guitarist Dimebag Darrell and Daryl Strawberry.
Take that, Daryl Oates.
Yeah, right. All right.
Dimebag and Strawberry. Two things I never thought I would type together.
Well, if you knew Daryl Strawberry.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not that far-fetched.
That wasn't really his thing.
No, I guess not.
No Elvis Presley and Andrus?
No, I had Elvis Presley and Elvis Gerbach.
No, Hank.
Elvis Gerbach.
Elvis Peacock?
Hank
Elton
Aaron.
John and Elton Brand.
Hank Aaron and Hank Williams.
Yeah.
John Lennon and John McEnroe.
I did John Elway. But,
Buddy Holly and Buddy Ryan.
basketball player Shaquille O'Neal and rapper Shaq Diesel.
That doesn't work.
I know. Just
Jared, in case you guys are wondering, the one I backed
Isn't that
away
the same
from.
person, by the way?
It is. That was the joke. Yes. What were you saying, Tim?
I was going to say the one I backed away from is one of the greatest rock stars of all time and one of the greatest Olympians of all time, Bruce Springsteen and Bruce Jenner.
Oh yeah,
That would have worked.
It works, but Bruce Jenner ain't Bruce Jenner anymore.
Well, it doesn't have to. A lot of these people we drafted aren't even alive anymore. So, Bob Gibson and Bob Dylan, Myles Garrett, Miles Davis.
Oh, we could sit here all day and do this. Let's do it. What do you guys got planned?
Yeah, I know.
Stevie Nicks and Stevie Nash.
All right.
Marvin Gaye and Marvin Hagler.
The draft is over. Team Bickley consisting of the Freddies, Mercury and Freeman, the Jimmies, Page and Butler, the Sammys, Hagar and Sosa, and the Darrells, Dimebag and Strawberry. Tim went with the Michaels, Jordan and Jackson, the Bows, Jackson and Diddley, the Dianas, Taurasi and Ross, and the Lou's, Gehrig and Reed, which is probably what you'll do after that pick. No, I'm just joking. I went with the Princes, Fielder and Prince. Tom went with the Brady and Petties. The Waynes, Gretzky and Newton. The Ozzies, Osborne and Smith. And Jarrett's got the Kurtz, Warner and Cobain. The Johns, Elway and Lennon. The Sherrills, Miller and Crow. And the Dion, Sanders and Warwick. We'll get this up on Twitter. Hope that you understand the concept and wait for you to determine the winner of this week's Mock My World. Tim, thank you so much for doing this. You had to defend your title.
A pleasure. I'll be back next week to try to go for the three-peat.
All right.
Oh.
Who's he bumping next week, Jarrett? Oh, wait.
I'm gone
You're
next week. Yeah.
All right. We look forward to it, Tim. Have a great show today.
All right, gentlemen. Anytime. See you guys soon.
Tim filling in with John Gambadoro for Dave Burns today, 2 to 6 here on Arizona Sports. Coming up, some final thoughts on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't argue, you can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about, who's going to pitch these games? I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
It's the somber version.
This is going way back.
1977. We don't play a lot of jazz for Song of the Day.
No.
This gets considered jazz, mainstream jazz. Come on, Chuck, pick it up here, man.
Come on, pick it up, Chuck. We're playing this song today because Chuck Mangione has passed at age 84.
There's been a lot of death to talk about this week.
Yeah.
He's not even the most well-known person to pass away today.
No.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk
at
Hogan
the age of
passed away
71,
today.
passed away.
There are some people that walk into a bar and just captivate everybody. I saw it once when Dan Patrick walked into a bar in Salt Lake City during the NBA Finals. It was like Elvis walked into the building. One time, Hulk Hogan walked into a bar in Tampa, where I was at, and it was like people were losing their minds.
It's hard to sort of conceptualize to younger people how big of a star he was in the 80s. And then again, in sort of the late 90s, early 2000s, Hulk Hogan was you made fun of me lots of times on the show for loving wrestling, which I still do. 2 different times in my life, when I was a little kid and then when I was a teenager, Hulk Hogan was my absolute favorite wrestler. Then as he got older, he revealed himself to be a truly terrible person, and I don't like him at all anymore. But he was the most famous professional wrestler of all time and sort of transformed the business twice.
All right.
Wow.
I hate to talk about this, but we've talked about it before. There's been several occasions in this show's history where we've talked about a random celebrity, and that celebrity has died. I'm not saying we're curses or anything. There's also this rule of three thing. We were wondering about it yesterday because of Malcolm Jamal Warner passing away, and
Ozzy
Osbourne passed away.
3 consecutive days.
So we wondered yesterday, there was a connection, an Adam Sandler connection there. And I brought it up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Hogan doesn't have a connection to Adam Sandler, but because I know way too much about Adam Sandler movies, in Grown Ups 2, there was a female bodybuilder at a party dressed up as Hulk Hogan. Now there's another possible category of threes because you've got Ozzy Osbourne, early 2000s reality show star. Very similarly, Hulk Hogan, early 2000s reality show star. Based on their families, made their families all celebrities in the process. Ugh. It's getting weird.
Watch out, Tila Tequila.
Chuck Mangione never had a reality show as far as we know.
No.
Chuck Barkley and Chuck Mangione could have been drafted.
Could have. Yeah. This feels so good. Not even the good version of it. I apologize. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Once upon a time on this show, we used to do something called What's on Your Mind. We don't do it anymore because I ran out of stuff to complain about on a daily basis, but I got one that popped up. This rash of text phishing that's going on, how many of these do you get where it's from a random number and it's just, hey, we should get together for sushi tonight?
Yeah. Hey, can you talk?
Yeah. I got one today. You again? Just kidding. I missed you.
That's crazy.
My tendency is to want to be a smartass and say something in response. Like, for instance, on the 4th of July, I got one of these random text phishing things that says, hey, you free tonight? We can go get manicures. And my smart aleck response was going to be, how dare you suggest manicures on the 4th of July? You know I lost part of both of my hands in a fireworks accident last year. But I didn't have the heart to send it.
Well, because the first mistake is don't respond.
Don't
to
ever
them.
respond.
Right.
Do you get a ton? I get a ton of these.
So do I. It's I think everybody does.
Oh, it drives me nuts.
I guess it works. Spam,
it has
phishing,
to work.
All those kind of things, phone calls and text and emails. What kind of low life people do that?
Scam artists.
Yeah,
I know, but
what Jared is saying is accurate. The amount of people who are comfortable scamming and stealing from people, it's relatively unsettling.
It's in the name of livelihood. People, it's my opinion that people have less of a problem doing shady things in the pursuit of money than anything else.
Yeah.
They'll do illegal things for their own well-being.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw this stat. It's a golf stat. Sammy would be proud at this, too. Scotty Scheffler, who's won 2 majors this year, just won the Open Championship. He's been so good this season, his caddy, who's named Ted Scott, has earned $1.92 million. That's better than the average PGA Tour player. The average PGA Tour player has earned $1.73 million at this point.
And you wonder at some point in time if a golfer begins to resent that. I do know that at times, it's when Tiger and Phil have had caddies and those caddies have been on the bag for great seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Almost $2 million by July?
I know.
Good work if you can get it.
Oh, how about it?
Golfing today? You are,
I got too much to do. I want to, but I got too much going on.
Find
today.
a way, Bick.
Find a way? When there's a will, there's a way. Shut up, Bickley.
That's going to do it for us on this Thursday. Thanks to Derek Hall, Stuart Mandel for joining us. I spoke erroneously earlier this week, so I have to confirm with Jarrett. Wolf and Luke are at Cardinals camp.
Today they are,
correct?
yes.
Okay,
that
good.
was my fault, as usual.
I said it. You didn't say it.
I said it to you, though.
Yeah, but I was the messenger. They'll be live from Cardinals camp. Coming up next, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. No Arizona Diamondbacks today after a disappointing series against the Houston Astros where they were swept. For more D-backs coverage, go on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And today is the first day of Cardinals open practice for training camp, and Wolf and Luke are live from training camp today, so make sure to be tuned in all day to hear that. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
The Red Reckoning. When 6 of the 7 players you drafted played defense, you signed free agent pass rusher Josh Sweat. Run stopper Dalvin Tomlinson. Plus, bring back strong defensive performers from last season. You're putting the league on notice.
They added a whole bunch of new faces on defense, like real talent, draft, and free agency.
The Arizona Cardinals are building a wrecking defense.
You have all these chess pieces, and the players are just that much better, and now you can do all this cool stuff.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light, your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, here we are live from State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday, heading into what is essentially really the real start of training camp 2025. And sitting to my right is Wolf. What's up, Wolf?
I love the smell of pigskin in the morning. Oh, I'm jacked up right now. How you doing, Luke? How are you?
I'm good. Have you, so you haven't been on the show the last few days. Have you just been sitting here ready for this show?
Yeah, I have been thinking about it right now, Basin Earnings. I will tell you, there's no doubt. It's distracting when you're walking around the compound and the Warrior Queen is walking around as well. She always has distracted me these last 25 years, Basin Earnings. But I will tell you right now, I was thinking yesterday about being out here at State Farm Stadium for the Red Reckoning Training Camp 2025. Here we go.
Right as we're sitting here, they opened that door over there, too, to start to wheel the field in.
Did you see that?
It was like they were waiting for the start of the show. It's
because
great
we all
walking
know what
in
that
here.
means. We all know what that means right now, Base Earnings. They're getting ready to take the Betty Crocker tray and slide it in. The field is going to slide in here, of course, at State Farm Stadium. Ron Wolfley reporting. The field slides in here.
That's good.
At State
My
Farm Stadium.
sources.
That's right, Rick. I'm breaking
Hopefully
it
everybody's
right now.
taking notes today.
But, of course, that can only mean one thing, Base Earnings, that White Pants, Mr. White Pants, is going to be standing there walking the field in. Once they get it in, have you noticed this? It's not, he doesn't start when it's outside. He starts when it's actually
he's a smart guy. It's pretty hot outside
and that's
right now.
when Mr. White Pants comes walking around and stands in front of the tray as it's sliding coming into the stadium. Very interesting. Looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to practice. And who might actually, can somebody flash? Could you possibly flash when you don't have the pads on? Could you possibly just show a little something without the pads? Yes, you could do that. Who's that going to be?
Let's start.
Oh.
How badly do we need football right now? I mean, you always need football, and then you always need it even more when you get to, like, late July. It's kind of ridiculous now. The Super Bowl was almost 6 months ago. Let's get going. But with the way things have gone, certainly the basketball season, the way things have kind of been going with the baseball season lately, let's get some football going. Let's you can't roll that field in fast enough, sir.
Man, it has been rough, has it not? 2025 for the most part. We were talking about this before we actually hit the air. 2025 has been a little difficult, starting with ASU, right?
Starting on January 1st.
On January 1st, 2025. Think of what happened. Targeting?
Yeah, targeting.
That's all I'm going to say.
Was it 4th and 13 in overtime, I believe? Yeah.
It's just incredible. And then you think of the underachievement of the Phoenix Suns in 2025, and you think of the underachievement of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We all had high expectations for this team, especially after they acquired Corbin Burns. Here we go. And we all know what has happened there. And now here come the Arizona Cardinals. Walking in training camp 2025. We call it the Red Reckoning, Basinonians. Here it is, 2025. This is a team that should be a playoff team, in my opinion. That is my expectation this year in 2025. Oh, no. Please, can the Arizona Cardinals, can they actually go out and win 10 games, win 11 games, and get into the postseason? Ladies and gentlemen, it starts today, for me at least.
Purposely, no, this is it. This is the start. Let's go. I mean,
okay. They did have practice yesterday.
Yeah, but come on. It starts for real today.
It was,
okay?
right.
Here we go. And
exactly.
Football from now until, well into February. So let's just all
We've got a front
that.
row seat, man. This is exciting stuff.
There's nobody else here.
Literally.
Right now. We're sitting right in the front. Did you bring your mouth guard?
Well, we're kind of not. I did not, as a matter of fact. I'm going to have to bring that at some point in time, stick that in there. But every time you stick the mouth guard in, you know what that makes? What are you doing?
Have mouth guard.
Are you kidding me? You brought the mouth guard.
Even red.
Now, why didn't somebody alert me to this, that Luke was going to have the mouth guard?
I just assumed
because,
first day of training
ladies
camp.
and gentlemen, how about that? The camera right there, YouTubers, you're loving this right now. You just saw Luke Lipinski take the mouth guard and stick the mouth guard in. There's nothing better than having a mouth guard. Yes. Especially when you try to say something like, you started a war, Dave. You started a war, Dave. Andre Waters, may his soul rest. Andre Waters, really a tough football player, safety for the Philadelphia Eagles. I had a good friend of mine. His name was Dave Little. Dave Little was a deep snapper for the Philadelphia Eagles. Told me the story about there he was in training camp, Basinonians. He was in training camp, and he was running down the middle of the field, and all of a sudden they threw him the ball, and Andre Waters just took him out. I mean, hit him DPI. Hit him before the ball even got there. Took him out just to take him out because he didn't have to worry about the ball in practice. Took Dave Little out. And all of a sudden, Dave Little got up and jacked him multiple times. And after that, Andre Waters said, "You started a war, Dave." So if you want to speak clearly with a mouth guard in, you're probably going to have to take it out.
You have to take it out, yeah.
You have to do that.
If I tried to drive us to break with that thing in, it would have been an absolute mess.
I know, but
you would have to drive.
I am jacked up, and because of that, I'm going to bring the mouth guard as well out here. But the mouth guard always makes you want to put the bonnet on.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird just having the mouth guard on.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
but I didn't hate it either.
Well, you know, you're going to walk around with a mouth guard in?
We do have Max Melton on at 12:15, so I figured I should take it out before then so he doesn't walk up
yeah,
and Wolf and I are interviewing him with mouth guard.
Yeah, definitely do that right now.
Here is Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about the start of camp.
Good to be back. We're ready to get after it. Exciting time for everybody in the NFL right now. A lot of work to be done, and started yesterday and continue here and as we get going.
Boy, that was awesome because Paul Calvisi also asked him the question about friction.
Oh, I got it right here.
Do you have it? Oh, this is great.
So the question was, because Gannon's been saying more friction in camp. So
Yes.
they asked him, okay, Paulie, I guess, asked him what specifically that means.
The players are wondering, what does that mean?
Yeah, they know what that means, Paul. They know what that means. That'll start next week when the rules allow us.
Did you see that, Basinonians? So right there, once again, we were talking. What do you think he's talking about? He's talking about physicality. That's what he's talking about. I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to have the most physical training camp they've had in years. I think that's coming.
Do it.
I think do it.
Absolutely
I
do
am with you right now. Are you kidding? I think that is coming right now. That's what he's talking about. Friction, physicality. Only JG would come up with friction. Meaning
sounds much more
physicality
scientific
right now. But, once again, you know the way I feel about this. If you're going to have that physicality, along with that, comes somebody who might want to jig somebody in the eye. And if you want to jig somebody in the eye, you might have somebody grab your face mask. And if somebody grabs your face mask, you just start haymaking with the right hand, Basinonians, if you're right-handed. Left-handed if you're left-handed.
Oh, right-handed if you're left-handed.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with a body shot right in the ribs.
Are we going to have to do our Fight Club power rankings later in the show before practice gets going?
Well, JG gets really upset when guys fight.
Yeah, I understand, but it hasn't stopped you from talking about it in the first segment of the show. So.
He gets really, really, upset where he loses that Basinonians.
I'm not going to sit here and encourage our guests to go fight, but you and I, because there's no Will Hernandez here this year, there's not a clear cut. If somebody's going to fight, it's going to be this guy.
Wait a second, Luke. Did you say we're not going to encourage our guests to fight? Have you ever heard Wolf talk to a football player on the Cardinals?
That was my own personal disclaimer, so when they go back and play this tape.
Right. It's the one thing, JG and I, man, you want to talk about a spirit coach? He is my spirit coach.
Okay.
There's JG and the way he thinks, we are so aligned, it's not even funny. Unless you're talking about fighting, Basinonians. That's where I draw the line, and I differ.
Well, you may want to fight.
It brings the locker room together. It doesn't separate. It brings them together. Are you kidding me? That you would play this game so hard that you might actually come to blows. Yes. That is the way the game is supposed to be played.
Everybody see the table moving?
I'm just saying, YouTubers. Yes.
Right. Well, this is not going to help our mood. When we come back, we're going to talk a little baseball, okay? 6 D-backs games since Wolf's last show. You'll never guess what their record is in those 6 games. Oh, look, it's 3-3. We'll get his thoughts on where the team is, and my thoughts now on where the team is, too, after that loss yesterday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-Backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-Backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at DIS. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a former professional player, I suffered a lot of damage to my back, Basinonians. And Dr. Chris, of course, the disc surgeons as well, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're battling spine or back issues, man, you need to go see DISC. And the reason why I say that is because people from all over, I'm talking about professional athletes from all over the world, they come here to get treated by DISC. That's right, Basinonians. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world, they come right here to get treated. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com. or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Got unwanted guns at home?
MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pawn, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this: if that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s transformation goes beyond his 220-pound listing. Eugenio Suarez says, "My heart is still here," as D-backs trade rumors fly. And what will the D-backs look like when they return home after the trade deadline? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
We are out here at State Farm Stadium getting ready for the start of Cardinals Training Camp 2025. It is Wolf and Luke. We are going to talk a little baseball now, though. Wolf, maybe I should put the mouth guard back in for baseball, actually, the way things have been going.
Yeah, bad.
All right, so I want to go a little bit bigger picture here. We've obviously been talking about it all week, but you weren't here this week, so you have kind of a unique perspective on this now. Since the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks came out, all the talk was, if you want to have any chance of hanging around, you probably need to, sweep St. Louis, a team that swept you earlier this season. And what did they do? They sweep St. Louis. And then it's like, okay, maybe here we go. And then they get swept by Houston.
Yeah, for me, based on our needs right now, watching it was very, very difficult. This was a death knell series, I think, for the Houston Astros. For me, I already think Mike Hazen had pretty much made his mind up as to being a seller for the trade deadline that is coming up right now. But I think the Astros series really put an exclamation point on being a seller. It was a death knell series, as I said. The only thing the Diamondbacks have been consistent at all season long is proving what a 500 team they truly are.
Yeah.
And, yes, their talent is above 500 team at the start of the season, but they've had injuries, of course, and they've also underachieved all season long. to your point, Luke, you sweep the Cardinals. Were they chasing the St. Louis Cardinals?
They were.
They were chasing the St. Louis Cardinals.
Perfect
as a
team
matter
to
of
sweep.
fact. Perfect team to come out swinging and sweep the Cardinals. And, man, did they do it in a very impressive kind of way, only to be swept by the Astros. Now, again, the Astros are a good team, yet you get swept by them. The only consistency they have displayed is that they are an inconsistent team, and that is it. And that, to me, is the reason why they are going to be sellers. And Derek Hall went on Bickley and Murata this morning, as a matter of fact, on this very station, Basinonians, and said as much.
Yeah, we got him on with Bickley and Murata right here.
I would have said, maybe it was the pressure, maybe it was the worrisome built around the trade deadline. I don't believe really any of that. I think we just played sloppy baseball, and it's been inconsistent and sloppy all season. And I think our players would tell you that too. But when you don't pick up the ball on routine plays, when you don't catch the ball, and when you make base running errors, you're not going to win games against a good team. And the Astros have arguably one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, and they showed that. They lined up all the left-handers against us. I mean, we've had difficulty at times against lefties, and they have all those lefties coming out of the bullpen too. We just had trouble, and I don't think they put extra pressure on themselves. I really don't. I don't think they were worried about the trade deadline in those games, or they would have been worried during the St. Louis series too, and they certainly weren't. I just think the Astros are a very good team. They came in here with a swagger, and they know the track record against us. They're very comfortable in our home, and we got beat. We didn't play good baseball, and that's been a problem all year.
Wolf, you can look at the injuries this season. That's legit. They have been brutalized by injuries. So has Houston, by the way. But they have. You can look at games like even the last two games. Jose Altuve was probably out at home in the ninth inning 2 games ago. That third strike on Ketel Marte was embarrassing to the point where you need robot umpires if you're going to allow a call like that to end a game. Like, you should be embarrassed. You should have to come out and address the media afterwards as the ump and be like, I messed that call up, instead of just disappearing. That was a horrible way to end a game. But
and for me, Ketel, you just can't walk away from that. At some point in time, you have to square that guy up and say, "What are you nuts?"
Well, that was Mark Grace after the game. He's like, "What are you going to do? Throw me out if I'm a player?" And
I'm just saying, at some point in time.
But at the same time, they are still having defensive miscues. They are running into outs at third base the last 2 games with the play in front of them, running into and the part that's so strange and confusing about it, Wolf, is these are not a bunch of new players that they brought in.
No.
These are guys that are great baseball players that have been great Diamondbacks.
Yes, when you think about it right now, I think of Geraldo Perdomo. Running into that out. Oh, my goodness. What are you doing, Geraldo Perdomo? On the base paths. Just
the last
going
guy you would expect
sleep,
to do that.
Going to sleep, booting the ball in the field. And this Basinonians coming from a man that had 7 consecutive hits when you go back to Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah.
7 consecutive hits in this series. He is the microcosm. That game right there, this series against the Houston Astros, and the way that Geraldo Perdomo played in Game 2 and 3 specifically of this series, man, that is the microcosm of the Arizona Diamondbacks. To be so talented and do so well and do it at the dish the way that he did, and yet base running gaffes and booting a ball, and it looked pretty mental to me when he did that. And yet that's been the Diamondbacks all season long for the most part.
We're over 100 games into it. Here's Torey Lovello after the game yesterday.
This is a very frustrating time, and I watched it for a couple of days where I feel like we didn't play our game and link up those at-bats and drive starting pitchers out of the game and get into a portion of their bullpen maybe that they weren't comfortable using, whether it's not their positive role guys or because they couldn't use certain guys because their bullpen was taxed from their series in Seattle. So it's just it's a grinding time right now. And we got to find a way to figure this out quickly. I thought Brandon Pfaadt was efficient for his 5+ innings. He had some really good moments, maybe just mislocated a couple balls in that 6th inning, and we started maneuvering the bullpen. And overall, I thought he deserved to go back out there in the 6th inning and pitch a little bit deeper into the game. And unfortunately, we couldn't get it done for him. Perdomo with 4 hits, Marte with a home run and 2 hits. You could see when we do link up what we did in the 8th inning. We create innings and build innings, and we're able to go out there and put pressure on the pitcher. We just didn't do that enough throughout the course of the series and win some games.
Just they're running out of time at this point. Well, if they may have run out of time, because you're always going to get the people that are going to overreact and be like, "Oh, this was done 3 weeks ago." Well, look, if they had taken 2 of 3 from Houston, okay, 2 of 3, you just take 2 of 3. San Diego's been losing. You would be 3.5 games back. You'd be 1 game back of Cincinnati, who's now rumored to be in the Geno sweepstakes. So if you look at the Reds, they don't seem to think they're out of it. 2.5 games back. And if the Diamondbacks could have just won 2 of these 3, all very close games against Houston, they'd only be 1 game back of Cincinnati. You would have been right back in it if you could have won this series.
Yes. No, you're right about that, Luke. And I've been on this now. 4-5 they are in games they could sweep. 4-5 this season. Games where they could have swept their opponent. They're still below 500. 4-5. And 5-10 in winning rubber games of a series. Okay, so that meant, they each had 1 Basinonians, of course, or maybe they had won the first 2 games of a 4-game series, and they had game 3 and game 4 to possibly win the series, which is very, very difficult to do in a 4-game series. Yet at the same time, they are 5-10 in winning rubber games of a series. That's just something that is really condemning. And yesterday I heard Jody actually say this, a little broadcast bacon on the air. Jody dropped 11-20 in 1-run games. 11-20 in 1-run games. This is a team that they can't seem to finish. They can't. Broadcast bacon, Jody. Man, pass the bacon.
Look at Wolf calling for bacon sounders within the first half hour of training camp.
That was great, Rick.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Wolf, do you see who's back? White Pants is here.
There he is.
He's here.
White Pants.
When we come back, Cardinals camp is starting, and there's already some injuries. How concerned should we be about that news that came out yesterday about the defensive line? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So what they have now is they've got Devin Booker at the starting point guard. They got Colin Gillespie as the backup. They have Jordan Goodwin as the number 3 guy. And then they're also looking at bringing in Jared Butler, non-guaranteed contract, okay, to compete with Goodwin and to see which guy could be the number 3 guy. So that is what they are looking to do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, Aria Dental Implant Center, I believe everyone deserves that smile, man. That smile that allows you to grin at that camera when you're getting your picture taken, or bite into that steak, whatever it may be. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant experience. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Listen, I've had the All-on-4, and I've been telling you about it for a long, long time. It is a game changer, man. Socially, it's a game changer. Professionally, personally, I would say as well. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, man. That's all it takes. 5 days. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a tough series against the Houston Astros, it appears the Diamondbacks are going to be sellers. For more, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. It's day one of open practice for the Arizona Cardinals, and Wolf and Luke are out there broadcasting, so make sure to stay tuned for that. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 90-79 to the Atlanta Dream last night in Brittany Griner's return to the Valley. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke out here at State Farm Stadium. Field is being rolled in. This is now an annual tradition, Wolf, as we get ready for the start of Training Camp 2025. But I do have to play this cut from Jonathan Gannon yesterday. Okay,
JT.
You know, the coaches, players were out here yesterday, obviously. First real practices today. But Gannon gave some injury updates. Got to be honest, I wasn't really ready for injury updates yet yesterday.
Couple injury notes for you guys. Bilal won't be out there, coming back from the neck still. BJ won't be out there, coming back from the knee. And a new one that popped up was Walter hurt his calf training, so he's going to miss some time. And all three of them are doing everything they can to get back on the field.
Okay.
Yeah, so where do you begin on that one, Luke?
No, Nolan, because the other two, when I say I wasn't ready for injury updates yet, we knew B.J. Ojulari was coming back from an injury. He didn't play last year. We knew Bilal Nichols was he's at least coming back from an injury, whether he was going to be ready or not at the start of camp or midway through camp or whatever. But I didn't really expect Walter Nolan to be hurt.
Yeah, especially with a calf injury.
Yeah.
It was the calf injury thing once again that got me. Only because of what happened to Darius Robinson his rookie season, of course, with the calf. Are you kidding me? Defensive linemen, rookies, and the calf. What is going on here?
Not loving this.
No, I'm not loving that as well. It's just, okay, how long? Is it a calf tweak? Did he tweak the calf? Because the calf, once again, this is something that we've even talked about with Kevin Durant, as a matter of fact, in the calf because of the Achilles.
Yep.
And we worried about that. And Darius Robinson, pretty much the same thing. Worried about that. You always have to worry about the Achilles when you're talking about the calf. Now, it seems to be nothing but a calf tweak. Don't focus on the Achilles, Basinonians. Just because I brought it up, don't do that. Don't focus on it. Just look at the calf and say, okay, how bad is it? Is it a torn calf? Because a torn calf, man, all of a sudden you might miss a month.
Well,
on something like that.
Here, let me give you some more audio from Jonathan Gannon, because obviously the second he said Walter Nolan was dealing with a calf injury, some people had questions. Okay, so the first one, and you can tell it's football season because you talk to Jonathan Gannon in the offseason.
Yeah.
Dude will just talk and talk. He'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. But when you get to football season and he has to give injury updates, those answers are about 3 seconds long, okay? So he was asked, obviously right after that, how serious is that Walter Nolan injury?
You know, they're all different, but he's going to miss some time.
Okay. Well,
he's accurate, though.
Obviously it came up, what you just said, the Darius Robinson injury last year, the natural comparisons. This is what JG said about that.
A little bit different injury, and they're obviously different people, so he's working hard to get back.
He's right about everything. It really is. There is no set time frame.
Well, here's the
for
timeline.
One person.
Do you want the timeline?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like you're looking at the script, although you're not.
Okay.
But here's JG on the timeline.
I don't know, Danny, honestly. You know, they're all different, so he's recovering, rehabbing, and he'll get out there when he needs to get out there, but he's going to miss some time.
Yeah, some would say obfuscation. I'm just saying, some would say that. Not me, Basinonians. But this is,
You're the only person I know who would say the word obfuscation.
Obfuscation. This is what coaches are going to do, of course. They're going to do it, especially there's nothing you can gain from, especially when you're talking about how long an injury might be. Or
all you can do is be wrong.
How much time this guy is going to miss. It's so specific to the individual. It truly is. I've seen so many guys that were supposed to miss weeks with a pulled hamstring. They missed 7 days. They were playing, as a matter of fact, the next week. Buda Baker is one of those guys. We've seen Buda Baker.
He had the high ankle sprain. Did he even miss a game?
Oh, my goodness. It was unbelievable. Buda Baker and the high ankle sprain. And, oh, my goodness, he's going to be out for 4 games. No, he didn't miss any time.
And they were basically out of the playoff race at that point, too. And he's just, I'm just going to play through this high ankle sprain.
It's truly incredible. So you've got to do that. You really do. You have to obfuscate to some degree because you don't want to provide any aid, comfort, and shelter to anybody. Not about your football team right now. And he's being really accurate. Some guys recover quicker than other guys. Their body. It's called mama and papa, man. Sometimes guys recover sooner than other guys. So there is no set rule. And to cite it only puts that player in a tough situation. If you say it's going to take 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Danny. That's how long it's going to take right
ticking.
there. Yeah, and right there, it's going to, 2 weeks, great. And if the guy isn't back, now it's on the guy.
Well, and they're not going to rush anybody back during camp. I mean, it's not like they have a game on Sunday, so they're not going to rush anybody back. Not that you would want to rush them back anyway, but I mean, if it's the season, there's a certain level of okay, I got to get out there. But the problem with this, Wolf, specifically with Nolan, again, it's not like Ojulari and Bilal Nichols are not important to this team. It's just the Nolan one is new. And we talked about this a lot over the last few days with Will Johnson. It was like, are you concerned this guy hasn't signed yet? Are you concerned he hasn't signed? And the thought, at least mine, was, no, I'm not concerned he's not signed yet. But if he's, as a rookie, has to start camp by missing time, that's concerning. Because no matter how good the guy may end up being, he's a rookie. Now, Will Johnson got signed. He's good to go. He's ready. But Walter Nolan is going to miss time. And it doesn't sound like he's going to, be out here tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it does not. It does not sound like that is the case. To me, I'm going to put the minimum at 2 weeks. This is just me, pure speculation based on it. Probably shouldn't even say it, but I don't care. I'm not a coach,
it's not like you're
so
talking
I guess
to a
I can't. Exactly. Okay, knock it off. 2 weeks to 4 weeks. That is what I think we could be looking at right now. And, the thing we're all looking at as well is the fact that Darius Robinson, first-round pick last year, the same thing happened. He tweaked his calf. And we were all worried about it being the Achilles. And I know I was worried about it being the Achilles, but it was the calf.
And it wasn't, but he still missed a good amount of time.
Exactly. He still missed a fair amount of time, and it really set him back. And, so we don't have to remember very far. We don't have to think back into ancient history, basically, as to why this is impacting us now. Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson, if there's two guys that I truly want to see on that defensive front have a great training camp, it'd be Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson.
The difference, and JG just said, look, they're different because he said they're different injuries and they're obviously different people. But the other major difference is the Cardinals do have a lot more depth up front on defense this year than they had last year. Now, depth runs out no matter how much you have. You don't want to be losing guys every couple days. You will run out. But last year when they didn't have Darius Robinson, it was like, oh, okay. What are they supposed to do? Now without Nolan, it's bad for his development, and he was your first-round pick. But you do have other guys that could play there if the New Orleans game was this weekend.
Yeah, depth is fantastic. It's a great thing to have. But talent wins.
Real quick, here's JG one more. He was asked if Ojulari, Nolan, and Nichols could potentially even miss time in the regular season.
I don't know that. You know what I mean? I really don't. We'll see how it goes. Each one's a little bit different. Each injury's a little bit different. Each guy's a little bit different. So we'll get rolling, and other guys will get ready to go, and they'll get ready to go. They want to be out there with their teammates and practice, and we need all three. But when they're healthy, they'll play.
So I appreciate that he's not going to sit there and be like, well, I don't know about Nolan or Nichols, but Ojulari, he'll definitely be back.
Yeah.
I appreciate that if he doesn't know, he's not pretending that he does, or if that's not. But it would have been cool to hear that. Well, I'm not worried about BJ. He'll definitely be back. He didn't rule out any of that right there. Wolf.
Yeah. Appreciate you saying that, Luke.
Yeah. All right, when we come back.
You're a downer today.
Yes, that's all down. You know what I should do? Just take this laptop and throw it out there. If we stop playing audio, we can't get any bad news, right? That's basically how this works. All right, when we come back, what are the Diamondbacks' plans going into the trade deadline? It is a week from today. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals base earnings? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details. Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Diamondbacks are trending more and more to being as sellers, when will the fire sale begin? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
We're back here at State Farm Stadium for Cardinals Training Camp 2025. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning, but obviously at the same time, that means we are 1 week away from the MLB trade deadline. Wolf and the Arizona Diamondbacks did not do themselves any favors this past 3 days against the Houston Astros. Certainly yesterday with the loss, Christian Walker driving in the winning run. I mean, why does everything just have to be one last little twist when things get a little bit worse? But you mentioned Derek Hall, who was on with Bickley and Murata this morning, okay? Here's a cut of him talking about the fact, just the reality, the Diamondbacks. This is something you talk about a lot. You got to kind of you got to be honest with yourself where you are if you're going to deal with any sort of situation. This is what Derek Hall said.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic. And you don't just make that decision on the final day of the deadline. You don't say that day, okay, well, we're still 3 under, or we're 5 below, or we're 500, and we're going to sell. No, because a lot of preparation goes into it. You have to talk to 29 teams, or in this case, 20 to 25 teams, because so many teams are still in it. You look at where you are in the standings. You look at where, not only in the NL West, but you look where you are in the wild card. 5.5 doesn't sound like too big an uphill battle, yet you have a number of teams in front of you. So when you have the assets that you do, and you can improve your team, that's your responsibility. I don't want to part ways with any of our players either, yet it is our responsibility to the fans, those same fans that don't want to move any of our players, and that says a lot about the character we have on this team and how they engage with our fans. But we owe it to them to better prepare ourselves for the next couple of years, and who knows, we could still be very competitive for the rest of the year. That's our intention.
What's amazing about this, the trade deadline in Major League Baseball in particular is very, very similar to a player in the NFL evaluating himself as he watches tape. Just looking at the tape, watching the tape. What do I say all the time? You have to tell the truth.
Yep.
Basinonians, you have to tell the truth about yourself. You have to look at yourself with a jaundiced eye. You have to look at yourself and be your harshest critic and say, where do I need to get better? Where do I need to get better? It's the guys that are constantly trying to Jedi mind trick themselves that, I really didn't do that badly. Just look at the tape. I know it looks bad on tape, but it wasn't really like that. It was that they're always trying to make something else up, make an excuse up as to why that happened on tape. And a coach will always tell the truth. Evaluate yourself harsher than I'll evaluate you. That's what a coach will tell you. And to me, it's the same thing at the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. You have to get real. When you sit around that big rectangle, and you've got Mike Hazen, and you've got Derek Hall, and you've got guys in the front office that are really, really big. You got Ken Kendrick, the owner. You have to sit there and tell the truth about what is going on. And that's what you just heard from Derek Hall.
Yeah, and I hate it. I think most people listening probably hate it if you're a Diamondbacks fan. But at the same time, these are the decisions that can separate the good and great teams from just the teams that never seem to know what they're doing, and the teams that never have any direction and go back and forth and this and that, and we think we're amazing, and then you miss the playoffs and you got nothing for any of these 4 guys. We were talking to Mike Fitzgerald when we were out at Chase Field yesterday, and it's like, you're 5.5 games back. You've still got, at the time, 60 games. You can make up 5.5 games in 60 games. That's not crazy. But you can't make it up by next Thursday. There's no way. And you have to make a decision on these guys. And this is unique. You don't typically have 4 players that everybody wants that are unrestricted free agents at the end of the year. I mean, if you would get a pick back, I guess. You would get a compensatory pick. But you would be leaving something on the table if you didn't move any of them and miss the playoffs. That would be the sort of move that – I don't know that it would set you back irreparably, but it would really be a missed opportunity in a weird way. I mean, the opportunity is obviously to win in the playoffs this year, but if you're not going to, you have pieces you could move that have value, and you can't just throw value away because over the course of time with a franchise, that stuff comes back to bite you. So it sucks, but you just got swept by Houston at the worst possible time.
Speaking of move, have you noticed where the field is right now?
The field's almost all the way in.
Very distracted.
Well, you and I were talking during the break, especially the first time it rolls in for the season.
Yes.
It feels like just like a total reset on the year.
But right now, Basinonians, Luke Lipinski is in the nastiest part of the football field you could possibly be in right now.
The 10. I'm at the 10-yard line.
You're the plus 5. No, you're not at the 10 yet. Are you kidding me? You're at the 5. That's at the 5 right now.
Okay, yeah, I guess. But it's moving quickly, so
it's
you have
moving
to make your
quickly.
Point.
You're
now
at the
8.
5. Basinonians, do you know what happens in between the hashes inside the 5? Do you have any idea
Nothing
what
good.
happens? Nothing good.
By design.
Everything your mom told you about taking care of yourself and being responsible
Goes out the window
It
right
goes
there.
out the window when you're on the +5 and in. It's out the window. And Luke was writing it right there. I was so distracted. Okay. Having said that,
All the workers even walked away from that part of the field. They're all walking over towards
they
the
were
30.
even covering their
Yeah.
face because they know what happens there. There's still DNA there from last year. Still just inside the 5, a blanket of DNA.
Wow.
All over the place.
All right, I'm going to have to move.
Okay, having said that, now the Arizona Diamondbacks 11-20 in one-run games. Okay, that's not an accident when you think of it. Their bullpen. Think of the injuries that have happened to their bullpen.
Yeah.
And when I think of losing games late, one-run games where you're 11-20 in one-run games. Okay, offensively, score more runs. I get that. And that's where we said they were either going to be buyers or sellers because they were going to score way more runs. And they were going to win games that way. But, man, we saw it again, just even in the Astros series, the bullpen. And they got good starting pitching for the most part. And yet the bullpen could not hold on.
No.
It's been the problem, as we all know.
It was kind of, to me, like the epicenter of the problems for this team this season.
Yes.
It's the bullpen, and then injuries came quickly, and what came first between those two, because the injuries to A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez are going to hurt your bullpen. But there were other guys that stepped in and just could not close games or could not get them to the ninth inning. They would fall apart in the seventh or the eighth or whatever, and I don't know, if they really miss the playoffs, if they really are sellers in the next 7 days, and you try to think back to, okay, what caused this, the bullpen is right at the top of the list. And my biggest question, I did ask Mike Fitzgerald this yesterday too, my biggest question is, how can you do this if you have to sell where you're not punting on next year? You know what I mean? Because at the start of next year, you're probably not going to have Corbin Burns or Justin Martinez or A.J. Puck either. And now you might not have.
Man, you are a downer.
I know, every time we go to break. It's
my goodness!
But there's got to be a way, especially with most of this offense coming back, where you can still be a team with playoff aspirations at the start of next year, and then next year might be the exact opposite. You might be getting reinforcements halfway through the season.
Young pitching, young pitching, young pitching. That's what I'd go
What about
for.
young pitching?
Young pitching.
Can we do young pitching that's already been through Tommy John surgery?
Yeah. Boy,
now you're
that's
just getting greedy,
yeah.
Rick. Yeah, that's young pitching that's in the majors now or stepping into the majors.
How about young pitching that just won't ever have Tommy John?
So you're going to
Is
get
that
players
possible?
from a different
I mean,
planet?
That's
or
more
what?
greedy than me.
I know.
was gonna
Well, I was just, if you're going to get greedy, get greedy.
When we come back, Marvin Harrison Jr., Wolf, we know his weight. We know he's bulked up. How can they translate that into success on the field, though, this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Cárdenas.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall joined Bickley and Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros, and he talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at next week's trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. You know, sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp today, so stay locked into Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Well, the field is in, Wolf. Playing this music for...
Why are we playing a banjo?
This is amazing. You didn't bring your banjo?
Can I just tell you right now, Basin, never in a million years would I equate football with a banjo.
What if you went to the Pro Bowl in Hawaii? That's a ukulele, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness. They'd never play a banjo.
Well.
I don't think there's a banjo on the island. Okay? I'm just saying.
They put them all in a boat and shoved it off to sea?
Banjo, what is that?
All right, well, that's not. I can't help you. All I can do is tell you, A, the field's in. B, if you think Wolf can't still run, what was it, like a 4.40?
Yeah, it was pretty fast.
Wolf all the way over to the elevator, all the way upstairs, all the way up to the press box, got coffee. Then did all of it back during that break. I couldn't even unwrap the food I was trying to eat in those 5 minutes.
I had to be rude, though. You know, it was a situation where you just, hey, how you doing? Hey, look, I can't talk. Where's the cookie? Give me that thing.
I didn't even know where you got a cookie. There are no cookies up there.
They brought it up there, and I just pilfered it.
They were like, here, Wolf, take this, like just a guy with a tray.
I was like a falcon on a finch, right out of the boom. Just pilfered that thing.
They probably don't even know it's missing. They're probably like, there's supposed to be 50 cookies, and there's only 49.
Of course, now they're at the point of preparing the field, Basinonians, where they're bringing up the big shields, the end zone shields, as they like to call them. They're padding, of course, because you could feasibly run out of the back of the end zone, catching a pass, and possibly hit the wall around the field. And it's one of the reasons why they put the shields, they like to call them, of course, in the end zone. You don't see them around the outside. You just see them in the – well, actually, they have extended them to the outside. That's interesting.
A couple, though. It's not all the way around the outside.
That's right, exactly, Basinoni. And so you get my point. They don't want players running into the fence.
That
makes a lot of sense.
Probably a good move at the start of camp.
I'll take a picture and I'll exit out.
Well, you have time when you're not stealing cookies. And are you sure that's coffee you grabbed? I mean, you were just – like a falcon on a finch?
Better not be decaf.
Is that what you said?
Better not be decaf. I'm just telling you.
If Wolf accidentally grabbed decaf or like an iced, like, I don't even know.
I don't understand the point. The point is moot. You're going to get decaf coffee. What?
I wish you would have accidentally grabbed like an iced cold foam cream, non-fat, sugar-free.
Whoever says, I like the taste of coffee.
My grandparents.
Rick's grandparents.
Every day
they
would
every
have
day? Oh.
Every day they would have decaf coffee in the morning. We had to buy decaf coffee when they came to our house to visit.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't
sharp
like
turn.
that little jolt that coffee gives
They
me.
also didn't like whipped cream on pie. My dad's side is they're a little interesting.
I would say whipped cream on pie isn't necessary, although I feel like we're getting slightly off topic.
Well, it depends what kind of pie
If it's
we're
pumpkin
talking.
pie, you put anything you can on it to hide the flavor of pumpkin pie.
Bring the barf bucket.
Here's Jonathan. Yeah, pumpkin pie, whipped cream, barf bucket.
Yes.
Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday on Expectations for Marv. We should have a segment, Wolf, called Expectations for Marv. And here's Jonathan Gannon weighing in.
Same as all our players, all 90 guys, all coaches, all staff, but myself. Get better every day. Get better every day. Work your craft. Get better every day. He knows how to do that. Everyone knows how to do that. We need everyone to be at their best to impact games, and he's no different than, whoever.
Marv spoke yesterday, Wolf, and I know you've heard this, but I'm going to play it anyway because now when we have Marv on at some point, next time we talk to him, you don't have to ask him how much he weighs because he told everybody, all right? So first of all, he was asked how he feels with the extra weight.
I feel great. I feel the same. I feel more faster, powerful, stronger, so I'm ready to showcase it.
And on settling on 220 pounds.
Didn't want to put too much on. It kind of also just is more of a natural thing as well, how much your body can, develop and grow. I thought that was kind of a good number for me.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be so jacked up great to watch Marvin Harrison Jr. and his development right now. I like the way that he's going. Thinking about contested catches and how important they are for Marvin Harrison Jr., the thing you can do if you can't get necessarily faster. Now, he said he was faster right there. I'll believe that when I see it.
Well,
okay, no offense to Marvin.
He said he feels faster,
He feels faster, right.
Which is good. You don't want to put on the weight and then feel like, well, I'm stronger, but I'm a little slower.
But here's the thing right now. He's going to continue to have a lot of contested catches. Mm-hmm. And if that's going to happen based on onions, he's got to get stronger. And that's what he did. He got bigger and stronger. So now when a DB comes up on him and jams him or tries to jam him, guess what? That strength is going to help him on the football field dramatically. And that's what he needs. Get off it. You don't necessarily need to run a 4.25 to run by a corner. What you need to do is be able to beat him at the line of scrimmage. Beat that press with physicality. Get up the field and get him behind you.
That was one of his biggest issues last year, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, he didn't just do this just so he could flex in front of the camera. This was something that needed to be done.
And not only that, when you got a guy hanging all over you, which will happen from time to time, you still need to be able to have the strength to high point the ball down the field. Man, you tell me Marvin Harrison Jr. high points the ball down the field with his length, his size, his leaping ability. Even if there is a corner all over him, he's going to catch the ball if it hits his hands because he's got great hands, in my opinion.
So I don't have that gift where somebody walks by and I can just tell exactly what they weigh.
Yeah.
As you seem to do with all professional athletes. Not so much with our boss, who was our former producer. You didn't necessarily guess her weight very accurately, but football players. In fact, we're way off. But football players.
Yeah, I know. That was
How
bad.
much did Fitz weigh when he was playing?
Well, Fitz weighed about, I believe it was 220 pounds.
Well, look at that.
Okay, yeah.
Hey.
Boy, I see where you're going with that.
All right.
And the similarities are there.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Fitz got a lot of separation running around. He did not.
So just be stronger.
How many times have you heard me say about Larry Fitzgerald? Fitz was open even when he was covered because it didn't matter. Throw him the ball. And Kurt Warner was so good at doing it. Graybeard, old Graybeard, was so good at getting the ball to Larry Fitzgerald even when he was covered and throwing it where Fitz could use that long reach in his great hands to stab the pig out of the air.
How many different quarterbacks did we hear? Because Fitz played, I think, with like 730 different quarterbacks. But they would come in and they'd be like, okay, yeah, what's it like throwing to Fitz? Oh, it's great. And then like the next time, yeah, it's great. I got to realize he's kind of open even when he isn't. And then, however long it took them, a month, 2 months, a season, they would suddenly figure out, just throw the ball to him, he'll catch it.
Yes.
It doesn't really matter who's around there if it's
And that is exactly the same kind of vibe that Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to son Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, though, that he settled on basically Fitz's exact weight.
Yeah.
You think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? You can prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts leagues. This is going to be cool. Favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Those are going to be cool, too. So not only can you beat Wolf in fantasy football, if you win the league, you get a championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, what is Tyler Drake watching for at this year's Cardinals training camp, Wolf? I think we should ask Tyler Drake that question.
Yeah.
He's going to join us right here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road, inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Marv weighing in right there. We're out here at State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke and Cardinals reporter at Arizona Sports, Tyler Drake, is joining us. What's up, Tyler?
What's going on, guys? It's great to be here. And, yeah, Red Reckoning, we got that great music in the background, too. It's time to go, right, Wolf?
Wolf was playing the banjo earlier.
Yeah, what was that right there? Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes I think Metallica is what we need here. Just come back with anything Metallica, okay? Just do that, Rick. It's the Red Reckoning. Let's wreck it, Ralph.
Yeah, Reckoning with the W. Great movie.
How great is this? Just being back out here, football, just football. Here, this is my first question to you this season, okay, Tyler? This is my very first question of the season, okay? Football, go.
Football, it's great. I mean, driving in, I listen to you guys. I live in a completely different county, if we're going to be honest. So it's about an hour drive for me every day, but I think I might be going a little faster than I should just because of how amped I am to get here.
The fact that you got here today based on where you live, yes.
Yes. And, hearing about the white pants guy rolling in the field, that's when I really know it's time to go. Open practice now. Yep. Fans are going to be here. It's going to get another level today. And I think Jonathan Gannon and all the players, they seem like they're ready to have some fans in the stands.
Yeah. So where are your eyes going to go early, do you think, Tyler? Early in training camp, in practices, of course. Where do you think your eyes are going to go without the pads on?
Well, pads or not, I think we've got to start looking at the D-line a little bit closer now, just after the news of Walter Nolan III and Bilal Nichols starting on the PUP. There was a logjam in the defensive line room. I still think there kind of is, and I think last year this time, if we were to hear, like the Darius Robinson situation, that was a blow to this defense. They can at least, I think, weather this storm for what it is, even if Walter has to miss some time because of the depth and the revamp that they did this offseason. But still, I'm going to be looking there and seeing who's kind of filling in right away. Is it going to be a D-Rob? Is it going to be next to Dalvin or Calais, what have you? So that's where I'm starting, and then I'm probably going over to cornerback's room just because of the youth there and just how hungry these guys look, especially a guy like Will Johnson, who, if he can get his bearings on the NFL level right away, it could do wonders for the secondary, especially in the takeaways battle. So those are two position groups right away I'm looking at.
Tyler Drake is joining us out here at State Farm Stadium. Tyler, who do you think leads this team in sacks this year? And maybe it's a different name, but who do you think would be the best case scenario leading this team?
I think the best case scenario would be Josh Sweat. Okay. That's exactly why you brought him in. That's what he's here to do. You've got Zabin, who can do a little bit of everything on the other side, but when it comes to Josh Sweat, you've got to get home. And I think if he's getting home, that's saying a lot about what the front's doing as well with Calais and Dalvin and whoever you want to put in there. They're doing their job to let Josh just run free. So I think that's the biggest thing. If he can go out there and set close to career numbers, that's the goal.
You know what's amazing about this, boys, right now? 15 players are 3 years or less starters. 15 players, guys that they're actually not just starters, but guys they're going to count on. Guys that are going to be in the rotation. Guys like a Trey Benson, by way of example, that we know is going to be out there. Rabbit. We know Rabbit is going to get playing time as well, significant playing time. They got 15 guys that are year 3 or less.
Like going into year 3? Or like, are you counting Trey McBride in that? Or no?
No. Trey McBride, year 4.
So you're saying going into year 3?
Going
even.
into year 3.
Wow, so really only 2 years
Listen to this, boys, right now. Paris Johnson Jr., Michael Wilson, Garrett Williams, Starling Thomas V, year 3 guys. Guys that were starters, all of them, okay? And then you go to year 2. Marvin Harrison Jr., Isaiah Adams, Trey Benson, Tip Ryman, Max Melton, Darius Robinson, B.J. Ojolari, Rabbit as well. Talking about Dadrian Taylor Demerson. 8 guys right there, 4 guys year 3, and then 3 guys that I think are really going to be very, very important rookies. And that is Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, and Cody Simon. Those 3 guys I think are going to play an awful lot for the Arizona Cardinals. This is really going to be interesting. This is such a young team. And that, to me, is really, really exciting. When you're talking about a team you think might actually be on the precipice of going to the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's a young team that has just leaped and bounds in terms of just the talent they've brought in this offseason. So you mix that veteran savviness with the young guys, and you see really just this cohesive unit that I think from the get-go, Jonathan Gannon, Monty Osford, this was the plan. You're starting to see that plan finally come to, not a finalization, but getting to that next chapter that I think so many people want to see. You had that glimmer of, whoa, they might be ahead of schedule last year. Now you come in and it's like that better be the baseline heading into the season.
And again, I'll go back to it, Luke, but think about this. Year 2, Paris Johnson Jr. going into year 2. How much better did he get at left tackle? How about Michael Wilson?
Yeah.
How about Garrett Williams? How much better?
Yeah.
CB1.
You know, Starling Thomas. These guys got so much better going into year 2. Now we look at these 8 guys, 8 names that I ripped off, that they're going to get tons of reps, starters reps, the majority of them. Man, how much better can they be? See, this to me is going to determine whether the Arizona Cardinals get into the postseason or not. It's not all just Kyler Murray and his responsibility. It's these guys developing as players, getting better offensively, defensively, and in transition. It jacks me up because this young team is the core of this team, and yet you've got some veterans, to your point, you've brought in. It's going to be a great mix. Yeah. I'm excited about this, man. Really am. What do you think is going to be the character of the offense on this team?
Ooh, character of the offense. Man, I mean, I think you got to start down in the trenches, running the rock. That's really what it's been these last couple of years.
You think it's going to stay the same for the most part?
For the most part. I think you're going to see some wrinkles thrown in, but the continuity they have, they're just going to get a little more creative, in my opinion. But it starts down there. James Conner, working some more Trey Benson, really set that side of the field up first, and then go attack through the air. I think that's really where you go down to. That's the bread and butter. We've seen it work before. James Conner, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. Why not keep giving this guy the rock? It seems like as the years go on with him, he might be getting older, but he's more in his prime now than he was when he first entered the league, which seems wild to say. But when you've got back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, why not keep going with what works and then just throw in year 2 jump from Marvin? I mean, on paper, it should be leaps and bounds better than what we've seen.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, okay, so I'm going to take the Kyler to Marv connection off the table. That can't be your answer because that's a given. But for people that are either coming out here to watch or just in general, even if they're just following along at home or whatever, what is something that you are looking for with the offense in camp? Like just something you're watching for in camp?
Yeah, I think getting back to the running game is just Trey Benson. Can he start kind of and I know it's camp, but how many more reps is he getting right behind Conner? How is he getting with the ones more than he did last year? I think that's where I'm starting, and then let's go right to the trenches. Isaiah Adams. Is he solidifying his spot? Is there no question about it that he is the right guard of not only this year, but probably the future? Because I think that is really, if they can get him solidified in there after having 5 starts last year and getting his feet wet, this run game should be a top threat in the NFL this next year. But it starts, again, in the trenches, like I said.
Here's the one thing, too. Anybody listening right now, if you're going to watch practice, if you're going to come out and watch practice, you'll notice that once they go 11 on 11, which is called team, when they go team, they have the yard markers out there. They have the sticks out there. And you can tell whether it's 1st and 10, it's 2nd and 5, whatever it might be. They're working situationally on down and distance. Notice who's on the field at the beginning of the drills.
Early downs.
You'll know because the horn will sound. They sound the horn. Okay, here we go. We're going to go team 11 on. Notice who comes out to actually fill that box for the Arizona Cardinals. The defensive line. Who runs out onto the field? Now, again, we're injuries aside, but for the most part, who runs out onto the field when it says 1st and 10, and it's the beginning of the team period? You don't want to look so much at the end of the team period because sometimes, you know what, they're going to rotate all these guys in. But when you start a team period, starters, for the most part, run out onto the field. Man, what do you think that defensive line, injuries aside, what do you think that defensive line, the starters, are going to be?
Who do I think they're going to be?
Guess.
Ooh, okay. Let's go Calais. Dalvin.
Dalvin, yes.
I think it's D-Rob.
D-Rob. Oh.
And here's the thing. If it's not D-Rob, it's going to be one of the most underrated Cardinals on this team in Dante Stills.
Yes.
Or it's going to be L.J. Collier coming off his career year.
Man.
It's when you look at, yes, it is a bummer that Walter Nolan is done.
Yes.
Done for at least a couple weeks. But you have the bodies, and not only just the bodies, you've got the talent to make up for that while he's gone. And his progression back. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what this just trench work looks like.
Man, I love talking to you, Tug.
I love it too, buddy.
Let's talk a little ball.
Hey, what about me?
Oh, yeah. Well, I love talking to you, too.
Tyler, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate
Thanks,
guys. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back to baseball, how did we feel about specifically the end of yesterday's D-backs game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? We all know how hot out it is. Yeah, we get that. I'm talking frying egg on a sidewalk, but inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool, and that's all thanks to our Brooklyn Betting mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Betting Summer Sale, you get 25% off everything, in-store and online, now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They got 12 locations across the basin, so there's one close by. Go check them out, lay down on a few, and when they ask you how you heard about it, just tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal, Basinonians, unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn Betting mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Betting Summer Sale. What you need to do is go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Dharma Organization.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall joined Bickley and Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros and talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at the trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp today, so stay locked in to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Diamondbacks are trending more and more to being the sellers, when will the fire sale begin? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Oh, the look on so many guys' faces, standing inside the tunnel, getting ready to come out of that tunnel and tee the ball off and kick it off to start a game. That's back when, of course, there were wedges, ladies and gentlemen, and people had to be taken out. Not in a bad way, not in a cheap shot kind of way. I'm talking about head-on, face-to-face. Oh, boy, if you didn't have the eye black on, you'd be spirited at some point in time, baby. And here we are out at Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning, as we like to call it. Man, this is the beginning of the Arizona Cardinals football season. This is the beginning of football and the Wolf and Luke Show. Live broadcasting from Section 106.
Look at this.
Deal with it, bruh.
All you need is football and Metallica, and suddenly Wolf just drives.
Man,
he even threw in a Red Reckoning in there.
Come on, man. Thank you, Luke.
You know what we need, Wolf? This is what this song reminds me of. We need somebody with the last name Bell on one of these teams again. Remember we had Josh Bell for a few weeks, and every time he hit a home run, we would start the segment with "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
That's right.
That's such a great musical rejoin to a segment.
That's not bad.
We need a bell.
For whom the bell tolls. Yeah. It tolls for thee.
I guess we can just play that.
Bill Boy Bates.
Anyway, the baseball game.
Google it, my young crooks.
I wonder if Google's like, man, people Google Bill Boy Bates a lot in Arizona for some reason. It's throwing off everybody's algorithms. The baseball game yesterday, we touched on this briefly earlier in the show, Wolf, but probably not enough. I understand hey, you shouldn't put yourself in that position where one bad call can cost you a game or whatever. I understand that, and there's a lot of validity to that across sports. But that was a terrible call to end the game yesterday. If you're going to call a third strike to end the game, you should be pretty sure it's a strike and not like, I don't know, in the first base dugout.
I would agree with that assessment of it. It was one of the worst.
It's bad.
Strikes called. That was not a strike that I think I've ever seen.
It's got to be one of the worst I've ever seen to end a game. I would say they weren't real good with balls or strikes on Tuesday either for both teams. But, I mean, it was just like, oh, that pitch is 3 inches outside of the zone. That's a strike. That one's three inches low. Another strike. But to call that one on Cattell yesterday, when you have a guy on base, the Diamondbacks should have guys on first and second with Corbin Carroll up right now with the chance to win.
Basinonians, once again, you know me. If you've listened to me over the last 2 decades, you know that I do not blame officials. I do not blame referees. I do not blame umpires for losing games. And the Diamondbacks did not lose that game because of that call. But having said that, to Luke's point, you had Perdomo at first with 2 outs in a 4-3 game with your best hitter at the plate, Ketel Marte. You had a full count, and Josh Hader struck out Marte looking at a pitch that was 4 inches off the plate. 4 inches, I kid you not.
No, there was not one of those. It was indisputable.
Yes.
And you're coming off a game on Tuesday where Jose Altuve sure looked like he was out at home, and they reviewed it and still didn't change it to him being out at home. And then they showed the cut of Altuve and 2 of his teammates in the dugout. And look, anybody that's ever played sports or ever just gotten away with anything, they had that sort of laugh on their faces.
Yes.
Like, man, they actually called me safe. So to have that in back-to-back 9th innings,
yes,
not great with everything
Great
else
point.
this team's already trying to get through.
Yeah, and Basinonians, once again, Ketel Marte is one of my favorite guys. I need to preface what I'm about to say with Ketel Marte. The love and respect that I have for this guy and the superstar that he truly is to me. But he didn't even contest the called 3rd strike that was 4 inches off the plate. It's not like it's going to help change the call, Basinonians. It's not. But the look on Ketel's face told me that he thought it was borderline, like a borderline call, when it was 4 inches off the plate.
Yeah,
and to me, I have to say this. I have to say, you're not going to square the guy up and say, what? What? He walked away. He walked away, and it made me think, Basinonians, that maybe his brain wasn't where it should have been.
I don't know. I don't really understand what happened there. And again, I'll reference the Altuve call from the day before, because the Altuve call, it looked like he was out, but you could make an argument that he was safe, or you could make an argument that they didn't have enough to overturn it. There's no argument that was ball 4. And this is not like, it's not like, hey, it's the 3rd inning and, the count should be 2-1 instead of 1-2. That is ball 4, and you called it strike 3 to end the game.
Yes.
And you could make the case that game yesterday was kind of the final nail for the Diamondbacks this season, where they have to start trading guys.
That's what I was thinking.
So maybe just get the call right.
Again, listen, Ketel, buddy, I love and respect you, man. I really, really do. But he looked done.
Do you think, I don't know if this is the case, but it looked like he was already kind of leaning forward because he thought he had walked. He was kind of like taking off the batting gear to walk. And I don't know if maybe that made him think it was closer than it was. I don't know if that made the umpire think it was closer than it was. It wasn't even close.
I don't know. The only thing I was thinking of is Ketel just kind of went, like, shook his head a little bit and went, really?
I don't know.
But, man, at that point to end the game, when you've got Ketel Marte again, and I know that he would have walked, but still, I just did not like the reaction, man. I didn't. At some point in time, somebody had to square that up. Somebody had to square Blue up and say, what are you doing? And it didn't happen.
Mark Grace after the game was very much where you and I are right now, of just, hey, if I'm a player and I get into it with you at that point, what are you going to do? Throw me out of the game? The game's over. You basically already threw me out of this series. You ended the series with that call. And it's not to say that the Diamondbacks would definitely have won the game. It's none of that. It's one part of it, but it's not a small part when it's called strike 3 to end the game. You would think that one call of all calls, you would make sure you had the call right.
I'm going to get some satisfaction from you. You're going to tell me how you called that a strike. I'm going to question your authority at that point in time. It's not going to change anything. I know that. But to me, I need some satisfaction.
Well, and that was, I think, a lot of people's thoughts, too, when it happened, of like, the first thought that ran through my head was like, so are umpires just not accountable at all? I mean, there's never any, hey, we have to sit down at a podium and be like, hey, we missed that call. I get it. And I know there are missed calls all the time.
Yes.
But, I mean, just
you just said it right there. You're going to get some satisfaction out of it if you're the player, because you're never going to hear an umpire be like, hey, I missed that call, or this is what I was thinking, or hey, sorry, I cost you the game. So your only chance to get any of that is if you're Cattell or I guess Torrey turning and arguing with him right there. All right, when we come back, we'll do basketball here for just a quick segment of the show because the Suns are starting to put together their roster now post Bradley Beal. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray is a guy that is really good at the game of chess. What if you let him call his own plays? What would it look like? I think it's an interesting thought. Again, acknowledging it will never, ever happen.
No, especially because Kyler Murray's never been given that opportunity throughout his playing career, from all the way playing as a youngster to now.
Right.
And the other big difference is the chess pieces aren't trying to kill you.
Right. The rooks aren't coming on blindside blitzes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. This isn't just any old Ford dealership, Basinonians. This is Tim Hobick, Santan Ford, and they're not just selling cars. They're reimagining affordability for you. We're talking lease deals at $399 a month with zero down, Basinonians. Yeah, you heard me. Zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, even the Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive. That's it. Listen, there's no gimmicks, no games, just a payment real folks can actually afford. And it's all happening right now during the Santan Ford summer sale in Gilbert. They've got the inventory, they've got the deals, and they've got the team. And that team treats you like family. There's $649 dock fee and a few restrictions, but you're good. You got that. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Don't miss these late-season matchups when the Cleveland Guardians, Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies, and Los Angeles Dodgers visit Chase Field. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon. shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
We're out here at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals training camp getting underway this afternoon. Real quick on baseball, too, Wolf, because I saw this headline on our on ArizonaSports.com. 12 teams have contacted the Diamondbacks about Geno.
Okay. 12. Wow.
Does that constitute a bidding war?
Yeah, I think so. And you know what's really interesting, too? It's some of the bigger teams as well that are very interested. And some of the teams coming out of the weeds suddenly, like the Cincinnati Reds, and separating themselves a little bit. To me, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you have that many teams interested, and it's not really a shock, but then just to hear that specific number, you can be a little more, picky about what you're getting back in return for him if you really do ultimately have to trade him. So something to keep an eye on, obviously. The Suns are making some news, smaller news. Rick, I don't see the sound if you put it in here for this, but I'll start with this. I'll start with Gambo mentioning on his on X account from earlier today. Adjustment here. The plan's going to likely be Jalen Green starting at point guard, not Booker. Colin Gillespie is the backup, and then Goodwin and Butler battling for third point guard.
Okay, so let's talk about the positive right now on this. If this is accurate, if this is true, it's Devin Booker's not playing point.
Yeah, that's a plot twist right there.
I mean, for me, I'm not crazy about point Book. I'm not.
I'm not either, but I don't know if Jalen Green can play point.
I agree with that, okay? I was going to look at the positive first.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say.
Usually you start with the negative and then work towards
I know,
the positive.
but I was going to look at the positive on this.
Okay.
I love the fact that it's not going to be point Book. Now, at some point in time, it is going to be him. I get it. He's going to be out there on the floor, and he's going to go out and distribute. I'm not crazy about him going in philosophically saying Devin Booker's going to be our point. I don't like that. Is he going to do it from time to time? Yes, of course he will. And I'm okay with that. Having said that, if it's not going to be Book, it's going to be Jalen Green. The one thing that was pretty firm when they acquired Jalen Green was the fact that he was not a point guard.
Yeah.
and you got Book, and everyone thought it was going to be point Book because Jalen Green was not a point guard. Now all of a sudden the Phoenix Suns are going to make him a point guard. Is that what you're saying?
This is a concern that is starting to grow for me, all the way going back, talking to Kellen last week, and just some of the people we've talked to about this, and just since the draft has happened, there are pieces on the Suns now that I like. I like the upside. Come on, Malwatch, certainly. Rasheer Fleming, I know. I mean, it's way too early to know if they have something.
Yeah.
Maybe they do. Even Kobe Brea. I mean, you got a pure shooter, and I can get behind we got this guy who was the number 2 overall pick just a couple years in the draft, and maybe he doesn't traditionally fit on paper with Devin Booker, but there's a way we can make it work. But what I can't get on board with is asking a bunch of guys to play out of position, and that's where I'm worried they're going here. Like, is Oso a 4? He's really a 5. You're going to ask him to play 4. Is Jalen Green a point guard? No, he's really not. You're going to ask him to play point guard, it sounds like. Now, some of this may work, but how do we get to the point where we have everybody in their optimal positions? Because there's got to be a way to do that.
Yeah, once again, would you say the Phoenix Suns have done some things that are unconventional?
Yeah, and it's not just this regime either. I
No.
mean, they have not really just had the point guard thing squared away other than Chris Paul in like 9 years.
Okay, I would agree with that for the most part. But again, with this regime specifically, they have done some things that are unconventional.
True, yeah.
And having said that, this is fascinating. I will tell you that it is fascinating to me because you have Jalen Green, who is known for doing what? Scoring. And not only scoring, but chucking up a lot of shots. Chucking up a lot of shots.
Not necessarily somebody you look at as a facilitator.
Now all of a sudden you're going to but it's fascinating to me, Luke, because now are you telling me Brian Gregory as a general manager who was a coach, are you telling me you see something in this guy that he might actually, you know what? We want your brain to work differently than it did in Houston. We want your brain to totally change. Instead of you chucking up shots that were ill-advised a lot of the time, we want you to use that brain to facilitate. What? Okay, this could either be the biggest... What are you doing? Or brilliance.
Here's Jalen Green earlier this month, a couple weeks ago, talking about sharing a backcourt with Devin Booker.
We are two people who are going to accept the double team and be able to play off each other. So when you look at something like that, it's like we're two people who know how to score the basketball. We're two people who know how to attract the defense, and everyone's going to circle around us. So, I mean, when we're doing something like that, you got to pick who you want to score tonight. And me and him both is going to be a deadly scoring duo, no matter what the situation is. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. People are going to say what they're going to say, but this is a great opportunity for myself and, D. Book is a winning player in general, so it'll work out.
He's really the mystery on this team to me, Wolf, Jalen Green, because, like I said, I can get behind his pedigree, and maybe it just wasn't working in Houston.
Yeah.
Is this a guy you specifically picked out? You're like, I want this guy on the Suns. I can get behind that. Now, you may be proven to be wrong or whatever, but in this moment, I can get behind the Suns identifying we want Jalen Green. We had maybe an offer from whoever, but we want Jalen Green. But what we don't know really definitively is that the way it went down, or was Houston like Jalen Green's part of the package? Because we don't necessarily need him. If we're getting Kevin Durant back, we're getting scoring there. We already, it's fine if Houston was done with Jalen Green to a certain extent because they do have a loaded roster, but is he on your team because that's the best player Houston would give you?
Yeah.
Or is he on your team because you handpicked him? Because it goes into what you're saying right here. If Brian Gregory is looking and saying, this guy needs to be a point guard, I don't love the idea. I never loved the philosophy of, like, we're outsmarting everybody else in the league, because that just never seems to work for anybody. But maybe he sees something. He was former coach. But if it's just, well, that's the best guy Houston would give us, so we have to make him into a point guard, I have a lot less confidence it's going to work.
Would you say that Tyrese Halliburton is an excellent distributor of the ball?
You know you bring that name up just to hurt me.
I know exactly. Halliburton. And I always want to call him Halliburton because I knew a guy named Halliburton.
Wow.
Okay, but Tyrese Halliburton, is this a guy that distributes the ball well for the Pacers?
Yeah, I would say,
does
good
a
at that.
really good job of doing. Can he score the basketball?
He can.
He can light it up. What about SGA?
Yeah.
Would you say SGA is a guy that distributes very, very well? He averaged, I believe, almost 6.5 assists per game. And yet, here's a guy who can absolutely light it up. I'm wondering, once again, are they looking at Jalen Green and saying, we can rebuild him? We can use him differently than everybody else. We can make him think differently. I'm just wondering if they think that would help him in his shot selection.
And it might be. It might be that. But, again, I would feel better if it was like, we want Jalen Green, and he gets here, and you're like, but we want him to play this role. The flip side is Houston will trade us Jalen Green, and we need a point guard, so Jalen, you have to be the point guard.
Listen,
those are two very different scenarios.
I agree with you on this. I do. I don't know what they're seeing, but once again, these guys know basketball. They do. Okay, Brian Gregory knows the game
and his
from
hands
the
are tied
inside
this summer
out.
A little bit.
The
Brian Gregory, in
scheme.
all fairness, his hands are tied a little bit this summer in terms of roster
No
construction, and it's not his fault.
Jordan Ott as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, how much was Jordan Ott involved in this? The fact that, you know what we're going to try to do? We're going to try to make Jalen Green the point. That's what we're going to do. Was that coming from Jordan Ott? Did he convince Brian Gregory?
The fastest way Jordan Ott can win Suns fans over is if he gets something out of Jalen Green that Houston couldn't.
Oh, you got that right.
Honestly, that's probably the biggest thing he could do, at least the first big thing he could do.
This is why I'm saying, again, they've done a lot of unconventional things, the Phoenix Suns. And this is Exhibit Z in what they've done. And this could also be pure brilliance. Now, again, we're all going to have a front row seat, brothers. We'll see.
All right, we come back. We'll take you through all of the top sports stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-Backs play-by-play.
And on scored!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, Basinonians. And that's not me saying it. They were voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Listen, these shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual to motorized, sealed track or cable shades as well. Installation is all done by their in-house team, no subcontractors. This is what I love. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. They are the best in the business.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Call joined Bickley and Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros and talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at next week's trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp today, so stay locked into Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Thursday from State Farm Stadium. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch before Max Melton joins us here in like 15 minutes.
Oh.
So Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? So the Arizona Diamondbacks lost 4-3 yesterday to the Houston Astros as the Astros completed the sweep and ended any chance of the D-backs being buyers at the deadline, as we heard from Derek Hall earlier today on Bickley and Murata. So I asked you guys, what was the biggest flaw with this season's D-backs team? Injuries, management/coaching, Zach Gallen's disappointing year, or defensive miscues and lack of creating chaos on the base paths?
Oh, man. I don't think it was management. I just don't think it was that. I certainly don't think it was front office.
No.
Injuries were a huge part of it, but I'm not going to give that as the answer because that's not something you can really fix. What was the first one you threw out there, Rick? That was the one that really was it the bullpen? Did you throw out the bullpen?
I just said injuries. Injuries, management, coaching, Zach Gallen's disappointing year, defensive miscues, and not creating chaos. If you want to throw in the bullpen as well, we can put that one in there.
Well, I would say bullpen, but if we don't want to throw that in there, then I would actually probably say the defensive miscues because they're not only is that supposed to not happen with this team, it's actually supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to be the strength of this team. And when we're looking out here at football right now, Wolf, it would be like if Kyler Murray was slow all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, the Diamondbacks are supposed to be great defensively.
Yeah, for me, I'm just going to say bullpen/defense because to me, they underachieved. And the bullpen for a different reason because of the injuries that they sustained. I mean, when you talk about not one, not two, 3 guys that were going to be your closers. 3 guys. Can you imagine if you had to pick one of those guys that could have actually closed, and then you might have had a setup guy in the 8th inning also, and you might have had a guy that could go out there in the 7th inning, knowing that Ryan Thompson was not the same Ryan Thompson as he was a year ago.
What if their bullpen really was Shelby Miller to A.J. Puck to Justin Martinez?
Correct.
And Corbin Burns was your number 1 starter.
Correct.
It wouldn't really matter what Zach Gallen did.
You know, once again, the injuries matter. They're things that, once again, I'm not going to blame this season on the injuries, But there is a reason why they are underachieving. Now, having said that, they also underachieved right from the very beginning. They did. They didn't look like they were a contender. They were 14-13 after their first 27 games. Think about that.
Yeah.
So to me, I would have to say bullpen. What happened with the bullpen? Because, man, they have lost a lot of games late, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. The bullpen, I would have to say, and my biggest disappointment, how they've underachieved fielding their position.
All right. Cardinals 2025 first-round pick Walter Nolan III has a calf strain and is beginning the training camp on the PUP list. How concerning is this news?
It's a similar feeling to the Darius Robinson news last year, is it not? I mean, I remember exactly where I was when I heard the Darius Robinson news last year. Well, if I wasn't here, I wasn't at the field. I was out in the regular real world. But the difference is the team can afford it more this year.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say that and minimize it, because this is your first-round pick, who you obviously took in the first round for a reason, and he's going to be missing the start of his NFL career. Now, we don't know what that is. It could be, a couple weeks of camp or whatever. He might not have to miss any games, but he's a rookie who's going to be behind when he gets going.
Yeah, it sucks buttermilk. It does.
It does.
There's
All
no
of the
other
buttermilk.
way. There's no other way you can say it or characterize this. This sucks buttermilk. To have Walter Nolan down to begin training camp, I don't know how many weeks he's going to miss based on earnings. I don't, and we don't know the severity of this calf pull. Is it a tweak? Is it a pull? Is it a tear? How are you going to characterize this? I don't know. I just know it sucks buttermilk because of what happened last year with Darius Robinson. And can I also just throw this in right now? I know we're going to talk about this later, but if there is one guy that I do not want to see go down in training camp, it's Darius Robinson. It's Darius.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One guy.
100%.
All right. Because the Bradley Beal situation worked out so well, the Phoenix Suns continue to bring in former Washington Wizards, reportedly signing guard Jared Butler and reportedly bringing back guard Jordan Goodwin, who worked out really well the first time here. This takes us to our
There's a lot of sarcasm here from Rick.
Yeah. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which depth guard added by the Suns are you more excited about? Jared Butler or Jordan Goodwin?
All right. To be fair, and I want to say this respectfully, I'm not really excited about either of them. It doesn't mean they can't be a positive impact on the Suns. I'm not necessarily excited, but if I have to vote, I would go with Jared Butler.
Oh man, I would have to go with Jordan Goodwin.
Just to be that guy?
He's 26. No.
Oh.
He's long. He's got some length to him that I enjoy. He can play the point or the two, of course. He's a combo. He's long and athletic, and by the way, has a dog mentality on the defensive end of the floor. And I like that. Guys that have a dog mentality on the defensive end of the floor. I know there's two ends of the floor in the game of basketball, and it matters that you're good on both ends. But if I'm going to pick one that the guy specializes in for this Phoenix Suns team, it's going to be the defensive end of the floor. To me, he's going to be a rotation guy. Hopefully, don't know that to be the case, but I think he can help them defensively.
I'm going to vote Jared Butler. And 60% of the audience say Jared Butler, 40% say Jordan Goodwin. So
okay.
There you go. That's it for me today.
All right, thank you, Rick. That was good stuff right there. As always, think you got what it takes to take us down to fantasy football? Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, though, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. When we come back, what is the ceiling for the Cardinals defense in 2025? We're going to ask cornerback Max Melton. He'll join us up here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer's calling, man. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? With temperatures already rising, of course, the best time to start building is right now, Basinonians. You can still have that pool in by the end of the summer. Presidential Pools and Spas, they're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. You can start today and be splashing and grilling and relaxing this summer. Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool and you could win. It's the summer pool giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash to win a new pool with our partners. Go to Arizona's #1 pool builder. That's Presidential Pools and Spas.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
We are back here at State Farm Stadium. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Wolf, pretty good setup right now. We got Max Melton joining us up here. A nice view of the 50-yard line and everything. Max,
nice.
You usually have a better view because you're on the field. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great. It's different seeing the perspective from up here. The field looked nice. It looked ready to go.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We've been talking about it more. Even when they were rolling the field in, we were excited because it feels like football's here. You're going into year 2. What do you expect now that you've gone through a year of it? You've learned all the life off the field in the NFL. You've seen a lot of stuff on the field. How much do you think that'll help you going into year 2?
It's going to help a lot. Year 1 was everything I wanted to be honest. It was a learning process, and I feel like by the end of the year, I was like full-fledged, and that's exactly how I feel going into year 2. So I just feel like it's time to take off this year, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We made all the right moves in the offseason, I feel like. D-line looking sturdy, backers looking sturdy, backhand looking sturdy. I believe in our offense, and I feel like it's truly the year we're going to take off, because I'm seeing the whole process happen right in front of me.
What did your rookie year teach you about the game of football and how you can get better in year 2?
What it taught me about the game of football is the NFL is different, obviously. It's much more individual. So a lot of stuff is going to be up to you when it comes to your body, how you carry yourself as a man off the field. And even on the field, like, it's a learning process. You see different types of skill players. Like, one week you're guarding Tyreek Hill. The next week you're guarding Justin Jefferson. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. Like, and it's really just putting something in front of you and just, like, executing your job is what I learned the most, to be honest with you.
So your confidence has got to be so much better in year 2 than it was coming in at year 1.
Yeah, just in the meeting this morning, like, I'm like, man, I know this stuff. Like, I know what the coach saying before he said, you know what I'm saying? And year 1 coming in, like, by the end of the year, maybe mid-year, you start to feel like that. But, like, man, I got it now, and I know I got it. So I just can't wait to transport that to the field.
That is awesome, man.
We're talking to Max Melton. Max, the cornerback room in particular, we can talk about the defense and how exciting the defense looks this year. But, I mean, you just have a young cornerback room, and you add Will Johnson to it too. But you're a young guy in there. You've got Garrett Williams. You got Star Thomas. You've got a young – does that help with development at all? Do you like having that where you guys are kind of growing up together?
Yeah, for sure. In college, I had – we call them old heads, like the veteran players and all that. But, like, it's something about – everybody being young in the room, and we're all coming up together. Like, we're all chasing that second contract. We're all trying to exceed on the field, and we know, like, by pushing each other, we're going to get there. We're going to get that championship, this championship, that Super Bowl. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's all going to come. But I like that we're young because we all can grow together. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's no feeling like that. And it's also good to have vets in the room. But when you're all young, and even the coach is young. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we're all in it together. So, yeah, it is a good feeling everybody young.
The old heads in college, too, are like 23 years old.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. These days, I had a 24-year-old on the team. I'm 23 right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to year 2. I'm like, man.
Okay, so where do you want to play? What is your expectation coming into training camp 2025? Where do you see yourself playing? You gonna line up? Are you gonna be one of the 3 starters on this team? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, my opinion for sure. I know how the NFL goes though. I just come out here and give it my all every day and hold the coaches mess with it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's all you can do. I seen people do everything right and they're going tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I seen people. You know what I'm saying? You just see all of it. You know what I'm saying? So the most you can do is just come execute your job. And as long as you execute your job and make plays, you got to make over 50% of your plays. And the likeliness of you staying around is pretty good. So, man, come out here and make plays. You're going to be on the field. That's what I could leave it at.
Do you like playing outside or in? Do you have a preference and why?
Outside. That's one thing I can say. I like playing outside.
Okay,
yeah,
why do you say that, man?
Because it's just like me and you out there. Like, there's nobody else around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just nobody else.
Inside.
Inside, you play inside. Okay, you got to receive.
That scares a lot of guys.
Yeah, I guess so.
I
don't really know how to make them feel. I don't really care, but
you're like, you love that.
Yeah.
Feel, okay,
it's just
man.
me and you out here, and the ball coming this way, man. Like, I don't know.
Okay, when you walk up and you're getting ready to press some guy, are you talking anything to him?
Nah.
No, you don't say anything. No. Okay. I like that.
Unless I know the play, then I'll call out their route. Or if I know them personally, I might say something. But like
that would mess him up, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
sometimes in line I'll be like slant. I'll just be like slant. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I did that to last year. I don't know if you heard me, but because I'll just say it normal. I'll be like slant, dig, like. But DJ Moore, I think it was third down maybe. DJ Moore when the Bears came here. He had a slant, and for the play, I like slant.
That would mess a dude up.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
So I mean, I'm not right every time, but like,
of course,
yeah, it does mess with him. I think.
Well, DJ Moore, I mean, that's not like some rookie either. That's
a
vet, and you're just
exactly.
This is what you're gonna run.
Exactly. Everybody get treated the same, though. That's one thing I can say. Everybody does get treated the same. Like, no matter who we going against, like my process is the same. I don't switch up for nobody. Like, you gonna have to show me for real. That's my mentality about it.
That is such a corner. That is a corner mentality.
Yeah.
That is. I mean, you guys are out there again. Your confidence level matters when you play corner in this league.
For sure. And it's not all like.
You got to have a short memory, too, though, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
You're not going to win 100% of your reps. I don't know a corner that ever did that in the game. Like, if you do that, man, Hall of Fame off rip. But, man, like, you take specific parts of people's games, and you might apply that to you. Like, this week, Tyreek Hill, okay, I'm going to be running a lot. Got a 6'4" wide receiver this week, okay, jump balls. Like, it might be that, but. Man, we got every tool in the bag that we can use against that. So it's really just believing in yourself. Like, I feel like, yeah.
We're talking to Max Melton. Max, you brought up the moves that this team made in the offseason. A lot of them were on defense. And, this is your team now. You're on it. You've already taken ownership of it. You've played a year here. When you're seeing guys come in like Josh Sweat or Calais Campbell or they draft Will Johnson, you see these, like, pretty significant moves. What are you thinking as a guy on this team?
We going up. That's the only thing to think. Like, man, I've been watching Josh Sweat for a little minute now. You know, I'm a South Jersey guy, so everybody around me was Eagles fans. Man, Calais Campbell, I remember him, man. I don't even know when he got in the league. This is like 18th season?
18, man.
That is 18 years ago. I was 5 years old. I'm just starting to play football.
You should tell him that. I'm sure he would love that.
Yeah, like, man. And, like, you just see all the moves. And I see Calais on the field. He's built like a Greek god. I didn't know he was that. Like, yeah. But seeing all these people come in, man, it's just one thing to think, and that's we going up.
Okay, so man or zone? What is your preference right now, man or zone? And where do you think you need to get better?
It used to be all man, but now that I got more of an understanding of defense, like, a lot of my down plays last year were in, like, they were zone coverages, like magnified zones is the best way I could put it. But now it's like, okay, I understand those magnified zones more like quarters, and I understand our zones more as a whole. So now it's like 50-50, honestly. Like, you asked me that last year, I think I told you, man, just go strap them.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But now that I understand it, man, let's hit the field.
Max, was there a moment last? You sound like you're ready to play right now.
He does, man. The confidence level, he's dripping with it. I love it.
Was there a moment last year as a rookie where you're like, I'm here? Like, where you, I don't know if it was like you're matched up against somebody or just a game or just like, is there a moment that stands out from that first season?
Yeah, really just the first home game. Nah, actually, let me not lie. It was the first week. Buffalo fans. Okay. Buffalo fans will let you know, like, okay, yeah, like this NFL stuff different. You know what I'm saying? So
you know I'm from
we on the yeah,
oh, yeah,
man.
Yeah,
you go a Buffalo fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. Yo,
raised,
oh my
man.
gosh. So he's like crazy.
Good call.
They were. I mean, I've been on tons of buses when opposing teams in away games and they throwing up middle fingers, Man, Buffalo fans is different though.
Really?
Different. I can't even say some of the stuff they was doing, man.
Don't.
Man, they was. Yeah. But that was like. All right, like, yeah, they actually crazy for their team. Like,
yeah,
and that's your first game.
Yeah, my first game. Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of things to do up there. You know what I mean? Okay. Having said that, now where do you want to improve? What do you have to improve?
Now that I feel so much comfortable in zone, man, I'm gonna let my. I wish I could let my coach answer that one, because now it's just like, man, like. Today's our first holiday, matter of fact. So we gonna see today, like, when I'm translated to the field with zone. But there's one thing I had to work on.
Man, Max, you're getting me jacked
I
up,
say, get my hands on and press.
Okay.
Because I'm so much like when I'm pressed, man, I'm so much like, man, I don't gotta get my hands on. Like, you're not beating me with speed.
Yes.
So like, man, I just mirror you the whole time. I don't gotta touch you the whole down. I bet I'll be there at the PBU. Like. That's how I am with press, but getting your hands on does disrupt time in between the wide receiver and the quarterback, and there's so much upside to it that I got to work on that more.
So this is just me, as I observe you now. Last year, told you belong here.
Yeah.
You belong. You can play with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
This year's about, man, I'm going to build on it.
Yeah. I'm going to be one of those guys this year. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the best way I could put it. Like, I got my foot in the door. Good plays, bad plays. Ended up on the good side comes the end of the year. But I could feel it. I could just feel it. And it's not really like an emotion like I could really put it in words. But I just know I got it this year, and we're going to put it together when we hit this field.
Well, Max, this was great, man. Thank you so much. Good luck this year.
Thank you so much. Hell yeah.
All right, that's Max Melton joining us right there. We'll come back with baseball. What are the Diamondbacks' plans heading into the trade deadline next week? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
More than likely that the two guys that would replace Gallen and Kelly are DeSclafani and Jarvis. Because what are you trying to do, Tim? I'm trying to get to the end of the season now. The second you start making trades, the second you know you're out of it, you've made that signal. Torey Lovello and the guys are going to try to win baseball games, but they're not going to be able to make up enough ground to make the playoffs. And when you trade these guys, again, you're waving the white flag. We all know it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall joined Bickley and Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros, and he talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at the trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp, so stay locked in to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Our first Football Friday of the year will include Vinny and I drafting our all-time Arizona Cardinals teams. Shenanigans begin promptly at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, thanks to Max Melton for joining us last segment. He sounded ready to play some football right now, Wolf.
My goodness.
As if you weren't already fired up enough about this.
Max really jacked me up because, you and I, Luke, we've been talking an awful lot about year one to year two and the difference that year one to year two makes. Man, we heard that. We heard it live right here with Max Melton.
Yeah.
So cool.
Not that when we talked to him last year, it's not that he didn't sound confident last year, but I think you said it really well at the end of the interview. Like last season is about making sure you belong in this league.
Yes.
He sounds like a guy who wants to go do damage now in this league this year. So, I mean, he was already a guy everybody was watching, obviously, because he's a pretty high pick last year, and he certainly showed some flashes last year, and he's a big part of what they plan on doing on defense this year.
You got to build that foundation, Basinonians, in your rookie year that you belong. That you belong out on that football field with the best in the universe. You have to build that foundation. And there are ups and there are downs. But after that, once you have proven to yourself, man, when it's just you, when you're just by yourself, and no matter what time of day it is, where you can say, I got this, I can do it, where you say it and know it in your heart that you got it, man, now it's about building on that foundation.
I like that he calls out the routes, too, if he knows what they are on the other team.
That was great. Slant.
Hey, DJ Moore, you're about to run a slant.
Dig. Corner.
We'll get back and react to a lot of what he just told us a little bit later on in the show, too, because practice will be getting started in about an hour. But over to Diamondbacks, Wolf, and I played the cut from Derek Hall earlier. He was on with Bickley and Murata, and I'll play it again here now, too, because it really does kind of set up where they are a week out from the trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic. And you don't just make that decision on the final day of the deadline. You don't say that day, okay, well, we're still 3 under, or we're 5 below, or we're 500, and we're going to sell. No, because a lot of preparation goes into it. You have to talk to 29 teams, or in this case, 20 to 25 teams, because so many teams are still in it. You look at where you are in the standings. You look at where, not only in the NL West, but you look where you are in the wild card. 5.5 doesn't sound like too big an uphill battle, yet you have a number of teams in front of you. So when you have the assets that you do and you can improve your team, that's your responsibility. I don't want to part ways with any of our players either, yet it is our responsibility to the fans, those same fans that don't want to move any of our players, and that says a lot about the character we have on this team and how they engage with our fans. But we owe it to them to better prepare ourselves for the next couple of years. And who knows, we could still be very competitive for the rest of the year. That's our intention.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
There's a lot there. One of the things he said right there, look at the Houston series, I think the answer is becoming clearer. I mean, I guess it reinforces what a lot of us were saying coming out of the All-Star break. You're not out of this yet. Let's see what you do against St. Louis. Well, they swept St. Louis. They were not out of it. And I all the respect in the world that they weren't selling at the All-Star break, because you didn't need to. The trade deadline's not for another week. It's not like you lost the chance to get a better offer for one of these guys if you end up moving them. I like that they waited to see what they did against the Cardinals. They swept the Cardinals, and they waited to see what they could do against the Astros, and unfortunately they got swept. And now, nobody wants to be in this position, but you have at least pushed it to almost the last possible minute, which I think you had a responsibility to do with the roster Mike Hazen built.
Yeah, once again, we were talking about this earlier, but Basinonians, you have to tell the truth about your team. You have to tell the truth at the deadline. You have to tell the truth when you decide to go one way or the other, be a buyer or a seller, or maybe you're going to try to thread the needle, so to speak. And I still wonder if that's going to be a possibility.
I can tell you, after talking to Mike Fitzgerald yesterday, it seems like that's what they again, that was before another loss.
Correct.
But that seems like what they want to do. In fact, I have a cut from him talking about it.
Okay, I want to hear that.
So we did. We asked him that. We asked him a bunch of stuff yesterday, like how long can you wait? Can you take it up to the last minutes? Do you how much is what teams are offering going to dictate whether or not you buy or sell? But we also did ask him, can you thread the needle, like you've been saying, Wolf?
Totally. Yeah. When I say 1 to 3, I mean maybe I should say 0 to 3. I mean this year as part of that focus.
Okay. Yeah.
We have to be realistic about what we have left. We have a 60-game sprint to make up the ground that we need to make up. Is that impossible to do? Not at all. It's a thick race, right? So we need to be realistic about that. And if we were talking about this also off air, the 4 expiring contracts, we should be getting something for them if they do finish the year as Diamondbacks. So there's a different kind of calculus that lets you hold a high bar for what types of talent would need to be coming back if any one of those players were to be moved. So those are the things we're constantly trying to think through. But yes, the 1 to 3 is including 2025 as part of that one, because we don't want to close off any opportunity for this team to get hot and play up to its caliber and get a little healthy down the stretch. And then the next thing you know, we have made up the gap that we're sitting in right now with 60 games to go. And as we all saw in 2023, you just got to get your foot in the door. You get a ticket to the dance and anything can happen. So that's something that we definitely believe in.
I should just say, too, for context, Wolf, the 1 to 3 he was talking about was the next 1 to 3 years. That's if they're making trades, they're trying to do it that can help them next year and also still be guys that will help them 3 years down the line.
Yeah, it's just...
Or maybe even help them this year.
Man, honestly, right now, you have to wonder how many guys of the 4 that he mentioned. He alluded to 4 guys, so you guys obviously had a conversation about who those guys might be. 4 guys out there: Eugenio Suarez, I think Zach Allen, Merrill Kelly, and Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
Are those the 4 guys that you think, okay? So to me, you have to look at that and ask yourself, Basinonians, what do you think they could possibly get for each one of those guys? And would they be willing to actually move all 4 of those guys? You know what? Sounds like they might be.
It's it just depends. It probably depends on what you get back for the first guy, honestly, because he's right. They can get compensatory picks back for some of these guys if they don't move them. So it's not like they would get nothing at the end of the year if a guy walked. But that compensatory pick is not going to come anywhere close to what you could get on the open market right now for Gino. And Gino's the one that we asked him yesterday.
We know it's Gino.
we asked Fitz about that yesterday. I don't have time to play that cut, but he doesn't want to trade Gino either. Derek Hall, I heard him on Bickley and Murata this morning saying his own mother was like texting him like, "You better not trade Gino." Gino, I think everybody saw this picture too. The game ended last night. Everybody was kind of gone. Gino was just standing there looking out on the field, because if he gets traded, that was his last game as a Diamondback at Chase Field, and so they asked him about it afterwards.
I was a little bit pissed because I think we got it. We should have won that game, but it is what it is. I think we gotta take our day off tomorrow and have a good series in Pittsburgh. It's a lot of things right now. It's going on in my mind. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's weak, but my heart is still here. I'm still here. I'm part of this team, and I care about my off day tomorrow, and then do my best in Pittsburgh Friday, start on Friday, try to win games.
This is why it's so important you never forget that you're a mercenary. You are. And Major League Baseball happens to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, mercenary leagues in the universe. When you think of how the game has exploded to other continents all over the world, it's truly amazing. But, man, never forget you are a mercenary.
This is why this season just sucks, because you have a player like that who the fan base loves. This guy. It didn't really take long. He's only been here for a year and a half. He has found consistency here after those first few months, which were rough, but his consistency over the last almost 13 months now he's never really had that consistency. He's had a couple really great years in his career, but to have it span now 2 seasons, he's always been a player that's really, really good when he's on and really struggling when he's off. He's been great for 13 months, Wolf, and he doesn't want to leave. Like, they don't want to trade him. His teammates don't want him to go. Merrill Kelly the other day was like, he's my favorite player.
I know.
The fans don't want to see him leave. He doesn't want to leave, and they're probably going to have to trade him.
That's baseball.
Yeah, and that really sums up this specific season more than maybe anything. All right, when we come back, we're out here at Cardinals training camp, and Wolf, you posed an interesting question in prehab.
I did.
Yeah. If you could keep one Cardinals player healthy the entire season, you just give them invincibility right now going into the season, and it can't be the quarterback. Everybody always picks somebody that's not the quarterback. Which player would that be? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details Offer ends 8/4/25.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We're out here at State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Practice will officially get underway, I guess, in about 45 minutes-ish. Max Melton already joined us up here, and if you missed that interview, I would say go ahead and go back and find that interview. Max Melton was really good. Wolf, he also said Wolf is probably crazy since he grew up in Buffalo.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that's fair.
Appreciate it.
Take that frying pan to the face from the Cardinals secondary. Yeah, so Wolf, you brought this up, and it was, it comes out of the news yesterday that Bilal Nichols isn't ready yet, and that B.J. Ojulari isn't ready yet, and that Walter Nolan III is now dealing with a calf injury that he obviously didn't have when they drafted him, so that's new. You posed the idea, or the question, I guess, if you could have one player make it through. I think you said preseason, but I'm just going to take it all the way. If you can have a player, if you could guarantee one player just invincibility all season, he doesn't get hurt, you have him all the way through camp, all the way through the regular season, ideally into the playoffs too. The caveat is you can't pick a quarterback. Wolf's already got the binoculars out.
Oh, my goodness.
So you got to pick one player that isn't a quarterback that you can just guarantee right now this dude's healthy all year.
Okay, maybe Dalvin Tomlinson, who I was just looking at.
No, you
with
weren't.
the binoculars.
You weren't looking at anybody. Nobody's out there.
Oh, that's right.
And that wasn't even
Wait a minute, though. You can't even say
that
guy's
wasn't
out on
even
the field.
your pick. I know that's not even your pick.
You can't even say that. Okay, Darius Robinson.
Yeah, see, I knew that was your pick.
How about Darius Robinson? Can I say that? Darius Robinson, can I actually mention his name?
Not based. You're not looking at anybody.
Darius Robinson, of course, Basinonians. Listen, we all know what happened to him last year. We all understand the injury bug really hit him. And it was like the first time in his career. He was not an injury guy at Missouri. He was not. And suddenly he got into the NFL, and we all know how it went for him last year. And it always piques my interest because, Basinonians, I cannot tell you how many guys that I have played with over the years, how many guys that in my 10 years in the NFL that I saw, they just couldn't stay healthy. They were tough guys. They were tough-minded. They wanted to play, yet Mama and Papa would betray them, so to speak, because they just their body would break down. And it was not because they were soft. It's not because they didn't work out hard in the off season. They did. It was just because Mom and Papa, man, how you were made. And Darius Robinson, I just want to make sure he gets through this training camp and he's healthy. He comes out the other end, comes out of the preseason, comes out in week 1 of the regular season, and Darius is ready to go because of a couple of things. Number one, for him personally, he's a great kid. If you ever had a chance to meet this guy, he is a great kid, first and foremost. So I want to really root for him because of that. And number two, this guy could be a wrecking ball.
Yeah.
And if he is that wrecking ball, the Arizona Cardinals' chances of getting into the postseason are going to be huge because of it.
I think, honestly, Darius Robinson might be my pick too, but there's a few. This is tough. I mean, if you have the ability to give one player just full health for the entire season, since you took him, there's two ways you could go with this. I mean, the simple answer is Trey McBride. You want Trey McBride healthy all season so the offense can move the ball all season. And that might honestly have to be my answer. But I'm going to set that one aside because I think that's just like the common sense. I'm going to go with Marv. I'm going to go with the other first-rounder from last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., because this is a big year for him. I'm going to go with Marv. What are you laughing at? It's a good pick.
Just laughing at the fact that, you can't even talk about the binoculars and what I was seeing with the binoculars.
You can have the binoculars. You can look over at Tim Ring sitting over there with the binoculars. That's about all you can do with the binoculars.
I can look across the way and see there's some guy walking in section 205.
You can look wherever you want. You just can't say anything. But
I like that.
I think Marv would be my pick because there's so much that he can sort of prove or show or however you want to phrase it. There's so much on the line for him this season. And I just want to see him get the full 17 games. I want to see him potentially build that chemistry with Kyler up to the highest possible level that it can be. We all have talked about what, is potentially on the line for Kyler if this team doesn't make the playoffs. The team hasn't said that, but I think there's a growing thought that if this team doesn't make the playoffs, Kyler might not be their quarterback in, next season at this time. Might. But you're not going to be able to make decisions that are definitive like that if significant pieces are hurt for big chunks of time. It's like, how are you going to come up with a read on Kyler Murray if you don't have Marv for half the season?
Yeah.
So you got to have Marv out there all 17 games, and I also just want to see what that looks like, honestly.
Yeah. I also like your Trey McBride. I love the Trey McBride as well because Macedonians, it is such a huge advantage to a team in the year 2025 in the National Football League when you've got a tight end that can hold up at the point of attack. When you've got a tight end who can receive the ball as well as Trey McBride does. And not just catch the ball, Macedonians. I'm talking about run after the catch. How effective he is at that. Unbelievable. What a huge advantage it is when you can line up in 11 personnel, one back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers in rundown situation. I've said this over and over, but it's the truth. In today's NFL, when you can go 11 personnel and you can be as balanced as if you were in 21 personnel back in 1985 when that was really conducive to being a good balanced team where you could get in 21 personnel. That's right.
1985.
Punch it. And yet you could be balanced. You could run. You could throw the ball. Use play action in rundown situation. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. Man, what a huge advantage that is. Well, the Arizona Cardinals have that. They have a tight end who can hold up at the point of attack. You can run it right behind him, and he'll hold up. And he also is a great receiver. Now, all of a sudden, you are a force in 11 personnel. But not only that, now because you've got Tip Ryman, and if Tip Ryman continues to get better and take that next step, his second year in the league, 12 personnel, which is something the Arizona Cardinals run a lot of.
Yeah, they don't have any hesitation around
Isn't that right, Drew Petzing? 12 personnel is now kind of like 11 personnel with heavier bodies where you can still run the ball and throw the ball. I mean, it becomes a problem, an issue for opposing defensive coordinators. But it all comes back to Trey McBride. So, once again,
I mean,
your point.
McBride, yeah, that's
the first name you said well taken.
The names that you and I both settled on, Darius Robinson and Marvin Harrison Jr., you're talking about guys with tremendous upside, who this is a big year for them, and if they go off, then this team really takes off. But Trey McBride is the one like, hey, do you want to win games right now? You need Trey McBride every week. I mean, the other name you could throw out there is Buddha, but you just figure he'll play through it even if he is hurt. So, all right, when we come back, was one player last night delivering a performance that was just a microcosm of the Diamondbacks' entire season? We'll explain next, and we'll look up what microcosm means next as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Download it and hit play for Suns Tea and more from Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out, Basinonians, there were some big opportunities I was missing, and now I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they put your needs first. The better you do, the better they do. I trust them with my future, and you should too, Basinonians. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk and not a sales pitch, and that was something I really loved about Jeff Jr., former Marine, ladies and gentlemen, and now he is the CEO of Trajan Wealth. I left that meeting feeling empowered. Once again, they're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. Head on over to TrajanWealth.com or call 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years. No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25. Sanderson Ford.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm: auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall joined Bickley and Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros and talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at the trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp today, so stay locked into Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's save.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Our first Football Friday of the year will include Vinny and I drafting our all-time Arizona Cardinals teams. Shenanigans begin promptly at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, final hour of the show here today out here at State Farm Stadium. Burns and Gambo coming up out here, though, as well at 2 o'clock. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday, heading into the first real practice of Cardinals training camp. Favorite part of the song, Wolf?
Yeah.
I just didn't want to talk over.
Yeah, pot that down, please. Already did. And rightfully so, Basonians.
But let's talk a little baseball, because you brought up one player in particular that you thought his performance last night was really kind of symbolic of just the Diamondbacks this season. And when you first said it, I was like, yeah, I guess maybe. And then you explained it, and I was like, no, you're right. That was it.
Yeah, I was talking about a guy that I love, too, Geraldo Perdomo, Basonians. We all do. We love this guy and appreciate him so much. But over the last two games, in a series that the Diamondbacks, let's face it, if they wanted to be not sellers,
yeah.
If they wanted to not be sellers, man, they had to win one of those two games.
And honestly,
maybe two of those.
And if they had won two, they'd still be in this. I don't think they'd be in sell mode right now. And if I understand they got swept, but if they could have swept Houston, I don't think they would have sold based on just kind of what we've heard. They'd be 2.5 games out right now.
Yeah, and again, it was game 2 and game 3 where Geraldo Perdomo, to me, pretty much for the most part, really was the microcosm of the Arizona Diamondbacks season. And the reason why I say that, Basonians, here is Geraldo Perdomo, 7 consecutive plate appearances with a hit.
I like it.
Going back to game 2 and game 3, what we saw yesterday, Geraldo Perdomo, you couldn't get him out. Literally could not get him out. That's who he is. And we know, man, this year, more than anything else, would you ever have believed that Geraldo Perdomo would be posting some of the numbers that he's been posting?
If you had told me at the start of the year, when my expectations were so incredibly high for this team, that Gino would have the first 100 games he's had, and that Geraldo Perdomo would have more RBIs than Shohei, I'd have been like, man, they might be undefeated.
Did you hear that? Geraldo Perdomo, more RBIs than Shohei Ohtani.
It's not like Shohei's hurt.
Listen, just watching him, 7 consecutive plate appearances with a hit. the last two games. You can't will yourself to be successful, Basinonians, but you can will yourself to be prepared for that success. But isn't it interesting that Geraldo Perdomo, in the two games the Diamondbacks had to win, 7 consecutive hits, and yet yesterday he looked like there was something in the way. He looked like there was something. He booted a ball, literally booted a ball, and that put Brandon Pfaadt out of the game in the 6th inning. And he also made a horrific base-running mistake at second base and running on a ball that was hit to third and getting tagged out when there was no force situation. You know, it looked like a mistake you make when you are horrifically distracted.
I mean, they had a very similar mistake in the previous game. That's the sort of stuff that I don't. When you say, yeah, the injuries were bad, but something else was wrong this year.
Right.
We had Todd Walsh on last week. I don't think you were here because Max was here. And Todd Walsh, you know Todd as well as anybody.
Todd.
And Todd Walsh, even Todd Walsh, and this was a week ago, was like, I don't want to see Gino walk out that door. But something's missing with this.
As hard as it is for me to say this, that I just think it's the fiscally responsible thing to do, to look at this and look at the pieces that they have that are unbelievable high-end commodities, as I heard Chris Garagiola just say, and do the right thing. And I think the right thing is trying to get as much back as you can and just try to let as many people play and find their way the rest of the way and see where the chips fall moving forward. The one thing that bugs me, and it'll never escape me, is that this was a group that suffered the indignity of going out and practicing the day after the season ended and had their bags packed, and the indignity of walking away knowing they had no control of their playoff fate. And they know how they played that last week leading up. It's a long answer to a very difficult question, but that's how I'm finding my way through this. Something's missing.
Yeah.
So you've got these pawns that you never have had before in this franchise's history. Make the best of all of that. And I say that, and it breaks my heart to see it, Gino Suarez walk out the door.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's
something is missing.
And when I hear him say that, or when I hear you say what you've been saying now for a little while, yeah, the injuries are bad, but they were also underachieving separate from the injuries. It's stuff like that where this team has had so many base running miscues this season relative to what we've seen them have in the past, where, yeah, you're bringing up one from last night. Well, there was one the night before. There was also one where they didn't send Naylor home when Houston was conceding the run. It's like,
that's right.
We're not going back weeks here. I'm going back 2 days. And they have not gotten much luck this season. Like, there hasn't been a whole lot of breaks gone the Diamondbacks' way, up to and including yesterday a called strike 3 to end the game that was almost in the bullpen. It was such a bad pitch. But at the same time, they haven't done themselves any favors lately either.
And once again, to see them break down in the field.
Yeah,
to see that happen and to know that it's been this way all season long.
Yeah. We're
talking about the best fielding team in baseball. And don't point to first base and say, well, you don't have Christian Walker out there anymore.
It's not.
Don't do that.
That's not it.
Because that isn't it. You're absolutely right. That is not it. That, to me, is the biggest indicator that something is definitely missing.
Were you guys concerned from opening day? Because I was concerned from opening day. Like, I remember Zach Gallen didn't have a very good start. The defense wasn't great on opening day, and I was like, I'm sure they'll figure it out, but that was not the greatest way to open the season.
Yeah, I hear your point on that, Rick, but when you're talking about one game of 162, I was not concerned. Okay, there are some people, Basinonians, that splatter easily, and I'm not saying Rick is one of them.
Nah, I probably do.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Rick is one of them. There are some people that will overreact, I think. There's a lot of people who look at me as an overreactor. I don't think I'm an overreactor. I don't. My brow does not furrow easily. It will, but not after one game of 162. I have a hard time thinking my antenna was up on that.
I'll say this, though, for Rick, because I think after the Sun season that the city just went through, you were looking for the Diamondbacks to really take off, and I don't feel like they ever really took off this season. There was never this run where, like, good luck rest of the league, except maybe the Dodgers. Like, now this team's rolling.
And we kind of felt that way going in. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby. Buckle up.
Kind of feel that way. I thought this team was definitely a playoff team.
Yes.
A team that could do damage in the playoffs.
Yes.
One of the few teams that could take the Dodgers out. And you could have convinced me any of that stuff wouldn't have happened. You could have said, hey, they're not beating the Dodgers. Hey, maybe on the last day again they're going to miss the playoffs. Wolf, no matter who you sent from the future with no matter how much money or whatever, nobody could have convinced me they would be sellers at the trade deadline.
Yep.
Not in a billion years.
Yep.
It's remarkable that this is where we are.
I'm with you on that.
All right, if you think you can, if you have what it takes to take us down to fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts' leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last. There are not many spots. So text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, how can Max Melton specifically take a leap in year 2? Well, we'll react to what the Cardinals quarterback just told us about an hour ago. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer, are we not? With back to school already happening for many families, the Arizona heat is brutal, of course. The last thing you want to do is move. Moving is difficult, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. Moving Team 6 understands that. Trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You'll be glad that you did, brothers. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix where you can actually store some of your stuff. And what I love about Moving Team 6, they proudly support our veterans and hire first responders as well. Your move is their mission, Basinonians. What you need to do is go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because, again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, we're back out here at State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke. Wolf is putting on his headset and blaming Tim Ring.
Timmy,
is that what you were doing? You were blaming
Timmy's
Tim.
he's such an affable dude. He's so talkative as well. He's such a good conversationalist.
Yeah, he's good at
and
this.
that's the one thing Basin needs. I suck buttermilk at. The whole conversationalist thing.
What's
I
your
do.
job again?
I suck buttermilk.
You have a 4-hour conversation every day.
Is it a conversation or is it just giving your opinion on a lot of things that are out there? I think it's more just giving your opinion.
I think it depends on the well, that's what most conversations
It's kind
are.
of like the Warrior Queen base underneath. So you want
okay.
to talk about a conversationalist. Oh, my goodness. Hope she's at your dinner table when you don't want to say anything.
Maybe you do this job because you've learned from her over the years. Maybe she should get, like, producer credit for the show.
Oh, my goodness. What a great conversationalist.
Hey, you know who was good? That's actually a pretty good segue to a good conversationalist earlier in the show was Max Melton when he joined us up here.
Man, I am really encouraged. You know, we were encouraged watching Max Melton last year. We were talking about it, Luke. How, wow, this kid, he's not afraid. This kid's got a little something to it. This kid is going, hey, this kid in year 2 is going to be something special. That's what I'm thinking right now. Like Garrett Williams, watching Garrett Williams go into year 2 and how much better he got. Man, could Max Melton be the next guy to make that step for the Arizona Cardinals? We're going to find out.
This is a guy they took early, relatively early last year, and he got kind of thrown into it because they do have a young cornerback room. And there were moments last year where he looked like a rookie, but Wolf, there were moments where it was like, this dude genuinely is not afraid of anybody.
Yeah.
As a rookie, you could just see it watching him. That's not something we just talked about with it. That's you could see watching him, and that's something a lot of people said watching him last year. Like he would just go up there and whatever the team is asking him to do, he's not intimidated if it's Tyreek Hill or whoever. He's going to go out there and I just said Tyreek because that's probably the most terrifying receiver to have to try and cover.
I can't even imagine.
If you look the wrong way, he's 40 yards behind you. But he definitely showed flashes, and that confidence seems to be rolling over.
The confidence is there, man, and it wasn't phony Jedi mind trick confidence either. And why would it be? When you go back and look at Max Melton and how well he played last year. Now, again, yeah, he got beat on some plays, no doubt about it. But when you look at it collectively, how well Max Melton played, especially late in the season, in November and December, that to me was super encouraging in base and earnings. Here's the great thing about it. Sitting next to this young guy, talking to him about this, you could see the look in his eye. He wasn't putting on a front or a show.
No, you could tell he just wants to start playing.
He is genuinely excited about this season because of how much better he thinks he is going into year 2.
He had a lot to say. I'll play a couple of these cuts. It was like I said, if you didn't hear the whole thing, I would go back and listen to it collectively, because sometimes an interview is like
context.
Yeah, like you ask a question, they answer, and he's got answers here, but it was more of just a conversation for 10, 12 minutes. But you did ask him at one point, Wolf, if he likes playing outside or inside more, and he gave this answer.
Outside. That's one thing I can say. I like playing outside.
Okay,
yeah,
why do you say that, man?
Because it's just like me and you out there. Like, there's nobody else around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just nobody else.
Like
inside, you play inside. Okay, you got to receive.
That scares a lot of guys.
Yeah,
that
I guess so.
I mean,
I don't really know how to make them feel. I don't really care, but
you're like, you love that.
Yeah.
Feel, okay,
it's just
man.
me and you out here, and the ball comes this way, man. Like, I don't know.
If you're naturally wired that way, you're playing the right position.
That is a scary, scary position to play, base audience. You've got to be, first of all, you've got to be wildly freakish athletically.
Mm-hmm.
You have to physically be that guy. Number 2, you've got to play without fear. So now you're tapping into your soul as well and how you're made. And number 3, you have to know what you're doing mentally. Now you're talking about your mind. Now you're talking about your spirit as well. You get tested in all 3 areas, body, soul, and spirit, when you play the game of football. But none more important or acute as cornerback. When you're out there at corner, here it comes. You've got to have a short memory. You've got to be confident. You have to go out there and use good technique. You've got to be wildly athletic once again, and you've got to be a confident individual. And I think we see it in Max Melton right now. It's going to be really interesting to watch how he progresses throughout training camp.
Yeah.
Because I think training camp will be very revealing as to whether or not that confidence is turning into goodness.
Look, he said a lot when he was up here. And to your point on corner real quick, you make a mistake anywhere on the football field, it's tough to hide. I get that. And there are certain positions where if you make a mistake, maybe people watching don't even necessarily notice. Your teammates will notice. Obviously, the other team, your coach.
It's called offensive guard.
But I was going to say, there are spots where you could make a mistake, but you've got other guys right next to you, and everybody watching might be like, I don't know totally whose fault that was. If you're a corner, especially just playing one-on-one on the outside like he's talking about, and you get beat, everybody in the universe knows you got beat.
I mean, that's a great point, too, because it's not like you have to decipher anything, and you might be inaccurate. Maybe it was a zone coverage. You weren't responsible necessarily for the guy, but rarely is that ever going to be the case. When you could have grandma watching the game, and there she is, she's crocheting as she's watching the game based on the ends end. Maybe she's got a little tea next to her, and she's taking a sip of it every now and then you just get smoked by a wide receiver who, by the way, is one of the best wide receivers in the game. You just get smoked. Grandma goes, man, Max just got beat big time. Come on in here.
I need more tea.
And bring some lemon.
Yeah.
It's to your point, everybody can see it. And your name is your number. And your number is your name. And people can look at it and go, wow, that's Max Melton.
We also asked him if he talks to receivers on the field.
Are you talking anything to him? No, you don't say anything. No. Okay. I like that.
Unless I know the play, then I'll call out their route. Or if I know them personally, I might say something, but like
that would mess him up, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes in line I'll be like slant. I'll just be like slant. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I did that to last year. I don't know if you heard me, but because I'll just say it normal. I'll be like slant, dig, like. But DJ Moore, I think it was third down maybe. DJ Moore when the Bears came here. He had a slant, and for the play, I like slant.
That would mess a dude up.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
So I mean, I'm not right every time, but like,
of course,
yeah, it does mess with him. I think.
Well, that DJ Moore, I mean, that's not like some rookie either. That's a vet. And you're just
exactly.
This is what you're gonna run.
Exactly. Everybody get treated the same, though. That's one thing I can say. Everybody does get treated the same. Like, no matter who we going against, like my process is the same. I don't switch up for nobody. Like, you gonna have to show me.
Do you talk to receivers? No. Well, sometimes I'll call out their route before they run
It reminded me so much of a guy by the name of Derek Kennard. Do you remember Derek Kennard, Basinonians, okay? Oh, Sea Hag. That was his nickname, Derek Kennard. One of my favorite teammates of all times. Because Basinonians, not only was Derek Kennard funny and really a good player, but Derek Kennard kick you in the teeth and tell you about it, okay?
Narrate it.
Come off the ball. He used to, the first play of every game that I knew, he used to break the huddle as a guard, come out of the huddle, get in his stance, and tell the guy what he was going to do to him, and then did it. You don't get a lot of guys who would do that at the point of attack, and yet that dude would do it.
I just like the idea of a receiver lining up. You break the huddle. You're like, all right, we got to play. This is Cardinals don't see this one coming. Here we go. And Max Melton's lined up across for you, and he's like, dig.
Yeah, I know, right.
Like, wait a minute. How does this guy know what we're running?
Especially a dig. So much effort in a dig route.
And it's already just wasted effort because he's sitting there telling you what you're going to run. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, practice is beginning. And we got some NFL news to throw out there, like whatever's going on in Miami with Tua and Tyreek Hill. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't argue, you can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about, like, who's going to pitch these games? I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. Like, I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. How's that for freedom when you're trying to buy a new house? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of those additional complications that you really don't need right now. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, still sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. You know, why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall joined Bickley Murata this morning after the D-backs were swept by the Houston Astros and talked about whether or not the Snakes will be sellers at the trade deadline.
The way we played against Houston, I think that question is being answered. Sadly, do we want to sell? No, we all want to buy. But I think we have to be realistic.
For the full interview, head on over to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo are out at camp today, so stay locked into Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Training camp has begun. Join us live from State Farm Stadium as we get you all the latest on the Arizona Cardinals. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
In front of us, and you, sir, are allowed to talk about what you see now.
Are you serious?
I think so.
Oh, my goodness. Jamal, get out of the way.
Jamal just
Jamal
dove under
or
a series
nothing.
of chairs.
There was nothing. I could not see around Jamal based on these, but now, of course, we can. We can see it right now. What are they working on out there, Luke? A little punt pro? Is that what we're seeing?
Before we get, you have to give us your description of Dalvin Tomlinson.
Okay, based on earnings, I don't know if you've seen Dalvin Tomlinson. He looks like he's about 340 right now. Okay, I'm guessing he's 340. If somebody said, well, he's 350, I would believe that.
Okay.
I would believe that, okay? But having said that, Dalvin Tomlinson looks like a dumpster with eyebrows. He is the squarest dude on the football field. I said to you, Luke, I think they're going to tell him, you're going to play nose. That's what you're going to do. You're playing nose because we got these 3 techniques. We got Darius Robinson, man. We got Walter Nolan out there. We got Calais Campbell. We got guys that we know are going to be really good 3 technique. We got that covered. What we need is the dude who's going to line up in the center of the defense and hammer the interior offensive line and control those guys. That's what he looks like based on our needs. He is a walking, talking square with Achilles.
I like the idea of an opposing offensive line lining up, looking up and seeing a dumpster with eyebrows, and then looking to the side and seeing Calais Campbell towering above that dumpster with eyebrows.
Wow, I was so impressed, man. I don't think I've seen a dude. They don't have full pads on, Basedonians, and yet I don't think I've seen a dude who was more square than Dalvin Tomlinson.
I don't know that I've seen a reaction from you quite like that for like I've seen it maybe if something specific is happening on the field,
Yeah.
but he wasn't doing anything. You were just looking at him existing.
Man, square, dude.
So we'll obviously be talking a lot about what's going on in front of us right now, but I got some NFL news to throw in here. Wolf, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. This is Tua yesterday in Miami talking about Tyreek Hill, who, if you recall, at the end of last season was like, all right, I'm out of here. Well, he's not out of there. He's still in Miami, so this is what Tua said.
I would say we're still continuing to do that. But it's not just with me, it's with a lot of the guys. I'm not the only one that heard that. You guys aren't the only people that heard that. You know, a lot of people that follow football, that follow the Miami Dolphins, that follow Tyreek, that are fans of his, everyone has seen that. So when you say something like that, you don't just come back from that with, hey, my bad. You know, you got to work that relationship up. You got to build everything up again. And yeah, it's still a work in progress, not just for me, but for everybody. But you know, like I said, he's working on himself. He's working on the things that he says he wants to get better with and do better on. So that's the first step to me, and so I commend him for doing that.
Man, it's always a tough situation. It is. It's amazing, you know. Players are people, and sometimes people get in the way of the player that they are. And I think Tyreek Hill could be getting in the way of himself. And I think we all know people like this, right, Basinonians? I mean, we've seen people. I was one of these people that ruined his own life, Basinonians. Now, it was years and years and years ago, yet at the same time, the decisions that I made, thinking I was making the right decision, it was not the right decision. And I'm paying the price for it to this day. Having said that, I'm not throwing stones at Tyreek Hill. Yet at the same time, man, what a mess he's made in that locker room. And that's what I always tend to think of first is the locker room.
You don't typically hear a guy at the end of the season be like, I'm out, and then he's just back next year without something significant happening. I mean, you have guys that are like, yeah, I need to get paid, and it's a leverage thing or whatever. Or, you know, Myles Garrett sure sounded like he was wanting out of Cleveland, and he's certainly back in Cleveland. Nothing really changed with Tyreek. He's just still, or with Miami's situation, Tyreek's just still there. So that's one team in the AFC to keep an eye on. Then you got Cincinnati, Wolf, with this whole Trey Hendrickson, the Shamar Stewart thing as well. But Joe Burrow talking about Trey Hendrickson specifically.
Yeah, obviously disappointing. You know, you'd like to have all your guys out there day one to try to build that cohesion that I was talking about earlier, but it's not how it usually works out. You know, it's a business, and that is how it's gone.
Is there any frustration on your end that every year there seems to be?
Yeah, of course that's, you know, it can be frustrating, but you know, that's the business of the NFL. That's how things go.
Have you spoken to Trey since he decided not to report?
Yeah, me and Trey are in constant contact.
Would you like to see more urgency from both sides, front office and the players, to getting those deals done so they can get here as soon as possible?
Yeah, I think the earlier you get these things done, the better.
So he sounds happy.
Yeah, what a tough situation, too. It's bringing up a lot of memories once again about, you know, being asked by the media, and they're doing their jobs, of course. How do you feel about this? And it's a very difficult situation to be in because, you know, this is a business. It's about a profession. And your profession is to go out and make as much money as you possibly can. Once again, the area that I always had an issue with is once I sign a contract, I am going to honor that contract. I don't care what else happens. When you sign that contract, and I know this, Basinonians, there are many, many guys that have told me, many players that have told me, hey, listen, they could cut me. They don't have to honor the contract. They could cut me, and they do. There's guys that come back and say, hey, you know what? We want to redo the deal. I understand that. But that's an organization, and there are a lot of minds that are making that decision up. For me, I'm one man, and I can control what I do and what I don't do. I can control those things. So to me, it was my word on that contract. And even if you dishonored it, I was going to honor my part of it.
I think of something else you say a lot, too, with this Trey Hendrickson situation of did it get personal? You know, when a situation gets personal and it's maybe something that everybody doesn't necessarily know, but you know, and whoever it got personal with knows, and that's influencing things. And that's where you start to potentially, unless everybody kind of gets back together and is like, hey, let's get things right here, where you could potentially hit the point of no return. Trey Hendrickson said this was personal a couple months ago with the Bengals. I remember him saying that about Zach Taylor, actually. Now, here's Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals. He was asked if Trey Hendrickson, who, by the way, 17.5 sacks last year, 17.5 sacks the year before, Cincinnati could use somebody like that on defense. But Mike Brown was asked if Hendrickson deserves a raise.
We offered him one, but keep in mind, Trey signed for this season. But foolishly, maybe we offered him one, but a raise. But anyway, he deserves a raise. He did well, and he played effectively. He's important to us.
Okay. Okay, if you were the general manager, don't buy a house.
Sounds like things are going good in Cincinnati.
Oh my goodness, that is.
I didn't even hear that the first time where he's like, well, foolishly, we offered him one. Like, hey, Mike, he's not even happy with the raise you just offered, and you just suggested you shouldn't have even offered him that.
Oh my goodness, that's bad.
Man, how's the Shamar Stewart situation going? Oh. All right.
Okay, that's enough.
Coming up next, you know what? Fortunately, we don't have to focus on the Bengals
do you have
here.
a Jerry we could listen to?
Oh, there's plenty of Jerry, too. Coming up next, though, training camp practice is underway, and we're just going to react to it. Wolf, get ready. The final 10 minutes of the show, we're just talking about everything we see on the field. There's a lot going on the field right now, too. It's Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Boot up.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike three called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-Backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-Backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel?
hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, here we go. While Wolf enjoys his banjo music, we'll all enjoy the fact that football is now happening in front of us. You know, Wolf, we could do 4 hours on why we love football and how great football is and this and that. But I do want to say this because I thought of this driving in today. When football starts, it doesn't stop until the Super Bowl's over.
Yeah.
There's not like, oh, let's ease into it with a little bit of practice, and then we'll take 2 weeks off, and then maybe we'll do a preseason. No, like driving over here today, and as the stadium came up on the horizon as I was driving over, I was like, you know, there are people that I know that don't really care much about football, and I won't be talking to them again until mid-February, most likely. Like, there's just no way around it.
Yes.
And then I think of everybody I know who loves football, and it's like, here we go. Let's get into this for the next basically, 6 months, 6.5 months.
Yes. You know, honestly, it's at the Wolfley compound, we celebrate football, of course. We love football. Basin Orleans, the blood sport, and everything that it is, everything that it is, that it offers you when you play. It gave me so much, and God used it in my life, brothers, to bring forth so many good things personally in my life. It's one of these deals where being part of a team where you're dealing with hardship because football is the one game that you play, Basin Orleans, that it hurts to play the game.
Constantly,
it hurts
the whole time.
Hockey as well. I would say hockey too. And you know me, hockey, I have the greatest respect for hockey players because Basin Orleans, it's a brutal sport and they play it 3 times a week.
Yeah. And look, I mean, I obviously grew up playing hockey, not football, but my perception of football, and you could speak to this certainly better than almost anybody, Wolf, is that football is meant to hurt non-stop.
Yeah.
Like it is just constant pain, whereas hockey isn't that.
Sure.
Hockey, you got to be tough, obviously. I mean, you get some bad injuries.
Your teeth are getting knocked out.
True.
Just understand.
You just pick them up and put them on the bench. But, man, football is just like, it is built to be painful nonstop every second of the game, especially for those guys in the trenches.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's one of the things that I love the most about the game, the brutality of the game. Now, Basin Orleans, it used to be that practice was 10 times harder.
We're talking about practice, man.
That's right, AI. It was. It was 10 times harder than the game. And that's the way it was designed to be.
Yeah.
It was going to be more difficult. Training camp was designed to find out who on this team is a tough guy. Who is a tough guy and who isn't. We're going to find out right now. And, I mean, the brutality of 3 weeks of two-a-days. It was like
3 weeks of two.
No, Luke.
Insane, man.
It was. This is who we are, man, and we're going to find out who is a bad man and who isn't. Well, you really don't get that anymore, Basinonians, until game day. That's where the game is still really physical and brutal. But it's not the preparation part of it anymore, the way that it used to be. That was the most difficult part of being an NFL player, was the preparation, getting ready to play in a game. That has changed dramatically, and rightfully so. It had to change. Because of CTE and all the issues, it had to change, Luke. You could no longer beat the dog out of guys in training camp. You just can't
on your own team for 3 weeks before the season even starts.
Man. So now it's changed, and it's awesome to see this. The blood sport is back, and the context of knowing we're going to see live football for the next 6 months. We're going to see live. We'll do it live.
By the time we come out of this football run, it's going to be the middle of winter. It's going to be past the middle of winter. So, yeah, this is it's a great day. And I got to say, Wolf, everybody talks about how much Marv bulked up. And we heard, he's 220 and this and that. He walked by before, and I'm like, I guess a little bit. And then they were like, no, he's not wearing shoulder pads. And I was like, oh, yeah, he doesn't look the same at all.
I saw Marv down there.
Yeah.
And I also, watching him right now, as a matter of fact, Basinonians, watching Marv walk around, dude looks 240.
It definitely looks different than
he
did
looks
last year.
Square, man. Marvin Harrison Jr., that's great, and I think it's going to help him once again get off the line against press cover, because I think that was the biggest adjustment for him last year, was how much stronger and how much better the technique is at the NFL level in terms of press man.
Yeah, these are not college corners.
These are not college corners.
If they are, they're the best of the best of the best. I mean, he may look across the field and recognize Will Johnson from college, but there's not a whole lot of them. And
everybody's not Will Johnson.
No. And are we at the point where we can overreact to every Kyler Murray completion? Because he did just complete a pass 30 seconds ago.
What kind of route was it? Did you see?
I just saw the very end of the catch.
Okay.
And actually it was to a running back. So
I just see Tip Ryman running off the field base already. Tip Ryman looks like he's about 279, maybe?
279.
If I had to guess. 279. Write that down.
This
dude, a rectangle, once again, with thighs that are massive. Now, Tip Ryman is going to play a big role in 12 personnel, one back, two tight ends, that the Arizona Cardinals love to employ an awful lot of. So because of that, there it is.
Kyler
I love
McBride,
that. Kyler,
right over the middle.
That was great. Little zone cover being played by the Arizona Cardinals, and you had Trey McBride running the in route, and Kyler put it on him. That was nice, with a major distraction of James Conner running a hot flare to the left. Look, everybody, it's Jay. I'm running a flare. And all of a sudden, he throws the ball over the middle of the field. Very well-designed play, I might add.
It just feels like Trey McBride's going to be open all the time. Just maybe because he was last year, and maybe because the Cardinals do have the weapons. That was
thrown behind.
That was a little bit behind.
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't the Trey McBride. I will say this before we go, Wolf. Your description of Dalvin Tomlinson was a dumpster with eyebrows?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
And then you saw Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell next to each other. How are you describing them?
Let's see. Dalvin Tomlinson is a square, and, of course, Calais Campbell a rectangle.
Just shapes moving down the field.
Calais, too. I saw him. He looks like he's about 340.
Yeah, he's
not.
Now he's not a small guy.
He's not 340, but, man, that is a big dude.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick back at the studio, Jamal out here, Felisa out here as well for Wolf and Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We just got to the good part.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
WMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 at State Farm Stadiums today. The first open to the public. If you aren't already there, well, you kind of missed your window, but you have an open practice opportunity tomorrow afternoon at 1:25. We got Burns and Gambo live from the stadium. They'll get a chance to talk to the likes of Darius Robinson and Paris Johnson Jr., so be sure you stay locked for those conversations later on today. For everything you may have missed on day 1, head on over to arizonasports.com for the latest from our own Tyler Drake. To the Arizona Diamondbacks, as trade rumors continue to percolate, our John Gambadoro is reporting that 12 teams have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. The Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans reports that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. And then from ESPN's Sean Sharania today, he reported on NBA Today on ESPN that Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign and trade. Now, did you know that you can take the Burns and Gambo show wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
The Red Reckoning. When 6 of the 7 players you drafted played defense, you signed free agent pass rusher Josh Sweat. Run stopper Dalvin Tomlinson. Plus, bring back strong defensive performers from last season. You're putting the league on notice.
They added a whole bunch of new faces on defense, like real talent, draft, and free agency.
The Arizona Cardinals are building a wrecking defense.
You have all these chess pieces, and the players are just that much better, and now you can do all this cool stuff.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Straight up 202 on this Thursday in Phoenix. Burns and Gambo are not at Cardinal Stadium, but thank goodness for Tim Ring. Coming out and taking care of business. Ringer is there, and he is going to set the scene for us. Ringer, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, Gambo. The weather is here. I wish you were beautiful. I mean, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the valley today than State Farm Stadium. I mean, the air conditioning is cranky, and the crowd has been filing in for about the last 30 minutes or so. A really good crowd for the Cardinals' first open practice of the season. They were on the field yesterday, but the fans were allowed in for the first time today. Not many practices to come see these guys in training camp. It ain't like the old days when these camps went on for 6 weeks and there were double sessions. But you can get out here today. You only got about 40 minutes or so before the Cardinals call this practice complete. But they will be open again tomorrow. And Gambo, I know we're going to be talking a lot about the players on the field out there today. I can tell you this, early impressions, Kyler Murray is dropping dimes. Jacoby Brissett is dropping dimes. Marvin Harrison looks yoked. And you know who else looks yoked? Budda Baker. He looks like he's put on some muscle in the upper body. So a lot of good things happening out here, and I know the players are thrilled to be in front of the fans. And coming up over the next 4 hours, we're going to talk to a couple of those guys, and Paris Johnson Jr. and also Darius Robinson, a couple of young players hoping to make big strides on the offensive and defensive lines in 2025.
Well, I apologize for not being out there. I got hit like a ton of bricks last night. I've been literally sick ever since I got back from Europe. So many 6 a.m. flights and late nights with my family, and I've taken it on the chin, man. I've been sick and just trying to suck it up and get through these shows, but like my doctor put me on a Z-Pack, and now he's put me on like this steroid prednisone. I just can't seem to shake what I have. So I didn't want to be out of Cardinal camp. I've got this persistent cough that I just can't seem to beat. And so I didn't want to be out there. I didn't want to risk getting anybody sick. So I'm going to do the show. I'm going to do it from home. You're a champ, filling in and going down there for me. I really appreciate that. It sucks. I love being at Cardinal camp. It's it's something I've done every year since I moved to the Valley in '97. I've been at every Cardinal camp, and I'll be out there. But I got to get myself better first because I've been, again, ever since I got back, I've been just really sick, and I've been just trying to suck it up and think I'm going to get better, and I just haven't been. So you'll take the Bulls by the horn out there. Well, I'll be able to get through. I'm home. I got a setup here. I could do the show from here. I'll be okay. But again, I don't want to risk, getting anybody sick out there because I just haven't felt well ever since I got back from Europe. You know what it's like. Those flights are killer.
Oh, man, the jet lag and the toll it takes on your body. But, champagne problems, right? But we hope you feel better. And, it's great out here, Gambo. I mean, football's in the air, right? I mean, it's only a training camp practice, but there's nothing quite like the sport of football. Baseball may be the national pastime, but football is the national passion. And you can feel the energy in the building this year today as the Cardinals embark on what they hope will be a playoff season here in 2025. So a lot on the plate for Kyler Murray, a lot on the plate for Jonathan Gannon. We'll get into that over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll start with that. You just set the scene of everything that's going on. Darius Robinson, Paris Johnson will be on the program. But let's talk with what everybody's expecting. This is a big year for Kyler Murray. Kyler's got to take that step. He's got to stop being a middle-of-the-pack quarterback and burst into that top 10. And here's Jonathan Gannon talking about the steps that Kyler Murray has taken as far as leadership is concerned.
Probably a little more vocal, I would say. When things aren't right, he'll speak up. So the dominant trait in his personality, he has it, and it showed up more to me in the last couple of years, last year or so. He leads by example. He does everything right. And I would say I've seen him take a step with not just being connected with the offense, but with the entire team, which is cool.
Yeah. Kyle, leading by example and being a vocal leader, two totally different things, right? Some guys could do both. Some guys could do. Buda Baker's a guy that does both. Buda leads by example, but then Buda's also the vocal leader, man. When he's upset in the clubhouse, we've seen those clips of Buda, just really just going off. I'm tired of losing at home and all of that stuff. So he's both, and that's a rare commodity, and those guys are special. Some guys just, lead by example. Kyler's usually been one of those guys, and I think especially the last couple of years, leading by example, the work in the weight room, the work to get better, the commitment to being here, all of that stuff is important. Here's Jonathan Gannon talking about the benefit of Kyle becoming more of a vocal leader.
He runs the show, so we go as he goes. You know what I mean? It's the ultimate team game. I'm not saying that, but guys look to him. They do.
Yeah, and it's, that offense is going to look to Kyler. And, he's been here long enough, right? He's not a rookie. He's a veteran, man. He's a veteran in, what is this, his 8th camp ringer? He's been here a long time. It is time for him to try to take that next step.
Gambo, there's a quote I want to read you from Tom Brady. You said this a while ago, and I think it applies to Kyler, especially in the department of leadership like you were just alluding to. Brady said once, when you step in the huddle, they better look at you and go, man, that guy's ready to get the job done. And I candidly think that early on in his career, I'm not sure the veterans on this football team and this offense trusted Kyler Murray to get that job done. I'm not sure they were quite all that enamored with his off-the-field work and his leadership qualities both on the field and in the locker room. But this is a while ago, and I think Kyler Murray, to his credit, has made great strides in that department, not only being a leader on the field, but a leader off the field and a leader in the community. I think he realized that was part of the job. They pay you a lot of money to win football games, and that's the most important thing. But you better, if they're going to pay you like that to be the face of the franchise, you better be the face of the franchise. And your teammates better look at you and trust you that you are all in and you are capable of getting the job done. And we've seen Kyler Murray play at a very high level. We don't have to revisit the 2021 season, although that's getting pretty far back in the rearview mirror now, Gambo. Kyler Murray is a guy, he's come off the ACL now. He had a full season last year for the most part. And Kyler Murray, although the flashes are still there, the consistency has not been. That's why he's only had one winning season as a Cardinals starting quarterback. In
Crazy.
fact, I've talked about this before, Gambo. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Kyler in games after Thanksgiving. Speaking of Tom Brady, Brady always said the season starts after Thanksgiving. Kyler Murray's been at his worst as an NFL quarterback in games after Thanksgiving. I did the homework on this earlier today. He's 6-17 as a starting quarterback in games played after Thanksgiving. Only 2-3 at home. He's won 2 home games in his career in games played after Thanksgiving, and they actually both came last year. So maybe we're seeing improvement in that. But again, this is a team that was on the doorstep of the postseason through 10 games a year ago, and it was a total collapse, and Kyler Murray was a big part of that collapse. So he has to be better for 17 games, John, to get this team where they need to go.
There's no question. No, the team, I mean, not only Kyler, the team has floundered in the second half of these seasons. They have. But you're right. You want a quarterback. You're down 7. You got 2 minutes, 3 minutes left in the game. You get the ball at your 20-yard line. You want a quarterback that's going to huddle. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this ball. We're going to go down the field. We're going to score. We're going to tie this game up, and we're going to win it in overtime. That's what you want. And everybody believes you. They believe that you're going to do that. They believe you're going to take them down the field. Here's Jonathan Gannon talking about working with Kyler on that vocal leadership. Has he worked with him on it?
I have conversations with all players about everything. You know what I mean? So with him, everyone's a little bit different. Everyone has their different styles. How I might say something to Trey McBride, he's going to say it differently. You know what I mean? That's okay as long as we get the end goal in mind, But, yeah, I have conversations with a lot of guys about that, and him being one of them, being our quarterback, So, and it's really what he's so good with is, if you make it black and white for him, he responds. So I kind of tell him, this is what I'm looking for, this is what we need from you, and he responds.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do, Tim. This is what we need. Here's what we need you to do. Okay, and we need you to be better in the second half of the season. We need you to, whatever it takes. We need you to lead this team. We need you to make Marvin Harrison Jr. a better player. We need you to make every receiver on that team a better player. Like we need you to lead, to elevate everybody's play, right? That's what the best do. They elevate everybody around them. They elevate them. I mean, this from go to the Bulls with Michael Jordan. He elevated everybody's play to where everybody's getting big contracts. Scott Williams, Luke Longley, and all these players were getting big contracts from other teams because he elevated their play. So that's what you have to do if you're Kyler. You got to elevate the play of the guys around you. And so that's what we're all going to look for with Kyler this season.
Yeah, Gambo, and it's time now for him. I mean, I don't know if Kyler falls on his face again in the second half of the season. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if that were to happen, I think the Cardinals would start to making plans for their next quarterback, because they may after this season, if it's not where they want it to be, it might be time to say, you know what, we gave this thing ample time. I mean, at some point you got to make the determination that this is the guy or this is not the guy. And usually we're well beyond that point as we head into this period of Kyler's career. But the fact remains, because of the ACL and the signs of brilliance he has shown over the course of his career, and the contract they gave him obviously is the most important thing. They're going to give him opportunities to get the job done this year, and it's going to be incumbent on him to go out there and do it and get this team into the postseason.
That phone, it is a ringing in Mike Hazen's office. How many teams have contacted the Arizona Diamondbacks about Eugenio Suarez? We'll tell you next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A T-Backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk T-Backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they're ready to help you every step of the way with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. That's a big one right now. There's a lot of houses on the market, and the Lund Mortgage team is helping people get pre-approved for a mortgage. But there's a lot of people that are tired of renting, tired of not having equity in their own home, tired of paying somebody else's mortgage. They want their own home. The Lund Mortgage has been helping people a lot lately because the housing market is hot, right? Interest rates have come down a little bit. But more importantly, the house prices have come down. We've seen a lot of seller incentives, and we've seen a lot of people drop their price because their house is staying on the market longer than expected. This might be a good time for you to get pre-approved for a mortgage by the Lund Mortgage team. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Are the D-backs any closer to making trades before the deadline? We'll talk about all the activity starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Cardinals training camp 2025 underway. First practice yesterday. First open practice for the public is today, and a really good crowd out here on a Thursday as the Cardinals continue their first public workout of the season. The offense is wearing the red. The defense is wearing the white. These guys look energized, and obviously the vibe is really good early on in camp. We'll check on that vibe after about 2 weeks. Veterans and the like always get a little tired after training camp after a while. With not that many practices, I think 9 total practices open to the public here in 2025. Coming up, we got Paris Johnson Jr. and Darius Robinson joining us live here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I'm Tim Ring in for Dave Burns. Let's bring in John Gambadoro from the Gambadoro home studios today. Gambo, let's talk some baseball now. D-backs are off today. D-backs are off today. Got a 9-game road trip coming up. Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Marotta this morning. Basically said, yeah, we're going to have to be sellers, but it's not that simple, Gambo. I know you got some information you want to get to, so I'm just going to kind of interview you for this segment. Let's get right to it. What have you learned over the last 24 hours about the plight of the D-backs and the trade deadline?
We're going to talk a lot about this today throughout the show. I know at 3 o'clock we're going to talk about what the Diamondbacks hope to accomplish at the trade deadline. We're also going to talk a little bit about who the Diamondbacks, would expect to get the most for out of all the players that they're trading, and where the trade targets will go. But we'll start with Eugenio Suarez, because there is no player that the Diamondbacks are fielding calls on more than Eugenio Suarez. I'm not saying they're going to get more from Suarez than anybody else, but they are going to get a lot for him. So there's no question in my mind at this point, barring them running off 6 straight wins and deciding not to sell, that they are going to move Eugenio Suarez. And right now, as of this point, Tim, there have been 12 different teams that have reached out to the Arizona Diamondbacks to inquire about Eugenio Suarez. Some interest, obviously, a lot greater than others, but a lot of teams kicking the tires and calling on Suarez. It's not just the Yankees, the Cubs, the Mariners, and the Reds. Those are the 4 big ones. There are 8 other teams that have called about Eugenio Suarez. So 12 teams right now as the Diamondbacks start to have these discussions on when, not if, I think, but when they will end up trading Eugenio Suarez.
Gamba, if you remember, the Orioles got very little from Manny Machado when they were in this situation talking about an expiring contract. Yeah, every team in contention would love to have a bat like Geno Suarez in the middle of the lineup. Of course they would. But what have you learned about, in terms of the D-backs' expectations, having to trade a guy who's, in demand, but also would be perhaps just a 2-month rental for the team acquiring Geno Suarez?
Yeah, I think that, and I know we're going to discuss this in detail later, Tim, but any team that makes an offer to the Diamondbacks, it better be a hell of a lot better than what the Diamondbacks would get by just extending a qualifying offer. Like, so if the Diamondbacks say, okay, we held on to Geno Suarez because the offers weren't as good as we wanted, you extend him a qualifying offer. He then signs a 3-year deal for $60 million with somebody else, and then you get a pick at the end of the first round. Those are very valuable. That's valuable. Now, expiring contracts, you always think, okay, you don't have any leverage with an expiring contract. It's a rental. And to some point, that's true. You don't have a ton of leverage because you don't have a lot of control over the guy. It's not like, hey, I'm trading a guy with 3 years of control, and you're going to have him. You're going to have him for 2 months. But the one leverage you have is the qualifying offer. You could always say, listen, if you don't give me an offer better than a first round pick would be, well, then I'm not going to trade him. I'll just hold on to him, and I'll give him a qualifying offer, and then when he signs with somebody else, I'll get a pick at the end of the first round. And that's a valuable player. That is a really valuable player. So that's the leverage that Arizona has. But I expect from what I've heard, that the offers for Geno Suarez will be better than that. That leverage will not have to be used. That there are enough teams out there that really, really want this guy. This guy's on a J.D. Martinez type of role right now, what he's doing. If you remember J.D. Martinez when he came over, to the Diamondbacks. I mean, there's teams that value that. They really value that. He plays a corner position. He's a good fielder. He's a great teammate. Hits for power, drives and runs, middle of the bat guy. Just having an absolutely phenomenal season. So, a guy, again, can change the complexion of a baseball game with one swing of the bat with a couple guys on base. So I don't think you're going to get to the point where you have to keep him and then because I do think there's too many teams out there that want him, and there's too many teams that are going to give the Diamondbacks somewhat what they want for that.
Yeah, you're right, Gambo. The only leverage they may have, and talking about the D-backs and Mike Hazen, is the qualifying offer. But in the case of Geno Suarez, even though it's not leverage on the D-backs, well, in a way it is that the bidding war that could bubble up here over the next 6 days could lead the Diamondbacks to get a bigger haul than maybe they normally would if there were just 1 or 2 teams interested in their third baseman.
Right. Yeah, there's no question. I believe that. I believe that's what it comes down. That's why at this point, look, the Diamondbacks have not engaged on calls on their starting pitching yet. They still have Gallen and Kelly. There's teams that are interested. They haven't engaged. We're going to talk about this later. But they haven't really engaged in those conversations yet. They will. Each guy has one more start before the trade deadline. But when you start to look at a guy like Suarez, because this is the number one bat on the market, teams are all calling now. Now, do I expect a deal in the next 24 to 48 hours? No. But you're always told. I mean, you're always told. You never know. Like, you just never know. Somebody may blow your doors off. But usually these things come right down to the wire, the 24 to 48 hours before the deadline, sometimes hours before the deadline, because again, what happens is 7 days away, you talk to a team, you ask for certain players and they say no, and they've got their eye on 2 or 3 guys, and then, eventually they get back to you because maybe some of those other guys are gone, or, they start to feel the pressure. Maybe they lose a couple of games and they're worried about dropping out of the playoffs or losing their spot as a division leader. So, that's what happens. A lot of times you have these conversations early, but, the next week changes things. Who's in it, who's out of it, who's won 6 games in a row, who's lost 6 games in a row, who thought that they would get another player and he went somewhere else, and now you circle back to Suarez. So that's why it's more likely that this thing will come down closer to the deadline than it will now.
Hey, Gamble, one more for you. You know Mike Hazen will want to target pitchers in return for whoever he decides to deal at the deadline.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing that might not be that easy as well because teams don't want to give up good young pitchers. So, I mean, you might have to drop down into, you're talking about A-ball quality guys, which can impact the ultimate decision on the D-backs part as well.
I would expect that you shoot for value. You try to get the best value you can. Of course, your priority is going to be pitching because if they lose Gallen, Kelly, and they don't have Burns, they need pitching. But a lot of teams are reluctant to give up a guy that's close to being a major league pitcher. A lot of teams are reluctant to do that. If they're able to pull it off, that's good for them. That would be a coup for Mike Hazen if he's able to do that. But I think, the pitching you may target might be more double-A pitching or, those type of pitchers. But I think you try to get the best value you can in a deal. But obviously they're going to target pitching. Obviously in any conversations, they're going to ask for pitching, starting pitching, just because of where they are as an organization. I mean, last year, everybody, when they spoke with the Diamondbacks, they wanted Mena or they wanted Ciccone, who they eventually traded. But teams are always reluctant to give those guys up. Teams are very reluctant to give up guys that are very, very close to being a major league pitcher. So, everybody's got a top 5 starting rotation, and then everybody has their 6th, 7th, and 8th guy. Those guys are in the minors. They're ready to pitch, but those are your minor league guys, and something happens to one of your starters. Those guys are hard to get now. Those guys are hard to get. It's hard to get somebody's 6th best pitcher, 7th best pitcher. So you might have to dip down a little bit in the minor leagues and take a chance on a double-A guy, that's not as highly valued at this point, but could be in a year or two.
Just to recap, John Gamadoro breaking the story earlier today on social media. As many as 12 teams have reached out to the Diamondbacks for Gino Suarez, but the main ones, the Yankees, the Reds, and the Mariners. Gambo, real quick before we hit the break, if you had to make a prediction right now, would it be your Yankees, or do you think the Reds may bring Gino home?
Yeah,
or Mariners may bring him home.
I don't know. I don't know. But I think that the teams that have been the most aggressive are Seattle, New York, and Cincinnati, maybe Chicago to a certain extent. So I think it really comes down to if it's those 3 teams, if it's Seattle, the Reds, and the Yankees, which team makes the best offer? That I don't know. I don't know what the offers are coming back right now. I just know 12 teams total, and those teams have been a little bit more aggressive than some of the other teams. But we'll see what happens in the next 7 days.
All right, and in terms of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, Gambo's thoughts on those 2 pitchers and who may be the most, exciting pitcher to acquire if you're an opposing team. It may not be the guy that you think. We'll have that coming up a little later in the show. Meantime, when Burns and Gambo returns live from Glendale and the Red Reckoning, Cardinals Training Camp 2025 is underway. We're going to pause the football for a bit, though, and talk some basketball when we come back. If you are not a fan of Devin Booker playing the point next season, you're in luck. We'll explain that coming up after the timeout. Burns and Gambo on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch. and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 at State Farm Stadium. They're close to wrapping up for the day. So if you didn't get the chance to go out there today, the next open practice is tomorrow afternoon at 1:25 at State Farm Stadium. We've got Burns and Gambo live from State Farm Stadium today. They'll get a chance to talk to the likes of Darius Robinson and Paris Johnson Jr., so make sure you stay locked in for the conversations that'll come later today. To the Arizona Diamondbacks, as trade rumors continue to percolate, our John Gambadoro is reporting that 12 teams have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. And speaking of the Reds, the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans reports that the Reds and the Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. And then from ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported on NBA Today that Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign-and trade with the restricted free agent. Hey, do you think you have what it takes to take us down in football, fantasy football? Yeah, me too. Prove it. Text FANTASY to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues, battle for the glory, and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Burns and Gambo live in Glendale, State Farm Stadium. Cardinals training camp 2025 underway. First practice yesterday. First practice open to the public going on right now. The Cardinals will be on the field for about another 5 minutes. They'll have a little bit of a walkthrough. And later today here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we are expected to be joined by Paris Johnson Jr. and Darius Robinson. I'm Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today. Gambo's from the home studio today. Gambo, let's talk some buckets right now. A lot of people have been wondering how the backcourt is going to work. We saw a failed attempt to pair up a couple of shooting guards a couple of years ago with Book and Beal. Then you bring in Tyus Jones, move Booker to the 3, Beal to the 2. That didn't work. Now Jalen Green's here. Everybody assumed Devin Booker would be back playing the point, but in the words of Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, I did too. Yesterday we're doing the show, and, obviously the Jordan Goodwin and the Jared Butler thing come out, and I think what people don't understand sometimes, I have my reporter mode, and a lot that's when I'm like in the mornings, at night, and all of that stuff. And then when you're a talk show host, you got to talk about things. You got to speculate. You don't know all the answers when you're a talk show host, but you do speculate and you give opinions and stuff like that. So yesterday when we were talking about the point guard spot, I was like, I expected that it would be Book running the point, and then Gillespie the backup, and then Butler and Goodwin battling for the 3 spot. So we talked about that yesterday. A lot of what I say gets aggregated now. It's just the way it is, and it's fine. I deal with it. But a lot of what I say, people listen on the podcast, they aggregate it, they put it up on things like that. And part of it's because we've had a really good track record. We've had a lot of success with our news and information. But what I found out afterwards, after we had done the show, what I had found out and just digging around and seeing what they were going to do is it's more likely that Devin Booker will stay at the 2 guard. Jalen Green will be the point guard. So that Jalen Green will be the point guard. Colin Gillespie will be the backup. And then Goodwin and Butler will fight it out for that 3rd spot. So that was interesting to me because I think I just assumed that Booker, without checking on it, because I obviously can't check on every single thing. Sometimes I have to give my opinion, and my opinion was wrong. Not the information, because my opinion was I think Booker will be the point. But from what I've learned is I expect that it'll be Green. That there's, they look at Green, they look at Booker. I think they want to keep Booker at the 2. I think there was some time when Van Vliet was out that Jalen Green ran the point guard spot and did a decent job. I'm not going to say great job, but he did a decent job. Look, you're going to make the best of the situation. You don't have a true point guard. So who's better suited to run it? I think there might be a belief that Green could break down defenses. He attacks the basket a little bit more, and keeping Booker his natural 2 spot might be the best way to go.
Well, Gambo, I can tell you this. I've watched a lot of Jalen Green. He can break down a defense, and he can kick the ball out for an open shooter or find a guy for a layup. He can make that pass. He can get the assist pass. Now, his assist per game numbers are not great. He's around 3.5. The turnover numbers are not great, 1.3 to 1. That's his assist-to-turnover ratio. So, again, though, he's 23 years old, and I think the Suns are hoping that he can maybe develop and grow into that role, at least to be competent at it. But I think, the bigger thing here, and we don't know yet, so some of this is speculation on my part. I got a good feeling, though, that Jordan Ott and Matt Ishbia and everybody has talked to Devin Booker, and I'm guessing this is what Devin Booker would prefer. We know Booker can play the 1 if he has to, but clearly with Booker out of position the last couple of years, Devin Booker hasn't looked like the very best version of Devin Booker. I think we can all say that. I've said it many times on the air after covering this basketball team a whole lot over the last several years. I got the feeling that I don't think Devin Booker really enjoyed playing the 1 all that much. So I think Devin Booker looked at these guys and said, "Let Jalen handle it. Let me get back to the 2 guard position where I was an All NBA guy when that was my main position, and let me do what I do best and see if Jalen can handle this." It's a risky experiment, Gambo, because and again, I'll get your thoughts on this because, like I said, he can beat his man off the dribble and find an open man for a bucket. But the point guard position's a lot more than that, right? It's orchestrating an offense. It's thinking 2 or 3 passes ahead. It's making sure everybody's in the right possession. It's a mindset, that coach on the floor type mentality that the great ones, Chris Paul, Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, that these guys had all that. And Jalen Green, to this point, has not shown that he has that in his DNA. So it's a risky experiment, but I think I understand when I believe that Devin Booker wants to play the 2, this is the reason why the Suns are going to at least try it to begin the season.
Yeah. Now, if you were with me, in about 10 minutes, it would be out there. Tim Ring says Devin Booker doesn't want to play the point guard. That would be stories after. That's what happens to me. In 10 minutes, it'll be like, Tim Ring says that Devin Booker prefers to play the 2 guard. He doesn't want to be a point guard. Like, that's what happens.
Right, even though I said it was my opinion, but these things get aggregated.
Happens to me.
Yes.
Oh, my God, happens to me so much. But, again, that's the bet I've made. I got to lie in it. I was having some feedback with a guy named Lashard Binkley. He's a credentialed reporter for the Rockets on SI, covers the Rockets. And when I put that out there, that the plan is that Jalen Green will start at point guard, he said, interesting. So I saw that he was a credentialed Rockets reporter, and I said, you covered the team. Give me your thoughts. I go, he does attack the basket. Can he break down a defense and make the right play? He said, so he was good in short spurts running the team. He has gotten a lot better as a playmaker and finding his teammates. He's a willing passer, but I don't think he could do it on a full-time basis. When he faces aggressive defenses, at times he did struggle. So I talked about how I think they're probably going to have him run it for like 6 minutes and then 6-7 minutes and put Gillespie in. And he said, makes sense because as a secondary ball handler, he has improved a lot in the last 2 seasons. His strength is being able to play downhill and not have to focus on running an offense. Aggressive Jalen Green is the best Jalen Green. So that's from a guy that covers the Rockets. That's on my Twitter timeline. And I thought that was interesting, because here's a guy that covered that team on a regular basis. He's going to have a real good feel for Jalen Green a lot more than we do. Now, I've spoken with a lot of coaches that have coached against Jalen Green and get his thoughts, and I think it's similar. Like in spurts, he's fine running it, but I think that was the case with Booker too. But that's just going to have to be what it is right now, unless like Colin Gillespie turns into T.J. McConnell, and you feel like, okay, I could play Gillespie 20, 25 minutes a game, then you figure it out because then you'll have 3 guards, and you figure out how to play those 3 guys. But I would expect Green and Booker start. Green's the first guy to go to the bench. Booker plays the whole first quarter. Gillespie comes in about the 7-minute mark and plays the final 5 minutes with Booker as the point. And then maybe Book sits a little bit in the second quarter, and then Gillespie plays with Green, and then Gillespie sits and Booker and Green are back together. I would imagine that's how it's gonna play out.
Yeah, there's no perfect answer right now. Like I said, it'll be a risky experiment, but I think the motivation for this move, in my opinion, is the motivation is not to have Jalen Green because they want him at the 1. It's they want Devin Booker at the 2, and you want Jalen Green on the court as a starter, obviously for his abilities to put the ball in the bucket. So if Booker's at the 2, Jalen Green would have to then by default play the 1, and I think right now, it's late July, Gambo, so a lot can happen before they tip this sucker off in late October. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Gambo, you got to indulge me a couple of minutes here because we have a developing story out here at Cardinals training camp. The practice was supposed to end a couple of minutes ago at 2:40. It ended prematurely and for not a great reason. At around the 40-yard line, about 15 minutes ago, a player went down. I'll tell you who it is. His name is J.J. Russell. He's a linebacker. He's in his 4th season out of Memphis. He was an unrestricted free agent signing, played with Tampa last. So J.J. Russell, I know that's not a name that Cardinal fans are familiar with, but J.J. Russell was out here with his brothers today for training camp practice number 2. There was a collision at midfield between J.J. Russell and another player, and Russell went immediately down to the turf. He laid there motionless for about 10 minutes. There had to be at least 10 to maybe 12 Cardinal medical staff surrounding J.J. Russell for at least 10 minutes as the rest of the Cardinals team, and believe me, there were a lot of players out here in training camp, to a man, they all took a knee, whether they were on the field or on the sidelines. Ultimately, the cart came out, the stretcher came out, and gingerly J.J. Russell was loaded onto the stretcher and then onto the cart. Now, before that cart departed the field, Gambo, I can tell you this, every single Cardinals player came up and dapped him and rubbed his hand and made sure that they knew that he was in their thoughts, and the cart drove J.J. Russell off the field about 10 minutes ago. After that happened, Jonathan Gannon gathered the team around the head coach, spoke to them for a few minutes, and then the team kind of dispersed. So we'll have more information if we get it on J.J. Russell. I don't know the extent, don't even know the injury. We're on the concourse level right now. I'm watching this with my own eyes, and I just wanted to bring the people listening exactly what I saw out here at Cardinals camp. I know the player, it's J.J. Russell. Don't know the extent of the injury or what the injury even is at this point, but I do know he was placed on a cart, a stretcher, and then placed on a cart and driven off the field, and that pretty much ended today's workout for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, sad. Prayers up for him that he'll be okay. Always scary moments when players get injured like that and have to be carted off.
Yeah, and again, any updates that the Cardinals provide to us before we go off the air at 6 o'clock, I will obviously bring them to you from Cardinals training camp here in Glendale. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Jonathan Gannon a little bit. One publication already has him on the hot seat in 2025.
What?
No way. Are you kidding me? Well, we'll get Gambo's thoughts on that coming up after the break. Burns and Gambo live in Glendale right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things I tell people I'm a very big believer in is saving for your financial future. Now, a lot of times when you're in your 20s and 30s and 40s, you don't think about it a whole lot because you're too busy buying your first house and you're too busy raising your kids and going to the sporting events and you're thinking about their college, but you don't think a lot about your future. But it gets there. Trust me, one day you turn the page and you're in your late 50s like, whoa, where did that time go? That's why it's important to have an eye on the future as well. I recommend Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. They've done a great job for me in helping me with my financial plan, and they can do a terrific job for you as well. I really believe in them and everything they do to help you have the right retirement plan in place. Now, what they offer you is a free portfolio review. You may be like, Gambo, I don't really have I have a 401k and a Roth IRA. That's a portfolio. You can meet with them. So if you can get a free portfolio review, go over your finances, everything to gain and nothing to lose. Just call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Burns and Gambo back in Glendale State Farm Stadium live. Cardinals training camp day 2 is in the books. A reminder coming up, Paris Johnson Jr. and Darius Robinson will join us live here on the show. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns, John Gambadoro from the home studio today, and Lauren Colwell's here with today's poll question.
All right, guys, we are turning to the Phoenix Suns today because even though we're out of Cardinals training camp, there's still a lot of news going on, and that is, do you want the Suns, not do you think the Suns, do you want the Suns to sign and trade for Jonathan Kuminga?
If they can pull it off, absolutely.
Yeah,
he's a good
sure.
young player. Gambo, how feasible is it?
I think the Suns are willing to pay him. I think it's difficult. I know that they like him. We have not ruled out Jonathan Kuminga. I think it might take him saying, "Hey, I want to go play for Phoenix. I only want to play for Phoenix." But the last, and I check on this on a regular basis, by the way. There is still interest. There's a thought that it's going to be very, very hard to do. That they could be leveraging him. But I do think, that the Suns, would be willing to pay him. I mean, what's he going to get? $18, $19, $20 million a year? I do think the Suns would be willing to make a trade and then give him a good, fair contract. So I'm not ruling it out. I believe they do have interest in him. It's just hard to do.
He's a good young talent. He's in and out of Steve Kerr's doghouse. At times he was unplayable in the postseason last year. He didn't play great with Jimmy Butler, but I think the talent is undeniable. The question is, do the Suns have anything the Warriors would want? Mike Dunleavy Jr. drives a hard bargain in that GM chair up there in the Bay Area. So could the Suns actually put together a package that they may want? All right, more on that in just a bit. Lauren, what do we got?
Well, 67% of our audience is saying yes. If the Suns can pull it off, they want Jonathan Kuminga on this team.
All right, there you go. Gamble, let's get back to the football a little bit. Jonathan Gannon now begins year 3. Let me give you some numbers, and then you react.
Yeah.
From 4 wins to 8 wins in year 2, double the win total. Yeah. On the other hand, 12-22 is his record through 2 full seasons. That's not great. On the other hand, he didn't have Kyler Murray for the greater part of the first half of that first season back in 2023. ESPN says he's on the hot seat in 2025. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was interesting because, you always see stories like this, you click wondering if your guy's there. NFL players, coaches, and GMs under the most pressure in 2025. Let's skip the players, and let's just go right to the executives. And, okay, Brian Schottenheimer, coach of the Cowboys. Okay, obviously, if you're with the Cowboys, you're
going to be on the hot seat. Okay.
Brian Dable with the Giants, absolutely. Terry Fontenot with the Falcons, is mentioned in that list. And then they get to Jonathan Gannon, and they talk about how he spent 2 seasons with his hands tied behind his back on his preferred side of the ball. That they didn't have the talent on defense, but the pressure they say now is because they added Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell and Dalvin Tomlinson, and they've got Max Melton, and they went out and they got Will Johnson, and I know Nolan's hurt, but the feeling is that they went out there and they added a lot. So this defense, the offense is fine, the defense needs to be great, and now you've got the players to do it. So the pressure's on Gannon because now he's got the weapons. He's got the weapons to put together a great defense. So they feel that that's why the pressure is on him.
Yeah, look, I mean, the defense was underfunded over the last couple of years. I think it's a testament to the job that Nick Rollis and to a certain extent Jonathan Gannon, being a defensive guy, did on that side of the ball. They were able to scheme up defense that had the Cardinals competitive pretty much week in and week out. But yeah, you're right, Gambo. I mean, they add Josh Sweat, and they add Calais Campbell and Dalvin Tomlinson. Baron Browning's here for his first full season. B.J. Ojolari, although he's on the PUP list now, a former second-round pick, expected to bolster the defense when he gets back. Hopefully Walter Nolan, the third, will be back sooner or or later. And also Darius Robinson, we're going to visit with coming up a little bit here. That's a first-round pick you're adding to that defensive front seven, so I think the pieces are in place for them to have a good year. The way I look at this thing is Jonathan Gannon is not on the hot seat this year, but if he doesn't deliver a playoff berth in 2025, he's squarely on the hot seat, Gambo, in 2026.
Yeah, I don't think Jonathan Gannon or Monty Ossenfort are on the hot seat. I think those two guys have done a terrific job. Now, you want to see results, right? You want to go from 4 to 8 to, maybe 10 wins. You don't want to go backwards. You certainly, that would be a terrible. Like even Cliff Kingsbury took over a team that won 3 games, then they won 5, then they won 8, then they won 11, and they got to the playoffs. And they lost, but they got there. And then obviously they went backwards, and then they fired Cliff Kingsbury. But there was progress. There was progress each year from 3 to 5, 5 to 8, 8 to, and I think that's what fans want to see. They want to see progress. They want to see, okay, you won 4, now you won 8. Don't go back to 6 or 7. Let's try to get to 9 or 10. Let's try to take that step up. And then there's no, you add the players now, right? So there's no excuses. You added the players on defense to have a much better defense. So I think that's where a lot of people feel like, okay, and the schedule's good. I think the schedule breaks in their favor very well. So there is the belief that they should make a jump this year. So I think that there's a little bit of pressure. But listen, if they go 8 and 9, I'm not firing Gannon, and I'm not firing Monty Ossenfort. I mean, I think right now I believe in these guys. I believe in both of these guys until they prove otherwise. But I think both of these guys have done a good job, and they deserve a little bit of time to get this turned around.
I mean, Gambo, look.
Sure, but here's the deal. You can be soft if you're fast and efficient and you complete deep balls like you did 2 years ago.
Who is that guy?
Well, if you can be soft if you can. I have no idea. Like it's not me.
All right, listen. Here's what I was going to say. If Jonathan Gannon, if they don't make the playoffs this year, okay, put him on the hot seat in 2026. And if he doesn't make the playoffs in 2026, maybe the Cardinals move on. But that would to get to that point, there would have to be 2 full seasons that don't produce a playoff spot. I mean, so that's where you'd have to get for the Cardinals to think about moving on from Jonathan Gannon. It would be hot seat next year, and if you don't deliver next year, then maybe it's time to move on. But I think at that point, I think Cardinal fans and most everybody would agree. If you can't get it done in 4 full seasons, then maybe you're not
it depends. How are you playing? Did you have a lot of injuries? What if your quarterback goes down and then you don't go I think there's a lot of circumstances there to just blanket, hey, if you don't win this many games, we're going to fire the coach and the GM. Do the players believe in the coach and the GM? Is there good talent on the roster? Were there some circumstances that prevented you from having a good year, like some massive injuries? I think a lot matters on that, Tim.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back to the baseball trading deadline coming up next week for the Arizona Diamondbacks and the rest of Major League Baseball. We know the players who are in play for the D-backs in terms of being dealt, but who are some guys or what positions, better yet said, would the D-backs have their eyes on in terms of bringing talent to the organization? We'll take a look at that when we come back. Burns and Gambo live from State Farm Stadium in Glendale on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Dr. Jay Schwartz and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does a better job of getting you a LASIK procedure for your eyes, that vision correction procedure, than Dr. Jay Schwartz. He performed my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. And I tell people to this day, one of the best things I've ever done for myself. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I don't wear readers. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center was terrific for me. And they can do the same for you. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed by Dr. Jay Schwartz. He is the trusted name in eye care. As the team eye doctor for the Suns and D-backs, he takes a lot of pride in taking care of you and making you part of his family. So if you are interested in a vision correction procedure, call for a free thorough eye exam at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 is done for the day. For those of you that did not get the opportunity to go out and see it, it is open to the public. You get a chance to see the next open practice tomorrow afternoon at 1:25. It unfortunately was not all sunshine and roses on day 1. J.J. Russell, who is a fourth-year linebacker on the Cardinals, is being evaluated for a head and neck injury that he suffered, unfortunately, during today's practice. He was alert and on the field and had movement in all of his extremities. He's being taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. That is the latest update per the team. As far as good news when it comes to the Cardinals, we got Burns and Gambo live from State Farm Stadium. They're going to be shortly chatting with second-year linebacker Darius Robinson, and then shortly after Darius, offensive lineman Paris Johnson. So be sure you stay locked in because we got back-to-back interviews coming up from State Farm Stadium. And then a quick Diamondbacks note. Our John Gambadoro reported today that there are up to 12 teams that have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. And that ties with the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans report from earlier today that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez deal. Hey, did you know you could take the Burns and Gambo show with you wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, you can find them on demand. on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, Cardinals Training Camp 2025 is underway. First practice open to the public today. Really good crowd for a Thursday on hand as the Cardinals wrapped up workout number 2 for them just about a half hour ago. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today, joined now by Darius Robinson, who's made his way to the broadcast booth. D, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
How do you feel?
I feel great, excited. I just feel like we was just here, but really blessed to be here, be healthy. So just excited for this opportunity.
I got to ask you, I mentioned the fans coming in. When you guys are working down there on the field, do you notice a difference when there are fans in the stands, or is it just pretty much nose to the grindstone no matter what?
Yeah, you can feel the juice, feel the energy, but you got to lock in on your keys and your assignment for the day. But I'm just glad to see the Bird gang come out. Like, we are the best fans in the NFL, so anytime we get to see them, it's the best.
Well, man, there's a lot to talk about with you personally, and I'm going to get into some of it. Obviously, the first question that's coming last year, you suffered that calf injury in August, and, man, I don't think you were right the entire season. You finally got on the field in early December. You played in 6 games. Very simple, basic question. What was that like for you having to go through that, not only as an NFL player, but as a rookie, your first shot at it?
Nah, it's crazy. I tell people all the time it was the best year of my life and the worst year of my life in the same year. But I learned so much, and it gave me so much adversity for the rest of my life and my career. So that's why I'm just super excited for this year. Like, I keep telling everybody, this is my red shirt rookie year because, this is a new year, new opportunity. Got to play a little bit, but now, it's really on. So just really challenging myself each day, but I'm super excited.
They were talking about analysts and doing these radio shows, people are always talking about the new additions to the Cardinal defense, and I am always quick to say, don't forget they're adding another first-round pick in Darius Robinson to that front 7, because for my money, I'm kind of with you. It's almost like this is your rookie year.
Rookie year.
I mean, you said you learned a lot last year going through that adversity. What did you learn?
I learned that I can fight and compete. No matter what's going on in my personal life, I'm going to show up each day and be consistent. I also learned just our defense and really understand that what we're trying to get done based off what position you are in the defense. And then also think about just pass rush, man. It's hard to get sacks in the NFL, so just going through that kind of gauntlet, playing the 6 teams and try to understand my rush plan better and moving forward. So I'm just super excited.
Where do you think you can excel in this Nick Rawlins defense? Because you had a chance to study it. You were in the meetings last year.
Yeah, wherever honestly, because, we play with 3 down D linemen, so whichever, either the field spot or the boundary spot, it really doesn't matter to me. And then in pass rush, if we're rushing with 2 guys or 1 guy, just know my track, know my alignment, just set everything up of my rushes and also whatever he calls. So just super excited, man.
You must have been chomping at the bit last year. That had to be so hard to see. You want a chance to prove yourself in this league. And then, like I mentioned in the open there, I'm not sure you were ever quite right. Even when you came back, you were never, I could say this, you were never listed as full on the injury report the entire season, even when you came back. So I'm guessing you never felt quite 100%.
Yeah, I remember last year, my fall camp was really, really good. I had, the most confidence in the world, the most juice in the world, going against R1s and making plays. And then just when that happened, it was just unfortunate. But that's why we're now just getting back to work and just find that process again and we'll be ready for this year.
What do you think about the defensive personnel? I mentioned the changes that have come in. Josh Sweat is here. Tomlinson is here. They I don't know if you followed the NFL draft, but they pretty much went all defense to try to bolster your side of the football. Tell me what you think about the personnel, including the new additions.
Yeah, I love our new teammate, Sweat. He's really slippery. Rushing with him yesterday, we had a good game. Calais, that's probably my favorite so far. He's just such a legend, and he's such a good teacher. That's how I would say it. And I just be trying to be side by side with him every day and just soak up as much knowledge from him and just don't take that for granted. And Dalvin, he's a great energy. He's really big, like really strong guy, has a lot of success. So everybody on the front is looking really good.
Have you picked the brain of Calais yet, or is that a work in progress?
Man, every day.
Every day. Like what do you ask him? What do you want to know?
I mean, the first question, I remember we was just sitting at dinner, and then I was just thinking, like, 18 years, like, he's just seen everything. So I just start asking him who's the best players he went against, like, what are some of his biggest memories. His rookie year was the year they went to the Super Bowl, like, how that was, just, like, anything. And then in the meeting room, I'd be like, okay, like, what do you think? And then just go from there. But now this year, I think will help me grow so much as a player, having somebody like that in our room.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you mentioned, he was a rookie on the team where the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl. If my math is correct, you were about 5 years old.
Yeah,
I mean,
something like that.
To put that in perspective, the man has been doing this for a long time, but he's a great guy to learn from, and I'm sure you were asking him questions about, the old days and whatnot, but I'm sure once you guys get into the trenches, into the meat of the season in that film room, his experience and talent is going to be invaluable in terms of making you guys all better players.
Facts, and he has all the sacks. Like, literally, like, he has so many sacks that it's kind of like you sit and think, like, wow, it's going to take a lot of work. But, I'm all for the work. So he's just a great guy, man. Like, I'm just super glad that they brought him here, and I'm just going to take advantage of each opportunity, each moment with him.
How different is year 2 training camp from year 1? I
I
imagine you guys got to be so nervous in the early out of your first year out here.
The first year, I was just worried about making sure I got lined up for stretch the right way. And now year 2, it's like, okay, like what can we get to next? And I think about it like that. So I'm just super excited. It's not taking a day for granted, and recover today and get back to work tomorrow.
Man, I'm telling you, Cardinal fans cannot wait to see you at full strength out there helping their team win football games. I know you two. One more before I let you go. Head coaches always kind of have a theme going into camp, and maybe there's a slogan, maybe there's not, but there's always a theme and a message that a head coach wants to send to this group, this team. This group of ultimately 53 guys. Has Jonathan Gannon kind of expressed that yet, or is that a work in progress?
I would say it's like a work in progress, but being around JG, like, he always has so much energy, and he just wants us to do the right things all the time, follow the standard operating procedures, just like be a great teammate. But then I know specifically on defense, Nick Rallis, like, his big thing is warpath. Like,
warpath, okay.
Warpath, just thinking about from the last year, didn't make the playoffs, going to the offseason, going to now, we need to be on a warpath. So I'm bought in, and I'm just super excited for this year.
All right, man. Well, we all are, and we're all excited that you're healthy. Stay healthy.
Yes, sir.
And contribute to a team that heads to the playoffs this year.
Thank
D-Rob,
you.
really appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for swinging by. That's Darius Robinson's second year. Defensive end out of Missouri. Great player in college. Expected to be a great player here in the National Football League. Paris Johnson Jr. is already a great player. The Cardinals starting left tackle set for his third season in the National Football League. After the timeout, we'll talk to Paris Johnson Jr. live out here at training camp. Burns and Gamble live from Glendale on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, and this is a great time right now if you are struggling with your AC unit to call Christian Brothers. Many of you may need a new AC unit, but most of you will probably just need a repair. If your AC is not blowing cold, if you're hearing a lot of big noises, a lot of big bangs when your AC unit turns on, if you just feel like, hey, my unit probably needs a repair, well, call Christian Brothers, especially if your AC unit goes out. You don't want to have to wait a long time to get your unit going. And Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. Take a lot of pride in getting to you quickly, fixing your air conditioning unit at a fair price, at a real fair price. Matter of fact, they even offer second opinions. If you feel like, hey, somebody's ripping me off, or I'm not getting a good price, or I don't really know if I trust this guy, call Christian Brothers. They'll be glad to give you a free second opinion to tell you if you got a good price or not, and also tell you if the service that you're getting is required. Some people may try to sell you an AC unit when you don't need one. That's why I recommend calling Christian Brothers. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs From voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell, or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
The Red Reckoning, indeed. Burns and Gambo live from State Farm Stadium. Cardinals Training Camp 2025 is underway. I'm Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today. John Gambadoro in the home studio today. Gambo, we're awaiting the arrival of Paris Johnson Jr. We just talked to Darius Robinson. Let's bring you in on that. Your thoughts on not only the Robinson interview and what he had to say, but also his goals and his role coming up in the season ahead.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that, like, the second year for these guys is always so much different. I mean, for as long as I've done this, the difference between the first year and the second year of training camp is night and day. He was trying to get lined. He didn't know how to get. He wanted to make sure I was lined up the right way for stretching in the first year. The second year, you don't think about that stuff. You're a little bit more of a veteran, not a total veteran, but you know you feel a lot better about your situation. I also love the Calais stuff. You know, just relying on Calais, looking at Calais, all the sacks, the 5 years old when Calais was in the Super Bowl, and just having a guy like that, a true professional, a consummate professional that you could bounce ideas off of, a guy you could look up to and you respect. I mean, that's going to go a long way towards helping some of these players.
Gambo, speaking of the consummate professional, the guy sitting to my right now is certainly that. Only in year 3, but big things expected for Paris Johnson Jr., who has pulled up a chair here. Paris, thanks a lot for stopping by, man. We appreciate it. I got to ask you, I ended the interview with Darius Robinson asking about head coach Jonathan Gannon. You've been in 3 of these training camps now.
Yes, sir.
Has the head coach evolved or changed at all in his demeanor in terms of his messaging and how he approaches training camp? Because he was new at this as well when you guys all started this.
Yeah,
deal.
for sure. I mean, I think just going into the third year here with him, I think the intent is up from him, and the intensity that he's expecting out of the all the guys here, especially the guys that came in with him.
So, Paris, I want to let you know that I said this behind your back, and I'm more than happy to say it to your face. We were having a discussion the other day about the Cardinals upgrading their talent. They've only had 3 first-team All-Pros over the last 10 years, and the discussion was who was going to be the next one, and the first person out of my mouth was you, Paris Johnson Jr. I think you have that kind of ability, and I think that someday you're going to get there as the best elite tackle in the NFL. I know your goals are team-oriented, but personally, do you feel like that is your ceiling? Is that a goal of yours, to be the best at what you do in the league? I would imagine it has to be.
It is. That's the expectation that I was brought out here to Arizona to reach, and that's my expectation each time I step on the field.
Yeah, and so far, last year, first full season at left tackle, 14 games, 17 at right tackle. As a rookie, had the knee injury, kind of cut your season short a year ago, but by April you were full go. Was it difficult to kind of end up the season on the sidelines after starting the first 14 of the year? Like, how was that to deal with?
Yeah, that was tough. One, just to not be there for the team to finish out the year, regardless of how it was. We're not making the playoffs. I wanted to be out there for each and every snap. And also it was a goal of mine to start every game of my career from beginning to end and to not miss. I know one of the only guys to do that was Joe Thomas, and I wanted to be able to be somewhere in that in that range of being able to, people say, hey, Joe, Paris, every game, every snap, always in. So that was like the first thing on my mind was, Jesus, hope they don't take me out because I need to keep going. That was my main concern when it happened, was getting their fight. No, you're not. I need to go back out there.
Well, you start a new streak in September and hopefully it'll go on for 15 years, Paris Johnson Jr. The biggest challenge going from the right side to the left side, tell me.
I think it was just the balance with the feet. I think that was the largest thing. But, I feel like at this point I don't face any challenges with that transition anymore. After doing that for a full year, feeling it now feels as like the best it's felt ever at this point, especially right now, how I felt no TAs and feeling now. I know it's only day 2, but I love my feet. I love the body position, and my goals continue to replicate it and allow how awesome I feel to be the foundation and to come and attack and to earn my stripes every day to reach the All-Pro expectations that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, new offensive line coach in 2025, Justin Fry. He's new to a lot of players, actually not new to you. You had him for 1 year, I believe, at Ohio State. Your thoughts on him getting the job? What was your reaction when he got the job? Because, you had great success at Ohio State. I imagine he had at least a small role in that development.
Oh, he had a huge role in that development.
Okay.
He had a huge role in that development. I was just coming off of playing right guard my sophomore year. My freshman year, I was a backup at 4 spots. So spending that time with Coach Fry, I think what makes him an elite coach as a developer is his patience. And also with guys like me who want that success right now, when we have that personal expectation for it to be the best in the world right now, his ability to be like, hey, the goal today is only to do this, and that's all I want to see. That's all I want you to focus on. And I think that's what makes him an awesome developer. So my initial reaction to him being here was awesome. I was hype.
Did the fellow lineman come up to you and said, all right, what's up with this dude?
Oh, for sure. I was getting calls left and right. I was in Miami at the time. I'm getting fielding calls left and right, just talking about how awesome he is and just how, he's really here for the players. And the energy he brings is real. And it's intense, but it's all out of love, and it's all out of just seeing people reach their potential.
Speaking of Ohio State, you obviously were a former teammate of Marvin Harrison Jr., and he is poised for a breakout year in year 2. He looks physically bigger. I think he's mentally tougher and stronger. But the reason why it's a breakout year in year 2, Paris, is because maybe he didn't quite meet the expectations in year 1, at least the expectations that other people, guys like me, had for him. What did you see out of your former college teammate last year as a rookie here, and what strides has he made, and more importantly, what strides can he make in year 2? Yeah,
from the day that I always tell this people, from the day that I saw him at 6 in the morning as a freshman, putting in work in the indoor, from that day and seeing it translated in practice even before he got his first start in the Rose Bowl. As a freshman, I knew he was the best receiver that I've seen in the Woody, and that's along with the greats like Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, who got that amazing extension. Jackson, J-Mo with the Lions. But Marvin, he always set himself apart. And me and him always speak about the goals that he has, and all the goals and expectations that people put on him are very realistic and are very attainable for him because he's just that elite as a player. And I have no doubt that I've seen it time and time again, and I'm super excited for the Cardinals fans to be able to see that production out of him. And I'll make sure I do my job and all 5 of us up front so he can get all that production, so that way people can be, okay, Paris was he was saying, he was calling it, because I called it when he got drafted, and it was, who are we getting, Nate? I'm like, Marvin's the one. He came and I was, okay, Paris, you're right. Now I'm ready for round 2, and I know he's ready for it, so I'm super excited for this year with him.
Yeah, you mentioned your unit. Give me the breakdown of the 5 right now. Isaiah Adams, is he ready to be the right guard? I think that left side is solid, if not more than solid. Really, really good. The Froholt in the middle there doing what he does. And I guess, little questions on the right side, but how would you evaluate it? You tell me.
Yeah, one, I love my boy Evan Brown. Yeah. I love our communication. I love how he's always there. I love his input. I love his feedback. I think the communication with me and him is flawless. And I'm not saying that each and every play is going to be exactly how we want in practice, but that communication does not change. It's incredible, and I think that's why our relationship is awesome, and I'm excited to go into this year with him. I think Fro holding down the middle. I love Fro. There's not a lot of centers that have that athleticism that he has. And again, I think he has a lot on his plate as a center and communicating for the whole line. So as much as me and Evan can have our communication down, so we can look to Fro and be like, hey, you don't got to worry about us. We're going to be on our stuff. You're good. Just give us point and ID, and we're cooking. You can leave us alone. We're doing our thing. And then with Isaiah and Jonah, I think with Jonah, with him coming back, he looks good. He's been grinding every day this offseason, whether it's here, whether it's in San Diego, anywhere he was at, he was, starting to work his butt off, so to have him back here full time, full speed, that's exciting. And Isaiah looks like a night and day player from last year. I mean, he's physically been insanely strong. Like, I hate going against him in Indy when he has to hold the bag, run full speed into him. He's a brick wall. That hasn't changed, but you can tell in his mind he's realizing he's that brick wall.
Yeah.
The first year you're telling him. The second year he's able to recognize it, and he's playing faster because I think his understanding of the system has increased even more. So, I mean, I'm excited for everybody to see that as well.
I thought it was the strength of the team last year, the offensive line. I think you guys have the opportunity and the ability to be even better this year. Let me ask you one more question before I let you go. It's more about Paris Johnson, the person, rather than the football player. I was so impressed with all your extracurriculars that you had in college and in high school when you were drafted. You were not just a football player. You were really good at football, obviously, but you did other things. Now that you're 3 years into the league, what other things are you continuing to do? Do you have a foundation? What are the things you're interested in terms of your life off the football field?
Yes, so I love to be able to give back to the community. We have something in the works right now with Kurt Warner. We're going to work with him and his and with his group to be able to give back to vets and to put them in homes. And I was so grateful to have the opportunity to work with a legend like him. So that's in the works. But again, anytime we can be able to get outside to help people in the community, that's been something that's huge for me. Again, we're blessed that we get to be able to play this game and get to make so much from it. But I feel like, people have to remember that stuff just goes a lot farther for people in the community. And it's not about them recognizing who I am or whatever. Like, I don't even care about that. I think it's cool to be 24 years old and be able to have the opportunity and resources to make the one-on-one interactions in person with people in the Phoenix area, which is awesome. I love to travel. That's like one of my favorite things. I love to travel, to get around the world, the long flights. That's been fun too.
All right, Bill. We'll take advantage of that. And when you're involved in the community, they're gonna love you. They're gonna love you here if you do your job on the field. They're gonna love you even more if you ingratiate yourself into the community, and you are doing exactly that. Man, it's good to see you.
I appreciate it.
Have a great season. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
All right, we're looking for big things in 2025. Paris Johnson Jr., starting left tackle of the Arizona Cardinals. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we will talk some baseball. We'll bring Gambo back in right here on the Burns and Gambo Show, State Farm Stadium on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 is officially in the books. Unfortunately, it did not all come with good news. There was an unfortunate incident during the end of today's practice. J.J. Russell, a fourth-year linebacker on the Cardinals. This is from the Cardinals team officially. He is being evaluated for a head and neck injury that he suffered during today's practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all of his extremities. He was taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. So keep J.J. Russell in your thoughts because things were not perfect, unfortunately, at today's practice. It will be open again to the public tomorrow afternoon if you get the chance to go out to State Farm Stadium at 1:25. Burns and Gambo are live there from the stadium for the rest of today. In case you missed their conversations with Darius Robinson and Paris Johnson Jr., we will have those available on demand momentarily. Let's get you a Diamondbacks note. Per our own John Gambadoro, he is reporting that up to 12 teams have shown interest in Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. And that ties to a report from the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans, who says that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Arizona State football become a blue blood? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Luke, ASU football tomorrow on Wolf and Luke. Cardinals football here today on Burns and Gamble. We're live at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Cardinals 2025 training camp is underway. Cardinals got off the field just about an hour or so ago. Last player on the field, Gambo, a guy named Kyler Murray. Was out there last to leave the practice field today. Gambo, we'll get into the baseball in just a bit, but let me just get your thoughts on Paris Johnson Jr., who we just had here, because I know you're in the home studio today. He's a bright guy and a heck of a football player. He's the perfect guy you want out there at left tackle. I think he's already a good one. He's got the potential to be a great one.
How about that? A guy to choose, like his goal is to play every single game, never miss a game. You know, and then you got to love, he doesn't care about notoriety, but he wants the ability to give back to the community. You know, that stuff goes a long way. It really does, because these guys, they're a part of the community too. It's not just about, what you do on the football field, but, and you're right. I mean, if he can do both, it's really going to go a long way. But he's a terrific player. I like the Ohio State connections and the coach and all of that stuff, but I think the sky's the limit for him. I mean, when the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner, I think Gandy was their left tackle. They didn't have a great left tackle. He was good, but he wasn't great. But man, you always, I remember the Giants with Jumbo Elliott, and you remember Kennedy, Walter Kennedy, and of course Orlando Pace, and some of the great tackles. When you get a great tackle and you can pencil a guy in for 10 years, man, it solves a lot of your problems.
Well, I mean, it's evolved into one of the most important positions on the football field. Heck, they wrote a book about it, The Blind Side. So, all right, more football coming up a little bit later on from State Farm Stadium. Gamble, let's hit the baseball now. D-backs are off today. They've got 6 more games before the trade deadline. We reported we talked about your reporting earlier in the show today. 12 teams have inquired about Geno Suarez, main teams being the Yankees, the Reds, and the Mariners. Let's pivot from that conversation, though, because I know you got some more information on this, and I know you want to share it with everybody listening. In terms of Mike Hazen's goals for any and all players that he does trade, who, or maybe more importantly, what positions would he be looking to get back to try to restock or stock up further the Diamondbacks farm system?
Yeah, I think the biggest question is, what do you hope to accomplish? What do you hope to accomplish if you're going to trade Suarez, Naylor, Kelly, Gallen, maybe some of your relievers, maybe Grichuk? What are you hoping to accomplish? And the goal is to shoot for value. That is the number one thing, right? We got to get as much value as we can. Now, a lot of these guys are on expiring deals, so it does change it a little bit because your leverage, isn't great. If you're trading a guy with 2 years or 3 years of control, it's a lot easier to get more value out of that. And as we talked about earlier, your only leverage is, okay, if you don't give me a good enough deal, we're not going to trade him. We'll just give him a qualifying offer and then, hopefully get a pick at the end of the first round. So I think what they're trying to do is that a lot of the players, the Diamondbacks had a really good farm system, but they've had to elevate those guys. Brandon Pfaadt and Corbin Carroll and Alec Thomas and, Jake McCarthy and Ryan Nelson, and a lot of these guys have come up. So what they're trying to do here is replenish the farm system for two reasons. One, so you have some players that are in the system, because I think right now, and I think I spoke about it with you yesterday when I was at the ball game the other day, and I was with sitting next to Alex Weiner, and we were talking about it. Like, where are they? Like, what is their what's their ranking for the Diamondbacks? And so Baseball America does the ranking of the farm systems, and the Diamondbacks, they don't have a top 10 farm system now because they've had to promote so many guys, to come up lately. So their farm system is okay, but it's ranked 22nd. The top prospect is Jordan Lawler. I was looking at a thing today, the top 30 prospects from the Diamondbacks. They'd like to have better prospects, Tim. Like, so if they make these trades, they would like to, really fill the farm system up. Maybe if they could get 4 or 5 guys that now become part of their top 25 or top 30, now all of a sudden your farm system is stronger. It's stronger to help you, but it's also strong if you want to make trades down the road because you have better prospects to trade.
Gambo, I'm intrigued about something you said earlier, and I want to follow up with pretty much just a question about it. When you talk about the Diamondbacks using the qualifying offer and a potential pick at the end of the first round as the only leverage they have, and you look at the season Zach Gallen has had, is it fair to say a week before the trade deadline that they may be more likely to move Merrill Kelly than Zach Gallen?
Yeah, I know we're going to talk about this in a little while, who they're going to get the most value from. So I think I think both will get traded. Gallen still has like the good pedigree, and teams are always going to want starting pitching in the belief that that he's just having a bad year and that you could fix him and turn him around. But again, like if the qualifying offer is your leverage, hey, if I'm going to trade Zach Gallen, you got to give me something better than what the qualifying offer would be. And let's be honest, like if you look at, okay, Slade Caldwell is one of the best prospects in the Diamondback organization. He's number 2. He's the number 2 ranked prospect behind Jordan Lawler in the Diamondbacks organization. You know where they got him? 29th in the draft. 29th. The other prospect who's really high, number 3, is Ryan Waldschmidt. He was the 31st player taken, and he was used with one of those compensatory type picks. The project promotion pick. He was. When you promote players and that type of thing. So they got him with the 31st pick. So to sit there and say, like, that's your leverage, like, hey, look where we got Caldwell. Look where we got Waldschmidt. Like, there's value at those picks once you get around 30, 31. You get the compensatory picks. So that's the value. Like, if you don't give me a good enough deal, I'll just hold on to the guy and I'll let him go, and then I'll get a pick in that area. But I think the goal is to replenish the farm system. Would they like pitching, Tim? Of course. Like, they will shoot for pitching. That will be the number one thing. They will shoot for pitching in all of these deals. But a lot of teams are reluctant to trade starting pitching that's close to Major League ready. They'd much rather trade position players. So it's a little bit tricky trying to get it done. But obviously they're going to target pitching. But teams are reluctant to give up their 6th, 7th, 8th best pitcher in their organization.
And real quick, just to reiterate, 12 teams have called on Gino Suarez.
Yes.
The most interest coming from the Yankees, the Reds. The Athletic reporting that the Reds and the D-backs had mutual interest. So maybe there's some names the Reds are dangling that the D-backs are intrigued by, if that report is, of course, accurate. And the Mariners. Now, Suarez has history in Seattle and in Cincinnati, not with the Yankees. But it'll be interesting to see if he ends up with one of those 3 teams, Gambo, or somebody comes out of the woodwork and blows the Diamondbacks away with an offer that wins what we hope will be a bidding war.
Yeah, my belief is that the Yankees, Seattle, the Reds, and to a certain extent the Cubs have had the most interest in Suarez. But it was fascinating to learn that there's been 8 other teams that have called to just inquire and check on Suarez. But still, with the expanded playoffs, Tim, there's so many teams that are alive for a playoff spot right now. So many teams that believe they're in it. Suarez is having just a phenomenal year. So yeah, not a little bit surprised. Like we knew of a few teams that were interested in Suarez. We did not know it was that many. But the truth is, yes, 12 teams have contacted the Diamondbacks and inquired about Eugenio Suarez.
All right, there you go. And as Gambo alluded to, much, much more on Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly and that situation specifically coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. For now, we'll take a break. Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp at State Farm Stadium continues after this. We'll talk some Suns buckets. Summer League is long in the books now, and the grades are coming out. And in the eyes of one writer, the Suns' number 10 pick failed in Las Vegas. We'll talk about that after the timeout. Keep it here.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And as I close in on my retirement, I always, look at Stuart Willis and asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the advice and the information and everything that they've done for me to help me with my financial plan to get ready. Because I think, a lot of us don't really think about the retirement when we're in our 20s and 30s. There's so many things in life going on. But there's so many things about retiring. When you get to that point, it's not just about how much money you've saved. It's really about how much of that money you're going to keep. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. If he doesn't, then he's not really doing right by you. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis. 5 locations in the Valley. You've probably seen him on TV. The Asset Preservation Hour on Saturdays and Sundays, just giving people advice. Now, you can meet with Stuart Willis with no obligation, absolutely no obligation. At the very least, you'll walk away with some tremendous advice that will help you. And maybe you end up working with him the way I did. And it's a great way to go because you want somebody in your corner that's going to fight for you, that's going to make you aware of stuff like taxes. Yes, we're putting money away tax deferred. Eventually, we're going to have to pay those taxes. So I recommend giving him a call at 602-877-PLAN, getting a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Burns and Gambo back live at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Tim ring in for Burnsy today. Gambo bringing it live from the Gambo home studio. Gambo will get back to
under the weather. Under the weather, Tim. Just haven't been able to recover since I got back from my my trip. I've just been struggling. So today it hit me pretty good. So I had to stay home today.
But you're still a part of the show. That's
still a part of the show.
That's tough.
I have the ability to work from home, and so I don't mind it. If I'm not feeling well or I'm sick or stuff like that, then I could just do the show from home.
You know, Gambo, the Sun Summer League is long in the books now. I thought a lot of players showed some things. I think a lot of the young players, including Kamen Malawach, showed that while the ceiling is very high, there's still a ways to go in his development, and that should be expected. The kid's 18 years old. He's been playing basketball for just a few years, and he only played one season at Duke. Now, we're going to use this as a springboard for the conversation, because I want to put the disclaimer out there. Just because Bleacher Report's Jonathan Wasserman writes this doesn't mean we believe it, and it doesn't mean it's accurate, but it's one man's opinion on how players showed out at Summer League, and we wanted to share that and then obviously get into it, and we'll give you our thoughts on Malawach. He basically, Wasserman did a 5 winners and 5 losers, Gambo, from Summer League. Okay, fair enough. That's the kind of content that people put out there these days. That's fine. But he had Malawach as his number 1 loser at Summer League. And here's what he said, Gambo. I'll just kind of read you a bit of what he wrote.
Okay.
And then I'll get your reaction. Okay, this is Wasserman on the Suns' Malawach and his shortcomings. The number 10 pick struggled offensively and averaged 4 fouls in just 23.3 minutes. It was fun and encouraging to see Malawach get off 13 three-point attempts after only taking 16 all season at Duke. He's clearly not ready to be a regular threat from the outside, though. And while the size, length, and movement remain functional for finishing lobs and protecting the rim, Summer League showed his rawness and lack of physicality around the post. Gambo, your thoughts?
Yeah, not surprised that because the kid was so young when they drafted him. Not surprised at all that, he didn't just come in and pop right away. Because again, I mean, he's a young kid. He's only spent 1 year in college. He's not even going to turn 19 until September. He's still 18 years old. So, and he's a kid from South Sudan, product of the NBA Africa Academy. Came in. There's work to be done here, and that's like with a lot of these guys. Like you have to, 1 year of college, you're like, oh, okay, you can go play in the NBA against Jokic and Embiid and Wembanyama. No, you can't. No, you can't. Like you have to be developed. You have to be coached. You have to learn. That's why, people were like, oh, you trade Nick Richards. Well, then what happens? That if Mark Williams gets hurt and he's got a history of getting hurt, then you got to play Malawach? No. The goal should be that Williams and Richards handle the center duty, and Malawach learns, and he practices. And the more he practices against NBA players, the more he watches and learns. You got to develop it a little bit. When they first got Bol, that was the plan, too. It was like, hey, we're going to try to develop Bol and see what we can get out of him. We don't want to just force him in there. We want to develop him. But an 18-year-old kid who doesn't have all the experience in the world, I think everybody's expecting too much. Are we all excited they got him? Sure. Why? Because of the potential. Yeah. Nobody thought he was going to come in and score 20 points and grab 12 rebounds a game, Tim. Everybody looked at him and said, okay, the kid's got great size. He's got a great wingspan. There's some great defensive tendencies there. So I do think there was some, belief that that this kid developed the right way would be really good. But it's going to take time to develop him.
You know, Gambo, and this is a larger conversation. Back in the day, a player like Malawach would develop in college. He'd stay at Duke 3 or 4 years and come out a much better and more finished player. But that's not the reality of the NBA and college basketball world that we live in right now. So he has to develop at the NBA level, and with that comes inherent risk. I mean, you talked about Bol. Teams thought, you know, even though he's not a finished product, the skill set is there, the height is there. We're going to develop him into an NBA player, and 5-6 years later, that still hasn't happened. Not saying it's not going to happen for Malawach, but that's the risk you run when you try to develop guys at the highest level of basketball that there is. I don't think any Suns fans were disappointed in Malawach watching him in Summer League. I don't think any of them were blown away either. I think people realize, like, okay, this is a kid with an amazing high ceiling. The skill set is there, but he's still incredibly raw. And some of the things that Wasserman wrote in that article were dead on accurate. He's got to be stronger with the basketball. He's got to be stronger in the post. And a lot of that goes into the fact that he's 18 years of age. They got to get him in the weight room. So, yeah, the ceiling is really high. I will be fair and say I still think the floor can be low with a player like this because he has to develop once he's in the NBA, and he's not a finished product once he gets here.
There was a story on NBA.com by Steve Ashburner. He was talking about how the lottery picks fare. And he went through each and every lottery pick. And we got to Malawach. He mentioned, he goes, the kid's 18. I have a son that's 14. He's 4 years older. He's still a kid. He's going to develop. But they talked about his bad hands and things like that. What I will tell you is that during the draft, and I've mentioned this a couple times. I don't mind mentioning. He's a friend of mine. But I got a text message from Jeff Hornacek like, hey, but his son's better take this kid when they were on the clock. And he worked him out for Utah. He worked him out. And he called me after the show, and we talked, and he said, look, this kid's going to be good. He goes, when they tested him in Utah, he was blown away by his spinning jump hook, how he uses his offhand, how he posts up, how he worked off the elbow. He said he's not a big stiff. He's got incredible skills. And he goes, you know, and he talked about Kenny Atkinson running drop coverage for Allen and Jordan, and he said that for Allen in Cleveland, he said Jordan Knott's going to do the same thing for Malawach. And he said, you know, practicing against Flagg and Knuppel, that's going to have him, you know, more ready by mid-season, that he's going to be taking minutes from someone. But he mentioned mid-season. So even him, working him out and being sky high in him, thought that, hey, by mid-season, you get about 40 games in, and this kid's had 3 months of practice, 3 months to sit and watch, to learn, get a couple of minutes in garbage time here and there. He might be able to be ready to, you know, to contribute a little bit. But I was more blown away by that than, you know, what the guy on Bleacher Report or NBA.com is saying about him, you know, in just a couple of Summer League games.
Yeah, and real quick, Gambo, you talked about playing time midseason. It's going to be interesting to see how the Suns allocate his minutes early on in the season. If you do have Williams and you do have Richards, you got your 1-2 punch there in the middle, but yet you don't want the kid just to sit on the bench. So you got to go out there and get him some time, and you hopefully his minutes will elevate. The other thing about Malawach is, by all accounts and everything you heard, a lot of times when you need a guy to develop in this league on the fly, like you're building the airplane while you're flying it, you better have the right attitude. You better have the right disposition. You better be ready to work and understand that you're nowhere near an NBA player yet. You got the potential, but you're going to have to work to get there. And by all accounts, Malawach has exactly the kind of attitude and disposition you want out of a young player. People rave about him. They love him in that regard.
Absolutely. I mean, you could hear the kid talk. I mean, he speaks so well, and you can just tell that his desire and passion to be great are there. I don't think we question that. I really don't. I don't think on any of the guys. You know, we had Rasheer Fleming on the show yesterday. You listen to him, you listen to Kobe Bryant. I think they drafted guys that really want to get after it. And yeah, I think Malawach is going to take this to heart and the lessons learned in the Summer League and get better from it. I don't think he's going to get worse from it. But you don't want to throw him into the fire and beat him down. You don't want to throw him into the fire and play him a whole lot of minutes and he's just a deer in headlights. You've got to bring him along gradually and slowly. There's got to be a good plan in place. And hopefully Brian Gregory and Jordan Knott will put that together.
Yeah, and let me just say, I read Wasserman's article. Everything he wrote in the body of the article is fine. I think it's totally accurate about Malawach, but to present it in a package calling him the biggest loser of Summer League, I think, as we would say on the streets of Chicago, it's bull. All right, we're taking a quick break. When we come back, 4 o'clock reset. Among the topics, Nick Ahmed, Justin Fields, Brittany Griner, and now the late Hulk Hogan. Keep it here.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team. You know, when I first moved to Arizona, I worked with Stan Lund, the late, great Stan Lund, who brought up this incredible mortgage company, the Lund Mortgage Company. And so many people I've known have used the Lund Mortgage Company, and it's a family-owned business. You know, now Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, again, family-owned for well over 30 years. The only mortgage company I've used since I moved to Arizona. When I first moved here in the 90s, that was the company I used. And still today, my house right now, the mortgage that I have on this house is through the Lund Mortgage Company. They did a great job of helping me. At the time, you know, many years ago, we did a 15-year mortgage. So my house is just about paid off because, you know, they took advantage of the rates when they were low. And the great thing is advice, because I don't really know the mortgage industry. I know the sports industry, but I don't know the mortgage industry. So when you're looking for advice, like what should I do, a 15-year, a 20-year, a 30-year? Well, you know, you want somebody that knows the ins and outs of Arizona, not somebody in another state, but somebody that knows Arizona. And that's why I recommend the Lund Mortgage Team for you for any and all of your mortgage needs. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot?
Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 in the books at State Farm Stadium. Unfortunately, it was not all full of good news today. Towards the end of today's practice, there was an unfortunate collision on the field involving linebacker J.J. Russell. Per the team, Russell is being evaluated for a head and neck injury suffered in this afternoon's practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all his extremities. He has been taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. To the Arizona Diamondbacks, as trade rumors continue to percolate, our John Gambadoro is reporting that up to 12 teams have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. And speaking of the Reds, the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans reports that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. And then from ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported on NBA Today that Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign-and trade with the restricted free agent. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, guys, before we dive into the 4 o'clock reset today, we are out for Arizona Cardinals training camp, and that means football season is right around the corner. So if you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text the word fantasy to 620-620 to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You'll be taking on hosts just like Burns and Gambo in fantasy football. I know Gambo's excited about it.
So pumped about it.
Yep, and you can win a fantasy football championship belt. Just text the word fantasy to 620-620.
You know, I always win these things, so just so you know, I always win these things.
You want to start with, you're going to be the winner of our fantasy football chat.
I'm just going to say I'm going to bring in a fantasy football expert to help me pick my team. So yeah, if you want to call that cheating, by all means go ahead, but I don't care.
I'm going to call it team. I'm going to call it cheating just in case you actually do win this thing, yes. And then later on I can say Gambo's a cheater. That's why he won.
It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. As long as
just
I win. I only play to win.
have Chat GPT pick your team.
Oh God, no, that's actually cheating. Don't do that.
Come on, Gambo, use AI.
Oh, well, they always give it to you anyway, right? This is the best available player to pick, right? Don't they always do that anyway?
Yeah, there's like a best available option.
Yeah. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have somebody help me.
You're better than an auto drafter, Gambo. Come on.
That's right. That's right.
Is he, though?
All right, well, let's dive into the top stories of the day here, and we'll lead off with an old friend. Nick Ahmed announced his retirement today, stating, quote, on X, after 15 professional seasons and over a decade in the big leagues, I'm officially hanging up my spikes and retiring from playing.
My wife's sad about that because she always felt that Nick Ahmed was the nicest of all the Diamondbacks. He was always so good when we'd go to the games with the kids. He was always so great about talking to the kids, taking a picture with the kids, signing an autograph for the kids. Like, I would always bring my son and his friends to the game, and Nick was always the most pleasant guy, right? So, and that goes a long way with the moms and the kids. He was a really great defensive player who couldn't hit. I mean, that's just it. He was a really and nobody thought that Nick Ahmed would be the guy that lasted the longest out of that Justin Upton trade to Atlanta. Nobody were thinking Nick Ahmed was like a throw-in in the deal. He ended up having a really good Major League Baseball career, was a terrific defensive shortstop.
I remember when I was a kid, Fred Lynn went to the Angels. And the
Fred Lynn? I remember Fred Lynn with the Angels.
He went to the Angels, right? And the cover of Sports Illustrated said, have bat, will travel. I think 40 years later, Nick Ahmed gives credence to the saying, have glove, will travel. I mean, 12 years in the bigs, a bunch of different teams, but Gambo, a couple of gold gloves, and a guy who couldn't hit but stuck around a dozen years in the majors because of the glove. And that's a credit to Nick Ahmed.
Yeah, and it didn't end well here in Arizona. That was another one of those. It didn't end very well. Like, he wasn't happy. He got on a plane, and I don't remember where they flew to, but when he got off the plane, he found out that he was getting cut, and his family was on his way there to go watch the games, and he had to tell his family to turn around and go home. It didn't end well.
No, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're off today, but they will start a series tomorrow in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. It will be Ryan Nelson versus Mike Burrows in that one. And just like I said earlier, it's NFL. We're out here. We're out here at Cardinals training camp, and Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media today where he addressed what gets installed on day 2 of training camp.
Everyone does a little bit different. We've talked about that. They're loaded up this week. They are. I wanted to load them up early and then tailor it down a little bit. So now everyone's going to perceive load them up early a little bit different, what that means. In my mind, when I looked at all 3 installs, all 3 phases, they're loaded up.
And if you want to talk about being loaded up for training camp, Will Johnson and Cody Simon were both out here taking first-team reps today.
Oh, yeah. Will Johnson with a big number 0, Gambo.
Ooh, man, I'm excited about him. I am excited about him, not going to lie. I'm excited about him.
Oh, they need him. He's not he's not a luxury now.
No.
I mean, with Murphy Bunting out for the year, Will Johnson, he was drafted to play anyway, but, now they need him. There's no bringing him along. He's out there. I love that triumvirate of the 3 young corners in Melton, Johnson, and obviously Garrett Williams. I mean, these guys, if they all hit at their age group, they could be the cornerstones of a secondary, for the next 5 to 7 years, and that would be a very good thing.
Yeah. And a scary situation out here at camp a little bit earlier. A few moments before practice was scheduled to actually end, there was a collision on the field, and J.J. Russell is being evaluated for a head and neck injury he suffered in this afternoon's practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all his extremities. He's been taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation.
Yeah, obviously our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. I didn't see the collision. We were actually in the middle of a segment, but I saw the aftermath. And in case you missed it earlier, it happened about maybe 5 minutes before practice was scheduled to end. Gambo and everybody listening, the player Russell was down at around the 40-yard line. He laid motionless for a while. They eventually brought the cart, brought the stretcher. There had to be at least 8 to 10 medical personnel from the Cardinals working on J.J. Russell, every player to a man on the Cardinals team. Took a knee. It went on for about 10, 12 minutes, Lauren. As you saw, you were out here as well with us. They eventually loaded him up on the stretcher and got him on the cart. And every one of his teammates kind of came and acknowledged him with a physical, pat on the shoulder, a little dap up. And he was taken to the hospital. So hopefully he's going to be okay.
Hopefully, yeah. Always scary situation. I mean, we've seen that happen so many times. It's a violent sport, and collisions like that, it's always tough. But yeah, prayers for him. We hope he recovers very quickly.
I happened to catch the hit live while watching the practice, and it was just helmet to helmet. They both going after the same
Could you hear it?
ball. No.
You didn't hear it?
Could not hear it.
Two defensive players?
Yes,
colliding
two defensive
on
players
a pass? Okay.
going after a ball and happened to hit helmet to helmet there. And Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off the practice field today, and then it came out he just has a dislocated toe in his right foot. He'll be day to day.
Justin Fields getting hurt on the first or second day of camp, Gambo, would be so Jets. Jets.
I think they've said Russell Wilson's the starter.
Yeah, he probably is, but
he's the starter for the Giants.
Oh,
Justin Fields is the starter for the Jets.
Yeah. Oh, God, I got that wrong. Yeah.
Justin,
I got my Jets in. Sorry, I'm just so sick. My head is so congested now.
Yeah, you threw me for a loop there.
Yes, sorry about that.
No, that's right. I collaborated with it. I thought maybe I'm wrong.
No.
But no,
that's all right. But what I can say is this: what I always say: the Jets have not had a good quarterback since Kenny O'Brien. That's the truth.
83 draft.
Don't tell me Chad Pennington. Yeah, 83 draft. He was a part of that big draft with Marino and Elway. I don't think they've had a good quarterback since him. Before that, it was Richard Todd. He was okay. But Kenny O'Brien was the last good quarterback they had.
Richard Todd, Alabama.
I'm not going to ask.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you what the Bears' last good quarterback was.
Don't get Gambo and I started on this one. You're asking for a big argument now, and I don't want to have it.
In my lifetime, they've never had one. Don't tell me Rex Grossman or Jim McMahon. To me, they've never had a great quarterback. They've had okay quarterbacks. They've never had a great one.
All right, I'm not going to provoke. Instead,
maybe Caleb Williams will be the guy.
Wow, a lot of optimism there. All right, we're going to move on to WNBA news because the Phoenix Mercury lost last night 90-79 to the Atlanta Dream. Brittany Griner in her return, 17 points, 8 rebounds.
Yeah, that hurt because the Mercury were tied behind Minnesota, tied for the second best record with 15 wins. You were at home. You were hoping to win that game. Now you go on the road for 5 games, starting with the game against New York. So we had Nate Tibbetts on the show earlier. They've had some injuries. Tim, you mentioned it. Kalea Copper's been out. She's only played in like 6 games. They've had some injuries, but that was a game you were hoping to get, and you didn't get that one at home last night.
Well, it's funny. Speaking of the injuries, they had them all back last night, and they looked a little disjointed.
Yeah,
I was able to watch the game. It's almost like they need to reincorporate those players back into the lineup and kind of find that synergy again with everybody healthy. So it's been a good season for them so far. We had Nate Tibbetts on the show a couple days ago. Really good guy, really good coach, and I think the Mercury have a chance to do some good things in the postseason. We'll see how it plays out.
And just like you mentioned, Gambo, the Mercury back in action against the New York Liberty tomorrow. That game starts at 4:30, and the injury report is clear for the Mercury on that one. And finally, we'll end with a slightly somber note here, and that is that pro wrestling icon Hulk Hogan has passed away. He was 71 years old.
Sad about that. I wasn't a big wrestling fan, but I did like Hulk Hogan. I did like Hulk Hogan. I was a fan of his. He was just a tremendous character, and he had dolls after him and everything. But he was a legend in the wrestling world, just an absolute legend. I mean, he ended up having a TV show, a reality TV show with his family. He turned himself into one hell of a brand, with Hulkamania. So, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan.
I mean, there were a lot of big-time wrestlers that came before him, Gambo, that were really popular. And I'm with you. I'm not a wrestling guy, but I do know that Hulk Hogan kind of broke through the barrier and became maybe more mainstream across the country than any of the wrestlers that came before him, mostly because of his appearance in the movie Rocky III, where he played Thunder Lips. And threw Rocky out of the ring, and then Rocky got back in and he threw Thunder Lips out of the ring. And from that moment on, if you're of a certain age group, even if you didn't like wrestling, you knew who Hulk Hogan was after that appearance in that blockbuster Rocky III.
I liked him. I was a fan. Hulk Hogan, 71, passes away. Sad.
And with that name drop right there, that is your 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren, outstanding job. You have been reset. Here as we hit the 4:15 quarter hour. We'll take a time out here on the Burns and Gambo show. We're at Cardinals training camp in Glendale, but we'll talk some baseball after the break. If you think Zach Gallen may be the D-backs' most coveted starting pitcher at the trade deadline, you may want to think again. We'll talk about that on the other side of the break. Burns and Gambo on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just don't know if the Mets would be willing to part with a top 10 prospect for 2 months of what has not been a really good Zach Gallen season.
I have to think any team that's trading for Gallen is at least looking at the possibility that they'll have him signed beyond this year. I also have to think any team, whether it's the Mets, whoever, Phillies, I don't know, like just whatever team is not looking at his bad games this year. I think if you trade Gino, if you trade Josh Naylor, you are waving the white flag to a certain extent. If you trade Merrill and you keep Zach Gallen, I don't know if that makes a ton of sense.
The opinion of the fan base.
Yeah, I mean, Merrill's been better this year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Here are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns reportedly made a concrete trade offer to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. 12 teams have shown interest in trading for the D-backs' Eugenio Suarez. And how concerning is Walter Nolan III's injury for the Cardinals' defensive line? Those are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Wi-Fi.
Alrighty, we are well into hour number 3. Burns and Gambo coming to you live from State Farm Stadium today, day 2 for Cardinals Training Camp 2025. As a reminder, everybody, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. All right, I'm Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today. John Gambadoro coming to you live from the Gambo home studios. Gambo a little under the weather today. Gambo, we'll get back to the football in just a bit, but you've had a potpourri of Diamondbacks trade news and insight throughout the course of the day. So let's continue on that topic for a little bit, because I know a lot of fans are wondering what this team is going to do. Let's talk some pitchers. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly. Go.
Well, I think the belief is that you're going to be able to trade both players. But here's an interesting thing. I don't know that I'm shocked at this, but I believe, based on conversations, that the player that the Arizona Diamondbacks will get the most for in a trade is not Eugenio Suarez, but Merrill Kelly. I believe that Merrill Kelly will bring back the best value in a package over Suarez and anybody else. And I think in order, Tim, here's how I would expect it. I believe the Diamondbacks will get the most value for Kelly, the second most value for Suarez, the third most value for Gallen, and then the fourth most value for Naylor. Now, this is if they trade all four of those players, which I believe they are open to do. But I think that's how it will work. So I think a lot of people look at the 12 teams that are interested in Geno Suarez and say, oh, well, they're going to get the most for Geno Suarez. Everybody wants Geno Suarez. I mean, the Washington Senators want Geno Suarez. The Montreal Expos want Geno Suarez.
Yeah, they do.
With me? They're not even in baseball anymore.
Yeah.
Yes. The New York Giants, the Brooklyn Dodgers want Geno Suarez. No, I'm just joking there, but it seems like everybody wants Geno. But the most value is expected to come from Merrill Kelly. Teams view Merrill Kelly as a frontline starting pitcher that could pitch in any playoff game for you. His pedigree, how consistent he is, having a guy that you can rely on for 6 or 7 innings, 3 or fewer runs, a guy who's got the pedigree in the playoffs that he has, that you feel, hey, game 2 of the playoffs, give the ball to Merrill Kelly. At home, on the road, it doesn't matter. This guy is just nails. So I believe that the most value will come in a trade from Merrill Kelly. So I would expect that Kelly will be traded, but I think the second most value will come from Suarez, not Gallen.
Yeah, Gamble, we'll get back to the trade deal in a second. But speaking of Merrill Kelly, I think you caught the article earlier today. Kelly did an extended interview with a member of the media and was very candid and said, I understand I might very well be traded, and I'm paraphrasing now. But the question was asked, would you be welcome to or willing to come back to the Diamondbacks in 2026? Would that be on the table? And Kelly basically said, absolutely, that would be on the table.
Yeah, and I know Merrill very well too, and I expect that he is going to want to come back here. So that changes everything. So if you don't have Merrill Kelly, you don't have Gallen, you don't have Burns, you're like, well, what do you have? Okay, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Fott, and I got Eduardo Rodriguez. You don't want to punt on next year. You've still got a good team, but if you can get Kelly back. Now, okay, I got Kelly as my number 2. I got Nelson as my number 3. I got Fott as my 4. I got Eduardo Rodriguez as my 5. Now, I'm missing a 1. There's no doubt about it. But at least that you feel like 4 times out of, through 4 out of 5 times right now, you've got, somewhat quality major league pitching. I know Rodriguez has struggled, but he pitched a great game the other day, and he still has potential. But as a 4 or 5, I think Eduardo Rodriguez is fine. So I think that would be big if they're able to bring Merrill Kelly back. Now, he's going to want a 2-year deal. Okay, he's going to want a 2-year deal. He's never been able to really cash in. He's an older player. So I think that's going to be the difference. The reason the Diamondbacks lost out on Jock Peterson, 2-year deal. Christian Walker, 3-year deal. So if somebody wants to offer Merrill Kelly a longer-term deal, he might go. And I wouldn't blame him. But I do think the Diamondbacks have a lot of interest in bringing him back. And I believe that he wants to come back as well.
And Gamble, let's talk Zach Gallen. I mean, the season that he's had, obviously his trade value is plummeted. Is there a chance in your eyes, or even through your discussions with your sources within the team, that there's a potential that if they don't get an offer that they like for Zach Gallen, they understanding that there may be a compensatory pick coming for him after he signs, they may very well keep Zach Gallen at the trade. They're not just going to give him away.
They're not going to give Gallen away for 2 single-A players that are mediocre players. They're not going to do it. So somebody's going to have to do better. The leverage the Diamondbacks have is, okay, you don't want to give me a great offer for him? We'll just keep him. Be like, but he's a free agent. You're going to lose him. No, I have a qualifying offer. I'll give him a qualifying offer. He'll go sign with somebody else, and then hopefully we get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round. There are teams that are going to look. Gallen would be the clear number 1 if he was pitching normal. Okay, this wouldn't be a debate. He'd be the clear number 1. But I think in order that they will get back the most for Kelly, the second most for Suarez, the third most for Gallen, and then Naylor. If Gallen was pitching normal, he'd be number 1 on this list. It wouldn't be close.
Okay.
But listen, he's been good for a long time. He's not injured. And there are teams that'll be like, okay, we could fix him, get him with our pitching coach and our staff. Look, the Diamondbacks are much more known as an offensive team than a pitching team. It's just the truth, okay? They're known as really good at developing offensive players and having a great offense. The Diamondbacks aren't known as like the pitching gurus, and you're going to get all these guys in here and that's not them. They're more known for their offense. So there might be teams out there to say, okay, we get him in our system. We're going to be able to, we're going to be able to go through it and find out what's wrong with his delivery, and we'll be able to fix that and get him on track. So I do think they'll be able to trade Gallen, but to your point, there's no way that they're going to trade him for less than what the qualifying offer would bring back.
Gamble, let me hit you with one more topic. I don't know the answer to this. Do you believe that the last 50 or whatever games of this season matters to the D-backs in terms of what deals they pull the trigger on or what deals they do not? I'm talking about the remainder of the 2025 season.
That's a really good question. They don't want to go out there and get drilled every night and lose 40 out of 50 baseball games. Okay, it beats down a baseball team. It beats down an organization. It beats down the players, the coaches. It beats down everybody. So they're going to want to be somewhat competitive. Now, they feel pretty good about a lot of their position players. So if they trade a Naylor or a Suarez, they have players that they like. Whether it's, Jordan Lawler's very close to coming back. And if they trade Suarez, the expectation is Lawler's going to come up and play third base, every single day. So I believe that Jordan Lawler is close, and I believe that if they do trade Suarez, by that time I think he will come up. It should be right after the break at some point. He's gonna be back, Lawler. Be ready to play for the minor leagues, and if they trade Suarez, he'll come up. But to your point, there is, they are cognizant of that. They're cognizant of, hey, we don't want to trade 7 players, like especially like the relievers, right? Thompson, Beeks, Miller. Those guys, it's most likely teams are going to want to see those guys pitch because they haven't pitched in a little bit before they could be traded. But do I think they're going to trade Kelly, Suarez, Gallen, Naylor, Grichuk, Miller, Beeks, Tom? No, I don't think they're going to trade 10 guys because I do think that, some of the relief pitchers could be guys that they hold on to for next year. That they like Beeks, they like Miller, they like Thompson. So it's possible they don't that they trade. They make 4 or 5 trades, but they don't make 10 trades.
All right, D-backs off today. They open up a 9-game road trip tomorrow in Pittsburgh. We'll take a break. We're broadcasting live today. Burns and Gambo in Glendale as the Cardinals open up training camp 2025 yesterday. First practice open to the public today. I was here. I'll give you my thoughts. What did I see? Plus, Jonathan Gannon on the hot seat already. One national writer says, yes, indeed. We'll get your thoughts on that. Coming up after the timeout, it's Burns and Gambo live in Glendale right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader ready. The payoff. Strike 3 called on a pitch way out of the strike zone. And the Astros get the sweep of the Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-3.
A D-backs day off today before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow, and we have questions. We talk D-backs ahead of the trade deadline on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579. 8579.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserve space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 in the books at State Farm Stadium, and unfortunately it ended with bad news. Towards the end of today's practice, there was an unfortunate collision on the field that involved linebacker J.J. Russell. Per the team, Russell is being evaluated for a head and neck injury that he suffered in the afternoon practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all his extremities. He was taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. And then from ESPN's Shams Charania, he reports that the Warriors forward, Jonathan Kuminga, who is a restricted free agent, is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams then adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign-and-trade with the restricted free agent. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, we are live, State Farm Stadium, Cardinals Training Camp 2025, rolling along now. They'll have another practice tomorrow on Friday, open to the public in the afternoon, getting going around 1 o'clock or so. So anybody on the west side or all around the valley, you want to check out the Cardinals in the air conditioning, come on down tomorrow afternoon. Not many practices are open to the public anymore. Training camp, it ain't what it used to be. It used to be 6 weeks with double sessions, and those days are long gone, Gamble. You remember those days right now.
I miss the Flagstaff days, man. We used to camp out there. Like, it was because it was too far to go back and forth every day. Excuse me. We would, we would shack up in Flagstaff for a couple of weeks or, the whole week, and then come back for the weekend and go back. And, in the beginning we stayed in the dorms, but then, we got hotel rooms. But, a lot of the media would get together and play pickup basketball or go out to dinner together. It was fun times. Like, it was a lot of fun times when they were in Flagstaff. I do miss that.
You were out of the heat. So even though we were all working, there was a little bit of a respite and vacation, from a weather standpoint. But, champagne problems, as Larry Fitzgerald would say. They've been here. It's 13 years now, Gambo. This is the 13th year they've held camp in this stadium here.
That makes sense.
In Glendale,
I remember when guys used to get injured, they have to go down the hill, and it would take forever. And, now they're here. So it's a lot easier. Guy gets injured, in Flagstaff, they would always take care of everything down in Phoenix. But it was, by the time you get everybody loaded up, and it's 2 hours. So Now it's a lot easier. It just makes more sense. They got a great facility. It makes sense to practice there. Guys sleep in their own beds.
Yeah, Gambo. So they were on the field earlier today. We talked about the injury to J.J. Russell. He was down on the field for about 10 minutes or so. He was eventually put on a stretcher and carted off. So he was taken to a hospital. Hopefully he is okay. He had movement in his extremities, and he was communicative with the staff on that stretcher. So we don't know more than that, so we don't want to say much more than that. I can tell you, Gambo was able to take in the first practice. Kyler Murray was dropping dimes. Jacoby Brissett, now the backup quarterback, was out here. He made some nice throws as well. I can tell you this, Budda Baker looks yoked, as does Marvin Harrison Jr. The running backs looked fast and good today, but again, the disclaimer, it's training camp. You only can tell so much when they're running around out here in shorts. Gambo, your thoughts on this Jonathan Gannon story we saw earlier today? ESPN has him as a coach on the hot seat. Do you see it that way?
I don't. I
too premature.
Of course. I mean, you took over a team. Cupboard was bare. Monty Ossenfort did a good job the first 2 years, just kind of like, okay, let's go through the first year free agency. We'll draft our players. They did a good job of adding to the draft and getting more players, and the cupboards were bare. So but now you need time to bring your players in, players that fit the Gannon system, the Monty Ossenfort system. It takes time. I don't think in year 3 you're like, okay, because everybody's on a firing frenzy, man. Fans just want to fire everybody. I mean, it's incredible how fast everybody just wants to get rid of somebody. Jonathan Gannon's proven to be a pretty good coach so far. I like him. I think Monty Ossenfort's proven to be a hell of a general manager. If they have a down year, I don't fire the guy just because they have a down year. Like, to me, give them the opportunity. I hope they make progress this year. They went from 4 wins to 8 wins. I hope they can get to 9 or 10 and challenge for a playoff spot. That'd be great. If they take a step back, that would suck. But it doesn't mean like, okay, you got the wrong guys for the job. And you never know because of injuries and stuff like that. So to me, I'm not about that. I mean, sometimes when you hire the wrong guy and you know it, like Mike Budenholzer, okay, I hired the wrong guy. I got to get rid of this guy. So there are times immediately you hired the wrong guy. They felt that way about Steve Wilkes. They felt like they hired the wrong guy. They thought he was going to come in and be a leader of men, and he wasn't. So they moved on very quickly. But I think with these guys, I think that they are the right guys. And when you believe in the guys that you have, you got to give them every opportunity to succeed.
I think Mike Bidwell knew after 2 games that Steve Wilkes might not be the right guy. Yeah, Gannon, the numbers for Gannon, Gambo, are sometimes a little bit misleading. In a good way and a bad way. The 12-22 overall record, visually, cosmetically, that does not look great. But you have to remember, the first half of that first season, he didn't have his quarterback. He had Kyler Murray in street clothes, and he had Josh Dobbs out there trying to win football games. Yes, he went from 4 to 8. On the other side of the ledger, yeah, he went from 4 to 8, but he also began the year 6-4. And had a very good chance to win that division, and obviously they did not close out strong. So I think as a head coach, I think he's done some great things, but I think there's a work in progress for Jonathan Gannon. But I do think this is a big year for him in year 3. I think the expectations are that this is a club that ends up in the postseason. I think the division, while can be potentially tough, I also think is there for the taking. I think it's wide open, and I think the Cardinals have the pieces in place now from a personnel standpoint to challenge for the division title. But they got to go out there and not only play good football, they've got to play good football for the full 17 weeks. You can't fall off a cliff like the way this team did a year ago.
Yeah, I think to your point, I think that's the good thing is there are expectations. I mean, that's a good thing. That means you're headed in the right direction. The expectations are the team's going to be better. They're going to be good. They're going to push for a playoff spot. That's a credit to Gannon. That's a credit to Ossenfort. That's a credit to the players and the job that they've done. So, that's what it is. Like, we'll look at the Suns this year, and we're not going to have a high expectations for the Phoenix Suns. Like, to me, I hope they do better than they did last year, and I believe that they will. But the expectations of being a top 4 team in the playoffs or a top 8 team, not there. Not right now. It's going to take some time. For the Cardinals, the last 2 years, I don't think those expectations were there. We kind of knew that it was going to take some time. This is the first year under those guys that we could say there are some expectations that this team is going to be improved and they're going to challenge for a playoff spot. That's a good thing.
Right, and that's why it's ridiculous that he even ends up in an article like this, because there were no expectations the first 2 years. I mean, this defense completely was underfunded and under-personneled to a certain extent as they focused on rebuilding the offense, and now they turn their attention to the defense in the offseason. So since this is the very first year of real expectations for Jonathan Gannon to say that that's the year he's on the hot seat? No way. I do not buy it. I refuse to buy it. I think it's flat out wrong. Now, have they given him a defense to succeed? Does he have the personnel on offense to succeed? Yeah. So if they don't this year, that's why I think, if this team's relatively healthy and they have a full complement of players, that's why I think if they don't make the playoffs this year, you want to put them on the hot seat next year? If you're a national football writer, that's fine. This time next year, if they didn't make the playoffs in 2025, you want to throw them on the hot seat? Okay, I'll buy that, but no way, not now, no way, no how.
Right. And again, you never know what can happen. Like, if this team gets drilled in a bunch of games and they lose a lot of 41-10 games or 34-14 games, and we could look at it differently. It's hard to evaluate now. I think what they've done in the first 2 years is they built something that's leading towards what could be special. A team that can make what everybody wants to do is build a team that can sustain success. Not like I look at Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham. And the goal is sustained success. The goal isn't, hey, we had this one great year. We won the Big 12. We made the playoffs. Now let's go win 6 football games and get in and battle for the last bowl game in the conference. It can't be that. It has to be sustained success. Now, I'm not saying 20 years of sustained success, but can you have a run of 3 or 4 years? Can you have a run of 3 or 4? Now, if you have to reset for a year or two, okay, that's fine. I get it. Players get older. You got to move on. But you're looking for a run. And that's what the Cardinals need to build. The Cardinals need to build a team that can win 10 games this year, but then also win 10 games next year, or 11 games, or 12 games, and have a little bit of a run for 3 or 4 years in which they're going to be in the playoffs every year. Look at the Buffalo Bills. Do you remember when the last time the Buffalo Bills weren't in the playoffs? Right? Like, you want a team that's going to have a run where they're going to be in the playoffs 3-4 years in a row, maybe 5 if you can get it. And not just a team that's going to get to the playoffs one year and then be gone the next year.
Well, as for 2025, it may come down to, once again, shocker, the guy wearing number 1. All right, we'll take a break. We're at Cards Camp in Glendale. Tim Ring, John Gambadoro. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today. It's Burns and Gambo at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. We'll take a time out. When we come back, shift our attention back to baseball. We know who's on the block for the D-backs, but what are the teams they may be heading to as the trade deadline approaches in Major League Baseball? Burns and Gambo live at State Farm Stadium on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
I always help people that I know, friends, and even people that just on social media that reach out to me and, hey, I'm looking for a Ford. I'm looking for an F-150. I'm looking for an Escape, a Mustang, and, who can I go over to Sanderson Ford? I had a buddy of mine, my buddy Sean, reached out to me yesterday and said, hey, I'm looking to get a new truck. Who do you know over at Sanderson Ford? I immediately contact my guy Mike over there, and I have him call Sean. They set up a meeting. He goes out today, test drives a bunch of vehicles, looking at the F-150 truck. So I love doing that. I love helping people. Sanderson Ford is a great company. It's where I buy all my vehicles. It's where Luis Gonzalez buys all of his vehicles. If you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, I highly recommend Sanderson Ford. They have been in business for over 70 years. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. You can also go online at sandersonford.com. But whether it's a car, a truck, or SUV, or you want to get a great trade-in, I highly recommend the great people at Sanderson Ford. Online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Temperatures are rising and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Yeah, I need to know, Lauren Koval, the update on the Burns and Gambo Need to Know poll update.
What do we need to know?
This is what you need to know today, which is your guys' opinion. Do you want the Suns to sign and trade for Jonathan Kuminga?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, he's a good young talent. Yeah, if I could move a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal, where I have a, I want to trade for Jonathan Kuminga. He's a young talent. He's a good asset. Pay him $18, $19 million a year, and yeah, I'm for it.
Yeah, he's also a position of need. I think there's a lot of potential there. He's been in and out of Steve Kerr's doghouse. I don't know if the Suns have enough to give the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is not going to just give him away, even though Kuminga's unhappy there, and they would like to maybe move on from him. But the biggest thing for me, Lauren, and I know Gambo agrees, the Suns don't have a ton of avenues to acquire difference-making players unless you get really lucky late in the draft, which they very well could. But if you could orchestrate a trade that brings a talent like Kuminga to help not only the team win games now, but maybe win games 3 years from now, I think that's a move that they would be wise to make.
And the audience is with you guys. 66% saying yes, they want the Suns to go out and do this. Only 34% saying no.
All right, there you go.
They want it.
All right, Gambo is in the home studio today. I'm out at State Farm Stadium.
I apologize because I'm just kind of got railroaded after that trek through Sicily and then Munich, Germany, and then Austria, Holstein, and Vienna. I came back and I've not been right since. A lot of late nights, a lot of 6 a.m. flights, and I've just kind of been under the weather ever since. It has really caught up to me last night. I hate missing Cardinal camp, but I'm just really too sick, and I didn't want to bring that to Cardinal camp. I didn't want to be. Excuse me, I didn't want to be the guy coughing all over the place when I'm at Cardinal camp.
Right on cue. Well, everybody's been asking you about here. Everybody misses you, but you'll live to fight another day.
Really, somebody misses me?
No, I just made that up. I wanted you to.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. But I'll take that. I will take that.
Hey, Cam Cox walked by and asked how you were doing. That's what it. There's one,
did.
right? Okay, there you go.
All right, there's one. Cam Cox. That's good. Cam's my friend.
Right,
I like Cam.
We'll get back to the football in just a bit, but Gambo's had just a bunch of good D-backs nuggets today. Information, trade news, trade possibility. We don't know who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. We do know a lot of the teams that are interested right now in Geno Suarez, so Gambo can kind of touch on that. But in terms of where other teams are interested and where players may go, boy, Gambo, I don't know what you have on it, but what you do have, go ahead and have at it, and we'll kind of dive into it afterwards.
Well, I think there's a lot to take in here, and I think the number one thing is, Geno Suarez has about 12 teams. There are 12 teams that have contacted. And I'm not saying about 12 different teams have contacted the Diamondbacks to inquire about Geno Suarez. He's hot. He's having a J.D. Martinez-like season. He's on pace for 50-something homers. I mean, he's just crushing the ball. There's not a team out there, that wouldn't look at that and say, okay, I'd love to add him. I would love to get Geno on my team. Again, 12 teams have inquired about Geno Suarez. He is going to be traded. They are going to be able to get more for him than what a qualifying offer would bring back. So I do think Geno's days here are numbered. Where he goes, look, I know the Yankees are very interested. I know Seattle and the Reds are very interested, and the Cubs. So those are the 4 big ones. But there are 8 other teams that have inquired about Geno Suarez. So that's good. That's good. If you're Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks and you've got a bunch of teams calling to inquire and you could, pit offers against each other, that's not a bad thing.
Gambo, the fact that these guys are on expiring contracts, it's an interesting dynamic because from the Diamondback standpoint, it makes perfect sense to trade these guys because you may lose them after the season. Yeah, you might get a compensatory pick, but at the end of the day, if you deem yourself not a possibility to make the playoffs this season, you look at your expiring contracts and you try to get the best deals possible. The problem is when it comes to leverage, teams know they're expiring and they're not willing to give up a haul. Should Diamondbacks fans be tempering their expectations a little bit in terms of what this team may get for a guy like Suarez, for a guy like Gallen, for a guy like Kelly, Naylor? What do you think?
I think they're somewhat skeptical that they're going to be able to make like 10 trades. Like I don't know that that's going to happen. If you said, what's the over-under on trades? That would be a great poll question one day. What is the over-under on how many trades the Diamondbacks are going to make? I think you'd probably start at 4.5. I think 4.5 is a good number. Because if you figure, okay, they're going to trade Gallen, Kelly, Suarez, Naylor. Do they go one more? Do they trade Miller? Do they trade Beeks? Do they trade Thompson? Do they trade Gurriel, who's had some interest? Maybe it's 5 or 5.5. I'm not a line setter, but maybe Mitch can work on that because he's better at that stuff than I am. But you're somewhat skeptical because almost all of the players you're trading are guys on expiring contracts. What does that mean? That means these teams are only renting these guys. It's very likely they're only renting them, that you're not going to have them for next year. They're not under control for next year. They're not under control for the year after that. The leverage the Diamondbacks have, and it's a little bit of leverage. I'm not saying it's a lot of leverage. It's a little bit of leverage. If you don't give me a fair offer, I'm just going to keep the guy. Well, yeah, but you're not going to re-sign him. Doesn't matter. I'll give him a qualifying offer. Then he goes sign somewhere. I don't get a good offer for Geno Suarez. Okay, I don't make a trade. I let Geno play it out. I give him a qualifying offer, and then I let him go somewhere else, and I get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round. 2 of the Diamondbacks' best prospects are guys they got at number 29 and number 31. Slade Caldwell was number 29. Ryan Waldschmidt was number 31. Waldschmidt was one of those compensatory type picks. If you like progressing guys through the lineup, he's one of those added picks. So they're valuable, Tim. They're valuable. So, yes, nobody's going to give the Diamondbacks 2 fringe minor leaguers and walk away with Gallen, Kelly, Naylor, or Suarez. That's not going to happen.
No, you keep those guys if you're Mike Hazen because the compensatory pick that you'd get after they walk in free agency, once you give them the qualifying offer, is a better situation for the Diamondbacks long term. That pick is more valuable than the 2 A-ball pitchers you are being offered by any given team. So you're right. There's a little bit of leverage there, and it's the leverage card the D-backs have to play. I think what might work in their favor, especially when it comes to Suarez, if you have anywhere from a half dozen to maybe a dozen teams bidding for him, even though it's an expiring contract, the bidding war may counter that and bring you a better haul than maybe it would if there were only one or two teams in the running.
Right.
I think anyway. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work out that way. I would hope that would be the case.
I think so. I think so for the four guys. I think, look, again, I think the most value you get is for Kelly, and then, down the line. But I don't know. I don't think that they're going to get a bad offer for those. Are they going to get somebody's like top prospect? I think that they could get good prospects for these guys, especially if you think like a starting pitcher. Like, I'm going to give you a starting pitcher that's going to start 10 games for you. 10 games and then possibly postseason games up to the World Series. Like, you got to give up something to get that. Like, you're not going to get Merrill Kelly for some single A guy that's batting .245 and he's good defensively as a right fielder or a second base. Like, you're not going to do that. So yes, I do think that they are going to be able to. Now, when you start to talk about the other players, what could you get for Gurriel? What could you get for Shelby Miller? What could you get for Beeks? Those might be more lottery tickets. I'm not saying you're going to get great value back for those guys, Tim. You might be able to say, you know what, there's this guy. We liked him in the draft 3 years ago. He's in single A right now. He's okay, but we liked him. We almost drafted him. Okay, I'll trade one of my relief pitchers for that guy. That's where you take a flyer.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be the compensatory picks. When you're talking about guys like Suarez and Gallen and maybe Naylor. That doesn't happen for those lower tiered players. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we're going to talk some basketball, NBA. If you don't want Devin Booker playing the point this year for the Suns, guess what? You are probably, at least early on, in luck. We'll talk about that. Burns and Gamble live from State Farm Stadium on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
When was the last time you went and checked out your roof? For a lot of you, you're like, a long time. Like, I think the last time I looked at my roof was when I was putting the Christmas lights up. And if you don't even put your Christmas lights up, it's probably been a decade since you've been up there. Roofs need maintenance. They do. The roof protects your whole home. Think about it. Think about the rain. Where does the rain fall? Think about lightning. Think about overgrown trees. Think about the heat pounding on that roof. Your roof is the ultimate protector of your home. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing every single day. They're local. They're third-generation roofers right here in Arizona. Who wouldn't want to give their business to a local company that started with the grandfather and then the father and the son? It's in their blood. Like, it's really in their blood. These guys get up on the roof. They take care of everything. They offer free estimates because for many of you, you might just need a small repair. You don't want to wait until something big happens. If you can repair your roof now, you want to get a free estimate. So they do that. Maybe they have to patch a leak, or they can take care of some tiles that are out of place for you. Roofs require maintenance. JLC Roofing can help you. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 in the books at State Farm Stadium. It unfortunately ended with bad news. Towards the end of today's practice, an unfortunate collision took place on the field involving linebacker J.J. Russell. Per the team, Russell was being evaluated for a head and neck injury that he suffered in the afternoon practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all his extremities. He has been taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. To the Arizona Diamondbacks, as trade rumors continue to percolate, our John Gambadoro is reporting that at least 12 teams have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. Speaking of those Reds, the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans reported today that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. And then from ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported on NBA Today that Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign and trade. Did you know that you can take the Burns and Gambo show wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Oh, yeah, we are live at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. It is the Red Reckoning, but also a new horizon for the Phoenix Suns. Tim Ringen for Dave Burns. Today I'm live at the stadium. John Gambadoro from the home studio today. Gambo, let's talk some buckets. You know, I got to tell you, I got a kick out of your tweet early this morning, not from the tweet itself, but more for the reaction of it, Gambo. I think your wording of the tweet was change of plans. Jalen Green expected to be the Suns' point guard this season with Devin Booker playing the 2, which is a surprise, I think, to a lot of Suns fans. But one of the comments that I got a kick out of was somebody wrote, why don't you let the team decide that? And I laugh because I've worked with you long enough to know that when you tweet that or report things of that nature, it comes from your reporting and your sourcing and your conversations. You're not just making it up, despite what some people may want to think.
No, and there's, we joked around earlier when, you were saying, Booker probably doesn't want to play the point, and he probably let it be known that he doesn't want to play the point. I was like, if you were me, 10 minutes later, we'd be out there. Tim Ring says Booker doesn't want to be the point guard on this team, and I mean that's what happens. I don't even think I knew what the word aggregating meant until recently. But I get aggregated a lot, and what people don't understand sometimes is we're just doing a talk show, and I don't have the chance when we're doing it to do the reporting stuff. So I have a reporting background. It's kind of how I came up in this industry. It's what I do. It's kind of defined me as who I am as a talk show host, is my reporting and being able to get inside information for people. But sometimes yesterday, we're just discussing that, yesterday they added Butler and they added Goodwin, and we were just talking. And
about Booker playing the point, yeah.
Yeah, I expect Book's going to play. I expect Book's going to play the point. And I didn't know. But I expect Book's going to be the point, and Gillespie's going to be the backup, and then you'll have the other two guys.
Everybody assumed Booker was playing the point. Everybody,
yeah,
and that's okay.
But when I say all of a sudden it's everywhere. It's aggregated, NBA Central and Hoops Hype, and all these great places. They listen to the podcast, they listen to the show, and they put it out there. Gamble says Booker's going to be the point guard. Well, it wasn't 100. I didn't know for sure. But then, okay, let me double check on this, because I have the ability. I'm fortunate that I have the ability to check on a lot of different things with all the teams. My understanding is that Green is going to be the point guard. Jalen Green is going to be the point guard. So when I said it yesterday, I was just, talking like we do as a lot of talk show hosts. We speculate, we think what's going to happen, who's going to be the number 3 cornerback, who's going to be the number 4 wide receiver. We just speculate on stuff. Yeah. I'm just in an unfortunate position that if I say something, people just, take it for gospel and I go with it. Yesterday, I wasn't sure on Booker, but I was assuming Booker would be the point guard. But today, my tune changed a little bit because obviously I check on things. Let me check on that. Let me see. My understanding is Green will be the point guard, Booker will be the 2 guard, but they are going to have Green run the point, and then Gillespie would be the backup, and then the other guys would battle for the number 3 spot.
Well, let's get into it. I mean, the reaction was not good. It's certainly a risky experiment if they're going to go with Jalen Green. I'll give you my thoughts on it in just a bit. But were you surprised when you heard that was the initial plan? I mean, I gave you my theory on it earlier in the show. I'll give it to you again in a bit, but I wanted to get your initial reaction when you heard that they were going to give the keys to the offense from a point guard standpoint to Jalen Green.
Yeah, I liked somebody said something. There was a great comment. I wish I would have bookmarked it earlier. Why do so many people on social media trash on a player before he's even played a game for us? I like Jalen Green. He's a young, talented player. He's 22 years old or 23 years old, right? He was the leading scorer on a team that had the second best record in the NBA. I mean, he's a great scorer. I want to give him a chance. Is he the perfect fit? No. We all know that. He's not the perfect fit. He's not a traditional point guard, and neither is Booker. But there's a lot of teams that don't have traditional point guards today. But I'm willing to give Green a chance. I like him as a player. I like him as a scorer. Now, there was a guy, excuse me, that commented on one of my posts. He covers the Rockets on a regular basis. His name's Lashard Binkley. And, I posted that Green's going to be the point guard. He said, interesting. So I responded, and I said, hey, listen, you cover the Rockets on a regular basis. Well, what do you think? He goes, look, he was good in short spurts running the team. He's gotten a lot better as a playmaker and finding his teammates. He's a willing passer, but I don't think he could do it on a full-time basis. When he faces aggressive defenders, at times he did struggle. I'm like, okay, I expect that he's going to play the first 6-7 minutes, then come out for Gillespie and then come back in the second quarter. He said that makes sense because as a secondary ball handler, he's improved a lot in the last 2 seasons. His strength is being able to play downhill and not have to focus on running an offense. Aggressive Jalen is the best Jalen. This is a guy that responded to one of my posts on Twitter who covers the Rockets for SI and does a good job. So that was his take on Jalen Green. I think that they're going to start Booker and Green, that I think Gillespie's going to play with Booker, that I think Booker's going to go to bench and Gillespie's going to play with Green. So that way you'll have Colin Gillespie, who's a good ball handler, smart decision maker, doesn't turn the ball over a lot, good passer, great basketball IQ. He'll get to be the leader for both of those guys at times. But I think that, you'll probably end games with Booker and Green.
And you can always put the ball in the hands of Booker in the final 5 minutes of a game in the fourth quarter. I talked about it being a risky experiment. I mean, you look at Jalen Green's style of play, and yeah, he can get downhill. He can beat his defender. He can beat his man off the dribble and then kick it to a shooter or find somebody down low for a lay. And he can make that kind of assist pass. Now, his assist numbers aren't great, but I'm just talking from a skill set, he can do that. But there's so much more that goes in to being a good point guard at any level of basketball. When you talk about being that floor general, not thinking one pass ahead, thinking three passes ahead, making sure everybody's in the right position, controlling the pace and feel of a basketball game. That's what the great point guards do. That's what Chris Paul did back in his prime. That's what you go back to the heyday of the point guard position, in my opinion, watching Magic Johnson control a game. So it's not just about, can you beat a guy off the dribble, or can you make a pass, or can you handle the basketball against pressure. I think there's a lot goes into being the coach on the floor, if you will, being a point guard. And we don't know if Jalen Green has that in his DNA. I do know this. This is speculation on my part. After watching Devin Booker have to play the one a lot in year one of the big three, and then have to play the three a lot in year two of the big three, Devin Booker wants to be home. And by home, I mean the two guard, the shooting guard position.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Book told these guys, look, if it's going to be it's going to be me or him, let Jalen bring the ball up. Let him run the point. I need to get home to where I was an all-NBA player a few years ago. Because Booker hasn't been that in the last couple of years. Didn't even make the All-Star team last year.
Right,
I think Book wants to get back to that two-guard role. And I think the Suns' motivation is not because they think Green can be a great one. It's because they think Booker can be a great two again. And by default, Green has to play the one, because where else is he going to play? He's their second-best player, and he has to start somewhere.
There it is. Tim Ring says that Green's only being the point guard by default. There it is.
You know what?
Tim Ring says he's only by default. They don't really want him there. No, you know what I'm saying, but that's just the life we live in.
I mean, listen, these are the Jordan Ott is a very smart basketball mind. He wouldn't be where he is today if he wasn't. He knows Jalen Green's not the perfect fit to run the one, but they don't have a perfect fit. So it's going to have to be one of them, and I'm sure Book at this point is like, okay, I've sacrificed the last couple of years. I'm playing the two, and the Suns are probably in a position where, all right, we're going to give this a shot.
I think you're onto something. It's nothing against Jalen Green, and he may not be the ideal point guard, but he can do it. But like Book, he could do it, but it's not ideal. But the most important thing is, how do you maximize value out of Booker? How do you get Booker back to trending up instead of trending down? Book took a step back last year. I think I'm an addition by subtraction guy. I think not having Durant and Beal is actually going to help Booker be a better player, because it's going to force him to be a better player. But I do think that wherever he's more comfortable, like, you've got a big investment in him. You've got to get the most out of Booker. And if this is the way to do it, then that's what you have to do.
All right, that's the hand they've been dealt, and that's the hand they're going to play at least to start the season, which begins now, training camp in a couple months here as we get going. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back to the football, we're going to visit with a former first-round draft pick for the Arizona Cardinals, who's finally ready to make a difference in the National Football League. We'll visit with Darius Robinson when we come back. Burns and Gamble, live from State Farm Stadium in Glendale on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, Cardinals Training Camp 2025 is underway. First practice open to the public today. Really good crowd for a Thursday on hand as the Cardinals wrapped up workout number 2 for them just about a half hour ago. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today, joined now by Darius Robinson, who's made his way to the broadcast booth. D, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
How do you feel?
I feel great, excited. I just feel like we was just here, but really blessed to be here, be healthy, so just excited for this opportunity.
I got to ask you, I mentioned the fans coming in. When you guys are working down there on the field, do you notice a difference when there are fans in the stands, or is it just pretty much nose to the grindstone no matter what?
Yeah, you can feel the juice, feel the energy, but you got to lock in on your keys and your assignment for the day. But I'm just glad to see the Bird Gang come out. Like, we're the best fans in the NFL, so anytime we get to see them, it's the best.
Well, man, there's a lot to talk about with you personally, and I'm going to get into some of it. Obviously, the first question that's coming last year, you suffered that calf injury in August, and, man, I don't think you were right the entire season. You finally got on the field in early December. You played in 6 games. Very simple, basic question. What was that like for you having to go through that, not only as an NFL player, but as a rookie, your first shot at it?
Nah, it's crazy. I tell you all the time, it was the best year of my life and the worst year of my life in the same year, but I learned so much, and it gave me so much adversity for the rest of my life and my career. So that's why I'm just super excited for this year. Like, I keep telling everybody, this is my red shirt rookie year, because, this is a new year, new opportunity. Got to play a little bit, but now, it's really on. So just really challenging myself each day, but I'm super excited.
When they were talking about about analysts and doing these radio shows, people are always talking about the new additions to the Cardinal defense, and I am always quick to say, don't forget they're adding another first-round pick in Darius Robinson to that front seven, because for my money, I'm kind of with you. It's almost like this is your rookie year.
Rookie year.
I mean, you said you learned a lot last year going through that adversity. What did you learn?
I learned that I can fight and compete, like, no matter what's going on in my personal life. Like, I'm going to show up each day and be consistent. I also learned just our defense and really understand that what we're trying to get done based off what position you are in defense. And then also think about just pass rush, man. Like, it's hard to get sacks in the NFL, so just going through that kind of gauntlet, playing the 6 teams and trying to understand my rush plan better and moving forward. So I'm just super excited.
Where do you think you can excel in this Nick Rawless defense? I mean, 'cause you had a chance to study it. I mean, you were in the meetings last year.
Yeah, wherever honestly, because, we play with 3 down D linemen, so whichever, either the field spot or the boundary spot, it really doesn't matter to me. And then in pass rush, if we're rushing with 2 guys or 1 guy, just know my track, know my alignment, just set everything up of my rushes and also whatever he calls. So just super excited, man.
You must have been chomping at the bit last year. That had to be so hard to see. I mean, you want a chance to prove yourself in this league. And then, like I mentioned in the open there, I'm not sure you were ever quite right. Even when you came back, I mean, you were never, I could say this, you were never listed as full on the injury report the entire season, even when you came back. So I'm guessing you never felt quite 100%.
Yeah, I remember last year, like, my fall camp was really, really good. Like, I had, like, the most confidence in the world, like, the most juice in the world, like, going against R1s and making plays. And then just when that happened, it was just unfortunate. But that's why we're now just getting back to work and just find that process again and be ready for this year.
What do you think about the defensive personnel? I mentioned the changes that have come in. Josh Sweat is here. Tomlinson is here. I mean, they I don't know if you followed the NFL draft, but they pretty much went all defense to try to bolster your side of the football. Tell me what you think about the personnel, including the new additions.
Yeah, I love our new teammate Sweat. He's really slippery. Like, rushing with him yesterday, we had a good game. Calais, that's probably my favorite so far. Like, he's just such a legend, and he's such a good teacher. That's how I would say it. And I just be trying to be side by side with him every day and just soak up as much knowledge from him and just don't take that for granted. And Dalvin, he's a great energy. He's really big, really strong guy, has a lot of success. So everybody on the front is looking really good.
Have you picked the brain of Calais yet, or is that a work in progress?
Man, every day.
Every day. What do you ask him? What do you want to know?
I mean, the first question, I remember we was just sitting at dinner, and then I was just thinking, 18 years, he's just seen everything. So I just start asking him who's the best players he went against, what are some of his biggest memories. His rookie year was the year they went to the Super Bowl, how that was, just anything. And then in the meeting room, I'd be like, okay, what do you think? And then just go from there. But now this year, I think will help me grow so much as a player, having somebody like that in our room.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you mentioned, he was a rookie on the team where the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl. If my math is correct, you were about 5 years old.
Yeah, I mean, something like that.
To put that in perspective, the man has been doing this for a long time, but he's a great guy to learn from. And I'm sure you were asking him questions about the old days and whatnot. Yeah. But I'm sure once you guys get into the trenches, into the meat of the season in that film room, his experience and talent is going to be invaluable in terms of making you guys all better players.
Facts, man. He has all the sacks. Literally, he has so many sacks that it's kind of you sit and think, wow, it's going to take a lot of work. But, I'm all for the work. So he's just a great guy, man. I'm just super glad that they brought him here, and I'm just going to take advantage of each opportunity, each moment with him.
How different is year 2 training camp from year 1? I imagine you guys got to be so nervous early on of your first year out here.
The first year, I was just worried about making sure I got lined up for stretch the right way. And now year 2, it's okay, what can we get to next? And I think about it like that. So I'm just super excited. It's not taking a day for granted, and recover today and get back to work tomorrow.
Man, I'm telling you, Cardinal fans cannot wait to see you at full strength out there helping their team win football games. I know you too. One more before I let you go. Head coaches always kind of have a theme going into camp, and maybe there's a slogan, maybe there's not, but there's always a theme and a message that a head coach wants to send to this group, this team, this group of ultimately 53 guys. Has Jonathan Gannon kind of expressed that yet, or is that a work in progress?
I would say it's a work in progress, but being around JG, he always has so much energy, and he just wants us to do the right things all the time, follow the standard operating procedures, just like be a great teammate. But then I know specifically on defense, Nick Rallis, like his big thing is warpath. Like,
Warpath, okay.
Warpath, just thinking about from the last year, didn't make the playoffs, going to the offseason, going to now, we need to be on a warpath. So I'm bought in, and I'm just super excited for this year.
All right, man. Well, we all are, and we're all excited that you're healthy. Stay healthy.
Yes, sir.
And contribute to a team that heads to the playoffs
Yes,
this
sir.
year.
Thank
D-Rob,
you.
really appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
swinging by. As Cardinals second-year defensive end Darius Robinson out of Missouri basically missed all of 2024, played in 6 games with that calf injury, but as you heard him say there, he considers this his rookie season, and I think a lot of Cardinal fans feel the same way. High hopes, though, for Darius Robinson. We're taking a break here. Burns and Gamble live at State Farm Stadium. On the other side of the timeout, back to the baseball. It's starting to crystallize a little bit in terms of the trade market for Gino Suarez. We'll bring Gamble back in. We'll get his thoughts on that. We'll set the table as the trade deadline approaches in Major League Baseball. Burns and Gamble live in Glendale on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get serviced, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Hey, we can use vacation days or
Every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals training camp day 2 in the books at State Farm Stadium. Unfortunately, it was not all good news today. Towards the end of today's practice, there was an unfortunate collision on the field involving linebacker J.J. Russell. Per a statement from the team, Russell was being evaluated for a head and neck injury that he suffered in the afternoon practice. He was alert on the field and had movement in all his extremities. He has been taken to a local hospital for further testing and continued evaluation. To the Diamondbacks, as trade rumors continue to percolate, our John Gambadoro is reporting that 12 teams have shown interest in third baseman Eugenio Suarez. He says the notable teams include the Yankees, Mariners, and Reds. Speaking of the Reds, the Athletics' C. Trent Rosecrans reports that the Reds and Diamondbacks have mutual interest in working out a Suarez trade. And then from ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported on NBA Today that Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga is not in any rush to work out a new contract with Golden State. Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have reached out to Golden State in hopes of working out a sign-and trade with the restricted free agent. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home? From cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need, in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Cardinals fans, this is your night. The Big Red Rage, coming up tonight at 6 on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Yes, football is certainly in the air. Football season, for my money, is underway as the Cardinals training camp practices began yesterday without fans and today with fans, and we were here for every single snap. Tim Ringen for Dave Burns, John Gambadoro broadcasting from the home studio today. Burns and Gambo live at Cards training camp. Want to remind everybody a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. All right, we'll bring back in Gambo. We'll talk some baseball real quick. We'll get back to the Cardinals for the final segment, Gambo. But for those who are hopping in their cars today after work that are wondering what's going on with the Diamondbacks, you were able to ascertain a bunch of information today about the current state of the trade situation, if you will, starting with Geno Suarez. Gambo, take it away.
Yeah, I think the truth is there's been 12 teams that have inquired about Geno Suarez. It's not 3, it's not 4, it's 12. The main teams are obviously the teams that are of note. Those are the main teams. It is the Yankees, it is Seattle, it is the Reds, it is the Cubs. But there are 8 other teams that have inquired about Geno too. So there's a big market for Geno Suarez. Very likely he's going to be traded. A high percentage chance that they are going to move him because they're probably going to get a good enough offer to trade him. The only leverage, the only leverage the Diamondbacks have when it comes to players on expiring contracts is they could always tell a team, we're just going to keep them and we'll give them a qualifying offer and then hope to get a pick at the end of the first round. That's a compensatory pick. That's the leverage they have. So if nobody wants to give you a good offer, you just say, I'm going to keep the guy, I'll give him a qualifying offer. So whoever trades for Geno or Naylor or Kelly or Gallen, those teams are going to have to offer more than what the Diamondbacks value a late first-round pick. 2 of the Diamondbacks' top draft picks are guys that they got late. They got Caldwell at 29. They got Waldschmidt with one of those compensatory-type picks at 31. So they understand the value of having a pick there. So you're going to have to make a better offer than that to get those guys. The other thing, Tim, it's interesting because I put this out there just a little while ago. The expectation is that the D-backs will bring back the biggest haul of prospects, if you want to call it that, or the biggest package for Merrill Kelly, not Zach Gallen, not Geno Suarez. The expectation is that Merrill Kelly, a front-line starting pitcher, a guy with great pedigree in the playoffs, a guy who pitches just as well on the road as home. You know, you could be a team and you could be like, okay, I got the first 2 games at home, then I got to go on the road. I'm going to start Merrill Kelly game 3 on the road. Good chance you're going to win. Merrill Kelly's that good. He is very valued right now, very valued. So I believe that right now the expectation is that you will get the most value for Merrill Kelly, followed by Gino Suarez.
You know, Gambo, if I'm hearing you right, and I believe that I am, and this is just a potential scenario, let me throw it out there because I think it illustrates what we might be talking about here when it comes to what Mike Hayes and Ken Kendrick and Derek Hall and Torey Lovello to a certain extent decide what they want to do. You could conceivably get a great haul for Kelly prospect-wise, a pretty good haul for Suarez, and then for Gallen, if you believe Gallen's departure in free agency post-qualifying offer could produce a top 30 pick for the organization, and the best offer on the table is from a Cubs team.
Breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt.
What do we got?
Trade number 1 by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Are you guys ready?
Yep. Okay.
All we know right now, at least from Jeff Passan, the Seattle Mariners are acquiring first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks, sources tell ESPN. I'm also seeing from Ken Rosenthal. Let me see if he has anything different really quickly here. Nope, it's just Naylor. So we do not know return yet, but Josh is going to Seattle. That is the trade.
So, okay, so the
So
Diamondbacks.
the first domino has fallen.
Okay.
Now, the Mariners, Gambo, as you know, are one of the top 3 teams interested in bringing Gino Suarez, in their case, back to the organization. And just because they acquired Naylor, I don't know if that means they're out on Suarez, but that's an interesting dynamic that one of the top 3 teams interested in Suarez has gone out there and reportedly struck a deal with the D-backs for Josh Naylor.
Okay, I'm going to work on this right now, see if I can find out who they got for him. But, yeah, so Naylor was one of the guys. I thought out of the 4 guys, out of the 4 players, Kelly number 1, Suarez 2, Gallen 3, that you would bring back the least package for Naylor. I thought that would be the least package you would get back out of the 4 guys would be for Naylor.
And it still may be. It still may be. We'll see how this plays out. It's interesting, Gambo. I know the organization felt that, like most trades at the trade deadline, things would really start to cook in the final 24 to 48 hours. But the D-backs are clearly not going to wait that long. They clearly had a deal they liked on the table for Naylor. So before Naylor goes out there and pulls a hamstring, if you're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, get the deal done now, because we're clearly sellers in this market.
Yeah, I think with him, I think with the pitching, and I can tell you this, they have not engaged on the starting pitchers yet. There's one more start left for Gallen. There's one more start left for Kelly. So they haven't engaged the trade talk on those guys yet. So Naylor and Suarez, absolutely. They've engaged in trade talks, and they've been. So this is it. I mean, this is it. No question about going to win 6 games. They've decided that they are going to be sellers.
Yeah, let's be honest. It was bleak before the Cardinals season began. A little bit of hope after. But, I mean, once you dropped Game 2 to the Astros, I think that was the proverbial nail in the coffin. And, Gambo, I think a guy like Josh Naylor, to come in and replace Christian Walker, I thought he did a really good job. I thought his defense actually was better than advertised. It really was. I don't think he hurt you over there this season at that corner. And now it leaves a hole at first base. Now, Pavin Smith obviously appears to be the guy that will take it temporarily. But now, again, and these are the questions you and I have been talking about all week. You know, what is this kind of stuff here at the trade deadline mean for 2026? And I think that's the concern a lot of Diamondbacks fans are going to have.
Gentlemen, if I may break in.
Sure.
Jeff Passan has reported a return package. It is 2 pitchers, left-hander Brandon Garcia and right-hander Ashton Izzy are going
Brandon
back
Garcia
to
is the
Arizona.
13th best prospect in their organization. He is in Triple-A. Ashton Izzy is the 16th best prospect. He is in A-ball. So Ashton is a 6'3", 165-pound right-handed pitcher. He is the 16th best prospect. Garcia is in Triple-A. He's a 6'4", 235-pound left-handed pitcher. So 2 pitching prospects back is what we're seeing.
So that actually, Gambo, is a great example of what we were kind of talking about before the news broke here in terms of do you wait on the compensatory pick, or do you like the deal on the table? Clearly, they pulled the trigger on this, so they feel there's more value in Izzy and Garcia as opposed to a potential, extra pick that you would get if Naylor left in free agency.
Yeah. Brandon Garcia, 3 uneven seasons at Quinnipiac University, transferred to Texas A&M to serve as a reliever in 23. Showed he can miss bats with his stuff. They ran up and just pitched his way through Double-A, led the organization with a 2.25 ERA. Terrific late bloomer story as a 6'4" guy. Considered a terrific late bloomer story. Many think he has a chance to start long term. Yeah, so Garcia and Izzy is the package back.
Gamble, do you have the ages on these two guys yet, or in front of you there? I'm obviously out of training camp, so
Garcia is 25.
Okay.
Izzy is 21.
Okay, you like that. Garcia's getting up there a little bit. He should be major league ready very, very soon. But Izzy at single A ball, just 21 years of age. So, hey, look. Minor league pitchers that fans haven't heard of, kind of get used to that, because I think there's going to be a lot of those type of guys coming in over the next 7 days here back to Arizona.
Gotcha. Okay, let's take a break here. I'm going to work a little bit on this. I've got some calls coming in here, and then we'll come back with more information on this.
You get the info. We'll take a break. Live at State Farm Stadium, Cardinals training camp coverage 2025 with the D-backs. Trade deadline, the deals are starting to go now. Josh Naylor missed it, off to the Seattle Mariners for a couple of minor league pitchers, Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. More on the deal and a wrap-up from training camp on the other side of the break. It's Burns and Gamble, live at State Farm Stadium on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight? Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Not much locally on tonight. D-backs have the day off. They'll open up that 9-game road trip in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Mercury played the Dream last night in Phoenix. Did not go well, so the Merc have the day off. But Gambo, breaking news, the D-back sale has begun, as Josh Naylor is the first to go, reportedly off to the Seattle Mariners for a couple of minor league pitchers, 25-year-old Brandon Garcia and 21-year-old Ashton Izzy. What have you learned over the last 3 minutes?
Diamondbacks like this package. They're very happy about this package. I can tell you that Brandon Garcia is going to join the Diamondbacks major league team. So he will join the Diamondbacks major league team. Izzy will go to high A. So they make this trade. Garcia will join the Diamondbacks tomorrow. Izzy will go to high A ball. So Garcia was in the big leagues. He was recently recalled by the Seattle Mariners, and he has pitched in. He was called up, not recalled. He was called up. He pitched in 2 games as a relief pitcher. Both of them against Milwaukee. One outing he walked 2, didn't give up any runs in 1 inning. The other one he gave up 2 runs on 4 hits with a walk in 1 inning. But he will join, Brandon Garcia will join the Diamondbacks big league club. Garcia is 25 years old. Izzy is 21. So Izzy will go to high A. He'll join the Diamondbacks high A affiliate. So that's what I can tell you right now.
You know, Gambo, you had this earlier in case anybody missed it. Where did these 2 pitchers rank in terms of the prospect list or rankings for the Seattle Mariners?
Garcia was number 13.
Okay.
Izzy was number 16. So in the rankings that I have, that's where those guys, the Mariners, in the minor league rankings, that's where those guys ranked. Major League Baseball's rankings had Garcia number 13. They had Izzy number 16. They did have a right-handed pitcher named Ryan Sloan in their top 10, and Harango Klinjay. It was number 8. So they had another pitcher, Michael Morales, before them. So there were 3 pitchers in their organization that were ranked higher than those guys, but not 7 or 8, only 3. Then came Garcia, and then there was a guy named Jeter Martinez and Teddy McGraw before Izzy. So Garcia was the 4th ranked pitcher in their organization, and Izzy was the 7th-ranked pitcher in their organization.
Yeah, I also think it's important to note we're talking about Josh Naylor here. We're not talking about Merrill Kelly. And as you have been reporting all day long, the expectations organizationally from the Arizona Diamondbacks is that Merrill Kelly could and should generate the biggest haul, surprisingly over Gino Suarez, but this is what the Diamondbacks believe. And again, I'm just kind of recapping what you've reported earlier today, and I think it ties into Naylor being dealt here tonight, that the expectations were that Kelly would get the biggest haul, followed by Suarez, then Gallen, then Naylor. So Naylor is in now. A couple of minor league pitchers, but Brandon Garcia.
And that's it. Now it's like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like Josh Naylor was having a great year. They're not saying, hey, what can we do over the next 6 games? What can we do? No, they are traders. They are sellers. We knew that they were going to sell, and they did today. They get back 2 pitching prospects for Naylor. Pitching prospects, as we talked about, that's what they need. They need pitching prospects. They're going to target pitching. Hard to do, but they were going to target pitching. They do believe that they will get more from Merrill Kelly. Then they'll get then Gino Suarez, then Zach Gallen. Naylor was the 4th guy on that list. Now, as far as who plays first base tomorrow, they haven't got there yet. So they haven't decided yet.
Right.
So I did ask who's going to play first base tomorrow. Haven't figured that out yet. But Naylor is gone, goes to the Seattle Mariners. 2 prospects coming back. Again, Garcia is going to join the Diamondbacks. Izzy is going to go to High A. So D-backs fans will be able to see Brandon Garcia as he will join them and likely go right into that bullpen.
And we'll see who else goes now. And it's not a sure thing that Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly will be dealt. We talked about those scenarios that are in play when it comes to Mike Hazen evaluating what's a better option for the organization. Do you keep Zach Gallen and maybe get that compensatory pick, or do you trade him for whatever is being offered and take that best offer on the table? So, Gamble, we shall see. In case you missed it earlier today, though, we talked about this. Merrill Kelly on record very open to rejoining the Diamondbacks if he, in fact, is traded at the deadline next week.
Yeah. Merrill is going to want to come back. I do believe he's going to want, but I also think that Merrill is going to, want to see what's out there too, right? So he's going to want to see, what is out there, because again, I mean, he's older. This might be his last contract, so. Where's he going to, who's going to give him 2 years? Who's going to give him the most money? Would he give the Diamondbacks a little bit of a discount? Probably a little bit, but not a lot. So that's what you look about. I mean, did Devin Booker give the Suns a discount? No, he did not. No, he didn't give the Suns a discount. So Merrill Kelly's going to look and see, hey, what is the best offer I can get? And if the Diamondbacks are comparable and it's competitive, then I think he would want to stay here. If not, then I think it'd be wise for him to take the best offer, considering this might be his last deal.
Yeah, and I think a kernel of that story is that Merrill Kelly says, hey, if they trade me, no hard feelings, right? He's not going to hold the organization any ill will where he wouldn't want to come back. He says that would definitely not be the case. All right, Gamble, we're going to have more. We're going to talk to Torey Lovello tomorrow in the 2 o'clock hour. We have a short show tomorrow before Diamondbacks baseball, so we'll talk to Torey about this tomorrow on the show. Gamble, final thoughts on, I know you were not out here at training camp today as you recover from home, but it was a good day all in all. J.J. Russell, the downside of this, the young man, a linebacker, unrestricted free agent pickup, 4th year in the league. A collision at around the 40-yard line at the end of practice, ended up being put on a stretcher, ultimately on a cart, and driven out of here, taken to the hospital. Those are the early reports. He was communicative, and he was moving his extremities. We'll have more on that hopefully tomorrow as well. So, Gambo, a good day out here at camp. Camp will be open to the public again tomorrow. So if you want to come out and watch the Cardinals practice tomorrow, you can do that here at State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke, they have a full show tomorrow. They will be broadcasting live out here at training camp. And Gambo, you and I will be in the studio, a very short, truncated show right before Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, and I will just say this because some people are asking me, do you see Garcia as he pitched pretty well in the minors as a starter last year? People are asking me, do you see Garcia as a starter long-term? The answer is no. They see him as a bullpen arm. So that's where they're at right now. They see Garcia as a bullpen guy. He had been a starter before, but I think that they see him as a guy who will be a relief pitcher. So, bullpen help. You get Garcia, bullpen help. Is he?